What up, peeps? Sai here, another day. It's Monday. New episode of Sacred Symbols PlayStation Podcast is live. I might be listening to that a little bit during this stream. But, yeah, playing some more Vampire Survivors. Few last unlocks. Alright, so what's this? What's trigger a weird souls purifier with Santa Ladonna? Weird souls purifier. Well, I guess let's just look this up, because, you know. Okay. Some time to pack a bowl, too, I suppose. What was it? Weird souls purifier. I found a picture of the program if the right sets are set. I have no idea what that is. Arcanus the Wolf, but welcome. What's up? Glad to see you back again. Pretty sweet. Okay, so it's the rosary. So Santa, you just evolve Santa's weapon and it does something to the rosaries, I guess. Oh, gotcha. I guess that's why missing is part of his name. That's funny. Or, I mean, it's almost missing. Switch the G in the end, but yeah, that's funny. Miss no in. It's got to be like saying something, right? Miss sing. No, oh no, there is sing. There's an N in the G. Fucking see my. Pardon me, my text screen is small. Can I increase its size? No, I can't. Lean in and read the chat because it's on my small tablet. So tablet's like 3 times the size of my phone, like screen wise. So it's like it's bigger. It's just not like a fucking computer monitor that most streamers have to view the chat. Randomo. Not the bowl I was looking for. Bunch of ash. I need to go to Moonglow. Something we have to do in Moonglow also. So, see if we can get both these things done here. See if we get a 2-for-1. See if we get a 2-for-1. Ah! Uh, uh, we don't need it. If we mess it up, we can just do endless. All right, I got a second card here. What does this do? Sapphire Mist. All weapons have a chance to fire twice instead of once when activated. Listed weapons might fire more than twice instead. Oh. The bracelet's flames and... Okay. Still like that. Moonlight Bull Arrow. So... let's just grab everything. I think that's the thing, right? Just fucking grab everything. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Santa is here. Santa is here. Santa is here. Four, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, so all of those we level up. Oh, hey, you! You're an Arcana. Kill this guy. Kill that guy. Stop killing the pots. Kill the enemies. Suppose we can try that new card we got. There you are. Yeah, get him. I want the axe. Yeah, dude. I hate it every time I go to pick up a chest in this game. The level up menu pops up. Like I'm pressing, in preparation, I'm pressing X to get to open the fucking chest. This is... We need stuff. I need to get an ice cube real quick. Oh. Ah. water. Perfect, let's go. Trigger a Weird Souls Purifier with Santa Ladonna, Silver Trophy, extra 10 Hail from the Future. Trigger a Weird Souls Purifier with Santa Ladonna. Cool, so let's just... lose his control. I'm just gonna go Sigma, man. Okay. Hail from the Future. Receive one of the listed items when leveling up. Dope. We will take... this guy genius will take Armadillo. Take... Where's blocks off the rip? It's so weird. Alright, guys, I'm going to continue to listen to Sacred Symbols PlayStation podcast. So, I've already been listening to them like 33 minutes and 42 seconds in. So, that's the audio you're going to be hearing.
Watch Kitchen Nightmares. Go in the kitchen and dump raw chicken all over the floor. It's like, guys, come on. What is this? You know? It's if you never watch Kitchen Nightmares, it's almost all of it is on YouTube, except for the newest season.
I think there's even a kitchen. I could be wrong about this, but I think there's like a Kitchen Nightmares stream where they like stream on YouTube. Yeah, they do that with Bar Rescue and a few other things too, which is kind of Bar Rescue is another great show. If you guys haven't watched that, but which is similar in spirit. Oh, I love Gordon Ramsay. He's like so great. Back in when I was in college, like 20 years ago. And they were doing Hell's Kitchen kind of the beginning of it, one of the first seasons. And I was watching it with my friend Abby, and he said something like, "The carrots are fucking raw, Virginia." So like one of the girl, like the woman named Virginia, we would just say that for years to each other. Like everything's raw, everything's undercooked. I saw a funny video. You know when he like gets served the food and then he just picks it apart?
Yeah.
There's like a video of him doing that to like the people's food where it's like, well, you're kind of fucking it up, Gordon. You know, like. I know you don't want to eat it or you want to make fun of it, but it's also like sometimes it's just like he's like, look at this shit. It was like a burger that was put together and now it's like all over the plate or whatever. Yeah. Like, yeah, you just picked the burger apart. Like,
well, I love the ones too where like I don't know if you've ever seen episodes where he's like it's in the beginning usually when he's like giving his general kind of like surveil and he's eating the food and then there's maybe somebody else in there also eating and then he goes like how's your bisque or whatever and then they turn around and they pretend like they're experts. They're like, it's actually fucking disgusting. And it's like there's no way you think, like, I feel like you're just saying that because Gordon Ramsay's there and you know that, like, you're going to get through the edit by saying, yeah, it tastes like nut sacks or something. You know what I mean? Like, you're still eating it. Yeah, you aren't leaving or, like, demanding their money back. Like, they're perfectly fine on what they're eating.
On Hell's Kitchen, there's, like, a whole meta, too, like the restaurant, the fake restaurant where they serve food. And those people are clearly invited, like Hollywood people, like LA people. And then every once in a while there's a conflict where he goes out and protects the chefs from someone's complaints. Like, very unusual situation. Gordon Ramsay's very compelling.
Oh yeah,
very compelling.
Yeah, he's a entertaining guy, man. Like that, but everything he's on is like way more. Like it would not be half the show without him. Like, if it was just the premise and it was just some random guy going around giving people advice on how to run their restaurants, it would suck. But it's because it's him and he's going around like, what's he doing?
He's turning all the buckets upside down and dumping everything on the ground.
All over the ground.
This is so fucking ham. You should be shocked. It's great. It's so over the top. I love it.
The other thing, and Dustin, you might have noticed this too, and this is one of my favorite things, is that I love they do this in Kitchen Nightmares specifically, not any of the other stuff, is they'll do the thing where, like, he speaks directly to the camera. You know what I'm talking about? So, there'll be, like, a camera guy outside, like, behind the restaurant, and there'll be, like, a 2-second beat, and then he'll come out of the door. That's all right.
Right, so this restaurant needs a deep makeover.
It's so good, like, he's so good, you know? I like how he's so good. That's so funny. I love that shit. Yeah.
I like how he always clearly, like, kind of in the middle of, like, every time he's done with a sentence, he looks down at, like, the cue and that speech that he's written. It's like, oh, so here. I don't know if they've got a chance. They've got a lot of bullshit to figure out. Yeah. Like, he always sits inside, and then he walks off into the distance.
Yeah, he, like, walks down the street or some shit.
It's like, I love it. It's so clearly fake. It's so weird because Kitchen Nightmares is obviously, it's real. Like, it's probably one of the more real reality shows, but also, like, there's so many things about it that are obviously fake because it has to be a show. So it's like that interesting marriage of, like, this is clearly all fake, but it's all real also. Like, these people are real, this restaurant is real, they're not fake people. I remember that one where, like, it was the two Italian, it was like the Italian couple that was just unbearable. I can't remember, it was like some old guy. Oh man, I wish it's like one of the more famous ones, but they're real people. And they're like just being crazy.
There's one, probably the most famous episode is called Amy's Baking Company.
That's the one I was thinking.
Is that the one? Okay, yeah. If you're gonna watch any episode, you have to watch Amy's Baking Company because, dude, they are both straight up insane. And it's not. It's like you said, Chris. It's definitely, especially the American version. You can tell they are making things more dramatic than you need to. This one, though, dude, it was not needed. But
Those are real people.
the UK version is a little more real, I think. It's less heavy on like the accent sounds when there's a raw thing or whatever. So it's the best. I'm at the point where I think I want to watch every episode of Kitchen Nightmares ever. I'm that invested.
I've probably seen every one of the British ones, not in recent years, but like from 2004 to 2012 or something like this. They were all available. They might have even been. I feel like when Netflix first started streaming, they might have even had like that might have been one of the marquee things they had or something like that. And I watched. So you watch whatever is on there. And I love that kind of stuff because, like I said, I love Bar Rescue and I love Top Chef. And I haven't watched these shows in a long time, but yeah, good stuff, man. And I've become very self-aware of this because I was in production for a long time, specifically at a place like IGN, where it's like it's filmed very fake. You know, did you see the video of the Costco guys? Like, it's like filming behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Like someone like this dude's a total auteur. Like, I started getting broken by shit like that, and I break it for other people now too, where I'm watching something and I'm like, dude, this is so funny. It's all B-roll. Like, it's like, you know, work at the computer. I'm gonna come in. I'm just meeting for the first time, but our camera's inside the house. Like shit like that. People never think of it. You know, and then when you start doing that kind of production, you're like, oh shit, this is all bullshit. You know, like all of it. Constant bullshit and misrepresentation of like the situation because of the positioning of the cameras and where you're going and stuff. And people just, I really started becoming more aware of one of these like adventurer YouTubers that I watch, like the guys that go camping and all the rest, and they're filming themselves. So like they're walking down a path, and I'm like, you put the camera at the end of the path, and then you walk back, and then you walk towards the camera. And most people are not going to think about that, but I can't stop seeing that shit over and over again. It's very funny. Shout out, Gordon, if you're a listener, well, hey, hit us up.
Go on, take us. Maybe we can do a Dave the Diver. It's about running a restaurant.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Play Overcooked with them would be funny. If you
Oh my God.
video games to that level,
Gordon Ramsay playing Overcooked would be fucking hilarious.
It'd be funny to just but if you had an understanding of video games, it would be funny to play a game like that. You know, very funny actually.
That would be hilarious.
It's fucking alpha.
It's in fucking alpha.
There would be episodes where he goes and leaves and everything seems fine, and they're like, after the recording this episode, the restaurant closed within 2 weeks due to too much financial burden or something. So it's like, shut
I would kill for that.
Oh my god, that would be so good.
This shit fucking sucks. Yeah. What a disgrace. Alright. Okay. Nimbus, thank you for writing in. That was quite the conversation to begin. Yeah, Tristan Kimball wrote in. So, Colin, I know you're doing well for yourself, but I don't mean to preach. Hear me out. How would you feel about taking a break from smoking weed? Years ago when I was smoking dabs, I've never done dabs before, I heard they really fuck you up. I used to wake up incredibly nauseous every morning, so I had to completely stop smoking to make it go away. I believe I had CHS, cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, and it was horrible. Since then, I've started taking tolerance breaks every year or two, and I feel it has served me well. It'll be challenging, but you come out of it stronger mentally in the end. If that's not a good enough reason, then just think about how high you'll get when the break is over. Seriously though, some time away from the weed could be eye-opening for you. Thank you for reading my inquiry. I hope you gents have a great day. I'll shut up and listen. Thank you, Tristan, for writing in. You know, your inquiry hit me in a weird place because I really have been thinking about this lately. I've been smoking weed for so long that more than half my life that I don't really know what it is to be away from it for a really long period of time. When I go on vacation, I don't smoke. There are times where I didn't smoke, you know, for a few weeks or whatever. But as I'm decoupling myself from my medication and feel like, oh no, I was on a lot of anxiety depression meds, and I've gotten off of all of them except for, and I got off of everything except for Lexapro, which is just a normal antidepressant or whatever, and I reduced that down 3 times over from the dose I was on. So I'm in a good place with that, and I want to feel more, like, I feel like I was in some sort of nebulous sort of cloud for a while, and I explained to Chris especially, I met Chris when I was in like that I feel like I needed to be in it, actually, for a while. Like, it helped me survive, it helped me get through it. I'm really grateful for it. Especially my time in California, late in California, early in the Virginia experience. I don't know what I would have done if I had to actually exist without any of that sort of thing, because it was tough. But I realized over time that I didn't want to live like that anymore. What I really realized with my meds was that I had no highs or lows. And avoiding the lows was good, but then I realized, like, wow, I am really sad, but I can't cry. And I know I want to, but I can't. Or I'm really excited and happy, but I don't really feel it. I know mentally, like, intellectually, that's where I should be, but I'm not there. And that's the reason why I wanted to get off of that stuff, was because, like, you have to kind of sacrifice. There's a feeling that you don't want the lows. The lows are really bad. I've never been suicidal, for instance. I know people that have been. Like, I always say that when I see a new therapist, or you have to explain something. It's like, I want to be clear. Like, I've never been suicidal. I'm deeply depressed and sad, but I've never been to that level. And I know some people need to kind of remove the lows and the highs in order to stay away from things like that, and I appreciate that. But for me, I look at weed now, and I think about it, and I'm like, yeah, I think it's like the last bastion of me feeling again. Because I think what people are confused about, and I get it, is like, I don't smoke to get high, and I don't get high. And I think anyone who knows me knows that. Like, they watch me smoke, and I'm not stoned. Like, yeah. I told the story about when my dad came and saw me in Santa Monica. We walked around and smoked a joint, and he's like, "You smoked this whole thing?" And I'll never forget that as long as I know. I'm like, yeah, 4 times a day. You know? And I'm not proud of that. Because I think some people say, like, oh, you're just stoner, you feel proud of that. It's like, I'm not. I know. Like, I know it's a problem and all those kinds of things. But I'm trying to find the thing that's at least abrasive on my health in totality will allow me to not feel the anxiety, the sadness, and the sort of listlessness that I often feel and have felt in my life. And so I have this interest in, like, what you're talking about is not even what I'm thinking about. Like, what I'm like, ultimately I wonder, like, should I just stop? Could it happen? Will it happen? Obviously I have some sort of, like, it's not addictive. Like, when I went to San Diego and did smoke for 3 days, it was fine. You don't feel it. But there is a mental addiction to it. No doubt. You know? And I think about it a lot. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. Like, for what end am I even doing this? You know? And it's a scary thing to kind of confront. Because I don't want to feel the way I've felt in the past. Again, it's not like the suicidal thing, which is horrible in and of itself that people feel that way. It's more of like the, I don't want to get out of bed, or I don't want to do anything, and I don't want to talk to anyone, and all that. And I feel like my experience has broken that down in such a specific way that it's hard for me to imagine. Like, when you get medicinal marijuana in California or here in Virginia or whatever, like, you can say anything you want. Then they'll basically give it to you. But I'm not one of the people, I'm being honest with them. I'm like, this helps me sleep, this helps me kind of just be normal. And I don't want to rely on it that much anymore. So I don't know if that's gonna lead to me stopping. I don't think so. Yeah, I might hear it. And I've never done, like, I don't do dabs and stuff like that. I would really understand the whole, how that even works. You know? It seems like it really fucking wrecks you in some way. I also miss, like, the weed I grew up with where it wasn't so strong. Everything seems to be, like, getting crazier and crazier. If you read, like, the THC count and all these things, like, the strands you get. It's like, I don't really feel like this anyway. So I often in my mind dandy about, like, what does it look like for me to stop rolling? And how will that feel? And, like, and when will I feel okay to do it? There's a comedian, like, that I watch, I can't remember the guy's name. He was actually a podcaster. He was, like, on, not Red Scare, but, like, one of those kinds of shows, like Come Town or something like that. And he had said, it was just like a passing thing he said in the routine, which we thought was really funny, where he's like, oh, gotta smoke weed, almost felt something. you know, or like almost had a feeling, almost had a thought, you know, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of understand what you mean. It's like deep inside of me is like a real sadness, and I don't mean to be like dramatic or melodramatic. I just know that it's there and I don't want to deal with it. So, you expect an answer that deep? But is it on my mind? Sure, it is. It's on my mind. From what I can remember anyway. Just thank you for writing. Finally. Oh no, there's two more. Yazid wrote in and said, hey gents, if you could choose to have the rest of your life's poop condensed into one bathroom visit, would you take it? In other words, you'd only go to the bathroom this one time, but you're going to poop years worth of stuff, including the various consistencies for however long it takes, and only have to wipe once.
Alright.
Personally, I wouldn't do it, as it would highlight my immortality.
Merchant. It's a playable character.
Would that mean I'm going to die in a year, 2 years? There's also the problem of consumers, because I'd have to flush constantly and clog would be catastrophic. You can't stop once you start. So it might be worth going to the desert, sit on top of a sand dune, or try to find a cliff in the forest. But in my case, that would require traveling. What do you guys think? Would you do it? Would including pee sweeten the deal? Thanks, and keep up the good work. See, this is the thing, is that I hate peeing actually a lot more than I hate pooping.
Fever lasts longer.
There's something
Wow.
very relieving about pooping. Yeah, I don't think it's great. You know, yeah, it feels good. It's like, no, not always. Sometimes you're fighting for your life. You know, that's me every few weeks.
Yeah.
Where I'm in the field.
What's next?
So that does happen. And if I would have to deal with all of that in turn, see, you're very clever, Yazid, because you could judge if you were measuring the volume, and you can assume something about how you eat, then you would be able to figure out how long you live. And that would be dark. It's like what I've told in the past, like when I did the Ouija board with my friends when I was in elementary school, it told us all when we were going to die. You know? Now, mine was wrong, because it told me I was going to die when I was 23, and I'll tell you right now, I thought about it every day of my entire life. From when I was 11 years old until I was 23 years old. And then when I was 23, I was like, I don't know.
High alert.
Something's going to happen. Yeah. Yeah, like... And then I became 24, and I was like, okay, that was bullshit. But I also remember that it told us my friend Tim was going to die when he's 56, and I'm going to be paying close attention, you know, to that. So you don't want to know information that's not meant for you. I never would want to know when I'm going to die. I would never want to know how much life I have left or how I'm going to die or whatever. It's just like, ugh. Because I always think about that. It's so sad when people have, and this might happen to me one day, I have no idea, hopefully not, but it's like you have like this really aggressive form of cancer or like some sort of real problem, like you have 6 months. Like, what? What do you do with that information? And I think I might have expressed it on this show that I've thought about it in the sense of like the sad sense. It's like, it's April 2nd. This is my last April 2nd. You know? This is like my last Easter, my last first day of summer. It's like, oh my God, dude, what? Please, God, don't do that to me. You know? Because I would just obsess for the rest of my time. I think if it lights a fire under some people's ass, I don't think that would happen for me. So, Dustin, would you poop all of your life's poop in one sitting if you never had to poop again?
Who would say yes to this? Really?
I don't
That's my question. Just because.
Oh.
Man, just imagine the volume. Really. The volume. Who would say yes to this? Really?
I don't
That's my question. Just
I don't know.
because. Man, just imagine the volume. Really. The volume, if you're, assuming you're pooping once or twice a day, think about all the days you've got in the rest of your life. Honestly, the act of getting it all out at once might be the death of you in the first place. So it sounds like a risky game, if you ask me. And like you said earlier, I have to agree, pooping is great. I don't want to say I'm like looking forward, like, man, I can't wait till my next shit. But when it happens and it's, it can be nice.
It can be thrilling.
Thrilling. Yeah. So no, I'm clearly going to say no, and I question anyone who would say yes.
The pee thing is actually way more compelling because I hate peeing. I'm always peeing. It's like I have to, and I've said this before, like I've always had to pee a lot my entire life. And I didn't realize this until I drank beer, and then I would be like, it would be a joke amongst friends at the bar. It's like I got to go to the bathroom every 10 minutes, basically. Once I break the seal, it's like it's over for me. And this has been going on my whole life. So when I turned into more of a bourbon and cocktail drinker, that was like a real serendipitous thing. It's just dehydrating you. You don't have to pee at all the entire night, as opposed to just constantly peeing. Just peeing always. I have to pee in the middle of the night, waking me up, peeing during the game, peeing when I'm playing a video game, peeing when I'm on the fucking road. Chris, would you poop at all?
I don't know. I feel like there are things worth considering here, like just the cost of toilet paper, for example. Like I know that there's some people have bidets or whatever, but like, that's kind of wild to like never have to worry about that ever again. You know what I mean? Like for the rest of your life, it's just like that's just no longer an expense, and it's a lot of time too. Like, cause I don't know, for me, like I really abuse my time in the bathroom whenever I have to poop, because I'm just like, I'm gonna be sitting here, you know. I'll like go on my phone, play a game for like a while. You know, it's a lot longer than like peeing takes like what, like 30 seconds. You know, I don't know. This could be compelling. I wouldn't want to do it in my house. I probably would make the trek to like a desert. I think I might do it, just because that expense is the lack of that expense for toilet paper is compelling. I personally, peeing for me is like a lot more satisfying. Like I feel a lot more instant relief for me. So I might do it. Although, like that is, and I think it might be so traumatizing on some level.
Yeah.
But I don't think I can even really focus on like, oh, how long am I gonna live? But like, I think the whole thing is just going to be like really uncomfortable, and I wouldn't even be able to really assess at all.
You poop probably for several months, I would assume, if you lived a normal life, right? Like maybe a couple months or something like that. You poop. See, to me, I would. What about going in the ocean and doing it?
There's
You know,
an
but
island, a shit island.
it's just island and shit and shit. The fish are already doing it. You know, what do you think?
Yeah.
You think whales go to the fucking bathroom? They're just pooping.
That's true. Yeah.
But did you just poop? That's fine.
I don't know how I feel about this. I do feel like I'm leaning closer to maybe it seems like strangely compelling. But yeah, if it would take months, then like I don't know.
It seems like it would be a labor. You know?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I do like the idea of getting everything over with at once is a very compelling idea to me. I'll say that.
Thank you for giving us something to think about, Yassine. And get help. Finally, Travis Terry has I'm curious about what. I don't know the answer, because have I been to the movies with either? I don't think so.
No way.
You know, I was just thinking, like, for some reason, Chris, I was like, did Chris and I see Star Wars together or something? But no, it wasn't. It was randomly remote in California. Travis Terry wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, what is your go-to movie theater drink and snack? Thank you guys for all that you do." Chris, you go to the movies, you're gonna see a 2.5-hour film. What do you get?
I mean, dude, I don't get fancy with the movies, man. Like, I get my popcorn. You know, I'm not getting like a fucking pretzel or like a spaghetti fucking bolognese or whatever the fuck these people are. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not getting crazy with it. But I usually like sneak in something. I'll usually sneak in Arizona, which by the way is hilarious because they're so big.
You gotta wear your Jinkos.
Yeah, I wear a
You get a
Jinkos.
2-liter.
Yeah. But if we're talking like strictly like not sneaking anything in, which I usually do. Like I'll sneak in like, I don't know, like chips or I don't know, goldfish or some kind of drink. If we're talking about just the theater experience, I love the blue or even the red icy. Like that icy, whatever that shit is. Good shit. And I never have it outside of the movie theater, so it's always like a nice kind of like, ooh, this is like a flavor of the experience here that I get to indulge in. But it's usually, I don't know, like buttered popcorn and one of those ices. Like I don't go crazy.
I'm trying to find. I can't find it. I was looking for a tweet I thought I made at one point when I was in Santa Monica, where I would go to the movies down the street from me, and I would go to the McDonald's, like that shitty McDonald's. You know what I'm talking about? That
Yeah,
like horrible
I remember.
McDonald's at like near Ocean Avenue. And I would just sneak in McDonald's. I would wear my Northeastern hockey jacket, and I would just sneak in McDonald's. I'd have like fries in my pocket, like 2 burgers. And that was
so crazy.
good shit. I love
So
that place.
disrespectful to everybody else. in the theater just to smell McDonald's, dude, when they're trying to watch Les Mis or something.
That's good though, isn't it? I mean, that's a good smell, isn't it?
I mean,
everyone
It's
has
not
to
when
eat
you're
it.
not eating it.
Yeah, if you... I love that so much McDonald's to sneak in. But McDonald's is crazy. That's I remember that one. That's the one where I had to crush my fries in front of someone because I didn't want to. Somebody was accosting me for my fries at that McDonald's. They were like, "Yo, let me get one of your fries." And I didn't want to speak to him, and I didn't want to give him a fry, and so I just took all my fries and crushed them in my hand to just spite. It's like, no, how dare you even have? I'd rather no one had these.
Yeah, exactly. Like that, you have to really take your life into your own hands at that McDonald's. But I did. But typically, I just love a big popcorn, lots of butter. You know, I like when you have the really careful guy that like will put a bit of popcorn in the butter, a little bit of popcorn in the butter.
Oh yeah, the layers.
Yeah, and yeah. So that and then just the Coke with no ice, or Pepsi if that's what they serve with no ice. And you just kind of milk that for a little while. You nurse that. Yes. Yeah. Dustin, what are you nibbling on there?
So my go-to is also what Chris said, the Blue Icy. The Blue Icy reigns supreme. I'm willing to splurge on it. Because, dude, I mean, the movie theater food prices now, dude, pay $8 or $9 for an Icy. It's out of hand. But I'll do it. I don't care. So, dude, that's the thing. Me and Ben and I see movies together not very much recently, but we've gone quite a few times. And we were like, dude, this is the Icy fan club right here, Ben and I. And we're open to new applicants if you'd like to join the Icy fan club. But sometimes popcorn, but Colin, you mentioned the nursing. It is a delicate dance because you don't want to be left with all this popcorn and no drink.
Right.
So I can't control myself. I'm going to keep eating the popcorn. And then I will be the thirstiest I've ever been in my life in the middle of a movie with no drink. So, gotta play the game right.
Popcorn is so good.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Man, oh man.
Good shit. Movie
Yeah.
theater, I don't know what people knock movie theater popcorn for you know, I think valid reasons, but like I don't know, there's something about there really is something about the pairing of like sitting in a dark theater with popcorn that is just like it's so great. It's every time, even when I make popcorn for myself at home, like just as like a snack or whatever, I just think about the movie theater. They're so linked inextricably to me. Good shit. That Blue Ice is a good pairing. I've literally like I've gotten to the end of like a movie before and I still have like half my popcorn left and I'll just like walk home with the bucket eating popcorn and I look probably like a crazy person, but it's good.
By the way, I do out and out reject the idea that bringing McDonald's in is like a torture to other people. These people you can buy a hot dog, nachos, pizza. It's like, come on, man. You just want to bring in McDonald's? What does that do?
So I've seen all of these options at the movie theater. I've seen these. Okay, you can get a hot dog. You can get a fucking, I don't know, skirt steak. I don't know what the hell. I've never seen anybody get these things. Maybe I haven't been paying attention, but like I feel like every time I look around, people either have popcorn or they have like a candy, which by the way can be annoying. Like the whole like the rag and the crinkling, especially during like a quiet moment. I saw like the new Alien movie, and that movie starts out with like a kind of like a long, almost like uncomfortable actual silence, like they deleted the audio clip. It's like deep space, and it's really cool. But then some guy's like fumbling with his fucking jujubes, and it's like, shut it up.
I was at the movie theater last week, and there was a guy behind me who, Colin, you'll love this. He was eating popcorn so loud, and then after he was done chewing, he was like he was still smacking. He was eating popcorn with like it was the consistency of peanut butter. Long stretch, dude. I was losing my mind.
I would kill someone if I had to hear that.
Yeah.
This is what I was talking about earlier. You should eat a drink for yourself. You know, no one else wants to hear you. You know, like no one else wants to hear it. No one else wants to see it.
I'm a performative eater.
Get it for your
for others.
Get it for your fucking head.
Yeah. I'm selfless. I do things for other people.
Right. I understand. When my parents got divorced, my mom dated this guy for years who would eat like, and I was like, how did you got through your entire life?
It's great, like a fucking hand puppet. That's insane.
It's crazy, and like it didn't seem to bother almost anyone. And I was like, why? It's very strange. I want to fucking kill you. I wanted to kill him for a lot of different reasons. All right. On that note, let's get into the news. Some more news items to get through, then some what we're playing, get through the games we're messing around with, and we'll get some of the bigger news items. We'll wrap things up. There's supposed to be a state of play next week, apparently. So
Oh,
it should be an interesting episode. I had heard it was to do this week from some
state of
so I
play.
might have known. I don't have any sources telling me anything about this. So I think next week will be pretty interesting. This week's pretty interesting though too. And it all starts here. I want to talk about Concord. I wasn't going to ever
Dude,
talk about this game.
here we go.
Who really gives a shit?
Here we go.
However,
This is
and
the
I don't
clip
do-
that's been making around the internet since Friday.
I talk about this a lot. I was a journalist at one time, and I used to break a lot of stories. And these days, I don't really grind like that. So the stories that I break these days are usually people, always, not usually, always people coming to me. And someone who worked on Concord
This is wild, guys.
reached out to me, and I verified who this person was, and went through all that, and talked to this person extensively, for a long time. And got some, I think, interesting information that I can share about Concord. I think people will be interested about it. The reason that I wanted to talk about it is because some of the assumptions that I had made about the game were dead wrong, as far as how much it cost and how much Sony really lost on it. So the big thing that you really need to know here about this is that Concord cost about $400 million.
Oh my god.
And the story goes that Concord, by the time Concord was, so in the first quarter of 2023, Concord had basically entered an alpha state. This was before Sony had even purchased the team. But Sony had been working with Probably Monsters, and which is the original owner of Firewalk and Firewalk, probably since late 2020, maybe 2021 at the latest on Concord. The game was in development before that. Up to the point that the game went into alpha state, they had already spent about $200 million on it. And it's unclear how much of that money is from Probably Monsters and the original investors into the game, and how much of that money was from Sony. There's this term in product development, not only with games, but really with everything. You can manufacture a tchotchke. You guys might have heard of it. It's called minimum viability, or minimum viable product. The idea behind this, or MVP, the idea behind this is that this is what you're trying to achieve, and it's once you cross this barrier, you feel comfortable selling it. It's not that it's the best it can be, or that it's what it's going to be by the time you launch it, because there's all sorts of extra stuff you do to it, but this is the minimum viability of the product. When the game had already had $200 million spent on it and was basically in an alpha form in quarter one of 2023, from that point until the game launched, Sony spent another $200 million on it. The scuttlebutt behind the scenes about Concord is that the game was in a laughable shape when it was shown, and basically when the alpha was ready to go, and they were kind of being we're ready to kind of get moving towards getting this thing out in the next year or two. It was in such horrible shape that Sony felt like they needed to spend that much money again. So 200 plus 200 to get the game to the MVP status, not to the status of it being a great game, to get it to just viability. And that at that time in quarter one 2023, there was nothing done. A major expense was having to urgently outsource much of the game to other studios to finish
Fucking wild.
building the game out. And that
Future of PlayStation.
up to the point in which the game was shown in alpha. Onboarding, nothing about that. There was nothing about how players get on, how they make their character, all that kind of stuff, or choose their character and get
This
there.
game is
on its station.
quoted to be the future of
Very
PlayStation.
specific and boutique things that happen to games like this. And so
Crazy.
that's the first thing that I wanted to say, is that it's not only about the ongoing cost, which would be in the millions to keep the game going per month, but that the game cost about $400 million to make, soup to nuts. Sony put most of that money in, and it is not only so, because we had kind of said like this must be Sony's biggest loss ever on a game, and it is. It's the biggest game Sony's ever released from a budgetary standpoint, first party or second party. So let that sink in.
Crazy.
And it's totally unintuitive. There are games that are in development right now at Sony first and second party that are more expensive than this. But as of the games that have come out so far, so think about like Spider-Man 2 and so on and so forth. We know The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million. Spider-Man 3 is going to cost about $350 million. This game costs more than that. And they lost all of it because they made no money. They made about $1 million gross revenue, and then they gave it all back. So this is a huge, multiple hundreds of millions of dollar loss. Now the question is, why? Why did this happen? This game was heavily championed behind the scenes. Now we know this because Sony ended up. What's funny is that the game is presented in Q1 2023 as this. You know, we're kind of getting towards the end. The game is nowhere near being done. It's in a horrible position, and then Sony buys the team. The idea behind this was, and the term apparently
This is nuts.
used, that Concord is the future of PlayStation.
Oh my god.
That they had such major ambition for this game that it was referred to internally as a Star Wars-like project from Sony. That
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous to say that.
revisited over and over and over again.
Because when Star Wars was created, they didn't know how big it was going to be. Like, come on, guys. You don't create to be the next biggest fucking thing. You just create and you focus on making your game great in hopes that it fucking finds and sticks an audience. Like Vampire Survivors here. They didn't know this game was going to be wildly successful. Although they probably did a little bit because the dude who made this game fucking made slot machines, so he knows how to make addicting shit. But anyway.
Not only across media, but in what we were seeing, we've already kind of seen little bits of it. So the weekly story vignettes that they were going to release, and then of course the inclusion of Amazon's Secret Levels anthology, that's like just scratching the surface of it. Ironically, the game was codenamed Chaos on the scenes.
That's so funny.
And a major thing about the game is that there was, and I think we can kind of get this vibe from just the nature of the people making it and kind of the way the game reads and all that, a toxic positivity vibe.
Oh my god.
You weren't allowed to say anything, apparently internally, about this.
So dumb.
About how, like, something's wrong with it, character designs are not right,
That's wild, man.
and so on and so forth. They really, truly believe this was Herman Hulst's baby, apparently. And he internally was himself a massive champion of the game. So
Fail.
it's not that. So the reason
Sorry, Herman. That's a massive fail, dude.
It's that I had said when people were like Concord lost $200 million. Now people were pulling that money out because that's basically how much like some of the first party games like Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us Part 2, etc. kind of cost in that frame. And I was like, there's no way that it costs that much. I was saying like it cost 9 figures probably, like low $100 million, but there's no way it cost $200 million. No, it cost $400 million. So, and I'm totally solid on this source, by the way. So that's why I'm willing to share it with you, because again, I'm not really a journalist. So, yeah, the big things to take away: $400 million loss. The game was in horrible shape as of 18 months before release. Not even monetization, no onboarding, most content not even there. The game was in such bad shape at that point that they spent the budget of it again in urgent outsourcing to get the game finished from all of these different angles over an 18-month period. Internally, the game was considered part of the future of PlayStation, with heavy cross-media references and a system of toxic positivity surrounding it that didn't allow anyone to meaningfully change the course of the game. Because if the people at the top truly believe in something, you're not going to be able to do much about that, I don't think, from the trenches. So I thought people would be
Fucking
interested,
stupid.
and just wanted to throw that out there. That yeah, Sony really saw this as a Star Wars-like project for them, like the potential to. And now it makes sense. Not only why they spent so much money on it, but why they bought the team. So there are people there, and to me, it's unclear who exactly the people are. I know some of the names. I don't want to get too deep into that because a lot of the things I learned were off the record, but obviously this is on background. And it's like, yeah, now it makes a little more sense. You spent, and by the way, the $400 million not included in how much it cost to buy the team.
Oh.
So
Wild.
yeah, so Concord is Sony's biggest released game by budget to date, and it is the biggest loss that they've ever had as a company on a project before. I think that the it's unclear to me what the future holds for Firewalk. I couldn't learn too much about that. It honestly doesn't seem good. I don't know if you've seen that a lot of. This is like really in the trench nerd shit. But ArtStation, that website where a lot of artists put their stuff up, like their portfolios and stuff, like a shit ton of Concord stuff has been appearing on there. As in people are dumping, their assets on there under the expectations that they're going to start losing access to this stuff. So you can read into that a little bit. I don't know if Sony wants to just write this entire thing down and be done with it. If I were in their position, I think Jaffe would argue it's like you have this really talented group of people, but if you don't want to like let them go, like once you paid for them, you might as well keep them and have them do something else. However, it reminds me a little bit, I'm a sports fan, as people know I'm wearing my Jets sweatshirt right now. Jets play the Patriots tonight, so I'll either be really happy or really sad by the time you hear this. For that reason, I'm always really sad about a lot of other different reasons. But it reminds me of like sports teams where on paper it's really great, but the chemistry's not there. The execution's not there. Like this particular permutation doesn't work. No matter how much talent, how much money, how much time and effort, how much buy-in was there, it simply doesn't work. I would think Firewalk would get shut down because of that. But I have no information on that specifically. What I wanted to tell you guys about specifically, the budget, Sony's belief in the game, the future of PlayStation Talk, the toxic positivity, how bad of shape Concord was in, and how much money they had to spend just to get it to where it was. Pretty crazy shit. And I don't know too much about the Sony side of it, other than to say that I think that there's a lot of mixing up of personnel over this, that games are being moved around and canceled, that in some sense Concord might just be scratching the surface of like how much money Sony's trying to spend on projects. So I thought people would find that interesting, and rock solid source, so glad to share it with you guys. And if you guys ever want to talk about, if you work on games or anything like that and you want to talk, you can always reach out to me. I don't seek you guys out anymore like I used to, but you can always reach out to me or through one of the producers of the show and get in touch, and we'll talk that way. I always protect my sources. So any thoughts on that before we move on, Dustin?
Yeah, well, the biggest, I don't know about the most interesting thing, but the thing that sticks out to me right now is that you said that Herman Holst was the champion of this game, because I think that without this information, if we wanted to point a finger, we probably would have had Jim Ryan, being that assumingly this was set into motion under his leadership. But if he was trusting Herman Holst, who's now become president as well, that's concerning.
Co-CEO, even worse.
Co-CEO, yeah.
Because that was something, and again, on the Sony side, not a lot of information to share, but there was probably a lot of people buying in and believing the hype. And I think that it seems like people that are working on these games don't really know what they're doing, but I think that that's fairly obvious.
Yeah. It's just so odd, because I'm sure there are a million things we say on this show, and there are lots of developers that listen to us, and they say, wow, they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. And a lot of times, they're probably right. We only have the perspective from the outside. None of us have ever been developers. Colin, you have the most experience being inside and see how it works, but there's still a lot of things we don't understand.
Sure.
In this case, though, with Concord,
What's up, Dempsey?
saw that first trailer.
Just listening to Sacred Symbols, PlayStation podcast.
The writings on the wall for this one. How did... I mean, surely there were people inside that knew that.
Got the Platinum last night, Platinum 156. Just hanging out, doing a few last things, listening to... This was Friday's podcast, but it goes on the free feeds. It's available Fridays for Patreon members, but free on the free feeds on Mondays. I'm a freeloader, so...
But if you, it's like you said, the positive toxicity.
Toxic positivity.
Toxic
positivity. Wild.
Nailed down to be in the conversation.
Have you heard this Concord news? Holy shit, man.
Like, no one believed it. No one like wanted to change. No one understood how fucked up it was. For all these different angles, it's very weird. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is important to I think touch with the baseline reality that if a game sucks and it's put out into the world, they know. Like nobody's like surprised. Like I think like maybe the higher ups probably are, and maybe like the people in the trenches.
The current news, it started going over, so you may have seen it over the weekend, a clip of Colin Moriarty, the podcast I'm listening to, Sacred Symbols, PlayStation podcast. Again, this is like Friday's episode, and I'm just getting it now because I'm a freeloader, and I'm listening to the whole thing. But he clipped out a segment. He usually clips out segments and proliferates it over the weekend. This one was big breaking news that Sony, huge fucking blunder, dude, with Concord. We know like they shut the game down pretty quickly after launch, but like he broke some fucking news that it's way worse than we ever anticipated. Like just speculating on like, oh, the launch was bad. The dev team took 8 years to fucking make this game. $200 million or like over. No, this was over $400 million to fucking make Concord. It was in bad shape when Sony bought the team. They spent, $200 million was spent on the game to get it to alpha. It wasn't in good shape. They spent another $200 million to get it just viable, not even a good game, just viable. And then toxic positivity, what they're talking about, they couldn't fucking, you couldn't say anything negative about the game. And I love Herman Hulst. I thought he was a good choice for bringing him in as CEO and PlayStation president. He's been doing good so far with First Party Studio. He apparently was the champion of this game, it being a Star Wars-like product for PlayStation and the future of PlayStation. Like, no, and you weren't allowed to say anything bad about it, criticize it. It's like, dude, if you're going to be something as big as Star Wars, first of all, no one is ever going to know if your thing is going to be as big as Star Wars. So developing for that is just fucking stupid. Like, Star Wars didn't know it was going to be as big as it was. Like, come on, guys. Like, Vampire Survivors here didn't know they were going to be as big as it was. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. And if you are going to plan to be big, you have to fucking be the most harsh critic of your own product. And, like, that shit just doesn't make sense to me. Like, oh my God, like, you're not allowed to say, you're in an art industry, an artist's industry, and, like, dude, you go to film school, that's all you do is fucking criticize, like, the whole class gets to criticize your fucking shit. Like, is it good? Is it bad? Because criticism isn't always bad. Like, there's positive criticism. Like, yeah, criticism can be super negative, but it's like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like, are you serious? It's the biggest, by budget standards, it's the biggest budgeted game to release, and it fucking closed after game completely shut down. Nobody fucking likes it. I mean, not nobody likes it. A lot of people say the gameplay is actually really great, but that's what the alphas, it was Sony bought and the $400 million doesn't even include the price that Sony, the price for the team. Like, when they purchased the team. And they purchased the team when the game was in a terrible fucking state. And then they got it to viable. Oh, man, it's nuts. Like, the future of PlayStation is not fucking PvP shooter games. Star Wars, like, the future of PlayStation is what they already do. Their bread and butter. Single player narrative fucking bitchin' ass games. Horizon Zero Dawn. The Last of Us. Uncharted. Like, fucking even dude, right now, Astrobot is the future of PlayStation. Like, fucking come on, man. Like, what are they fucking doing? They needed I know they need a they feel like they need to conquer the shooter space, which they kind of do. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, platforming and action games. Let's go! God of War, let's go! Like, the sales are there. I mean, they're even saying right now God of War Ragnarok is selling soft on PC, but like, I mean, that's to be expected. Their games are, PC is like a new crowd for them, so like, it's gonna take a second to proliferate PlayStation games on PC, but like, you know, people that are there paying attention, like, dude, one of my best friends and old roommates, just recently moved out of here, but like Jer, who I play Fortnite with and stuff, he legit bought a $4,000 computer with a 4090 in it to play God of War 2016 on PC. And the funniest thing is that he still can't, like, he hasn't tried since then, but like his previous computer couldn't run it, and then he got the new computer and it still would crash or whatever upon opening, so he just stopped trying. I don't think he refunded the game, but he just stopped trying. But he needs to like uninstall, reinstall, and give it another go. Yeah, like, dude, well, I mean, I don't even think we have a God of, to be fair, Dempsey, on PlayStation, I think we can buy them like in some sort of a la carte way or whatever, and you can emulate them. Right, like I like getting my games legit too, but dude, I don't even think we really have like a solid God of War 1 through 3 collection. I do have God of War 3 in my library, but I don't have 1 and 2 because 3 was remastered for PS4. So like, and my friend bought that for me. So like, I have it. That's like, you know, that's there. But yeah, 1 and 2 seems to be missing. But I think they said 1 and 2 was kind of remade in one of the PlayStation or Vita games, and that's available on PlayStation. But I don't know. I need to do more research. I'm still murky about that. I don't know what's going on with that. But I am happy, and I think the PC crowd ultimately is too, that like, dude, because PC players, PC crowd is eating very fucking well. The only games you guys are really missing from your library are like Nintendo games. Like, you guys are getting PC, you know, you guys have always had your PC exclusives, like, but now PC games are now coming to PlayStation too. Like, that's fucking sick as fuck. Like, CRPGs and, like, really Baldur's Gate 3, like, day and date launched PC console. Like, that shit's dope as fuck. Well, I mean, not necessarily full launch, because PC often gets early access games. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 was, like, out for, like, a year or two in early access, right? That's some cool fucking shit, man. I don't know. I dig it. And like PlayStation is now launching there. Xbox is obviously Microsoft, the PC company, right? Their OS. So of course they're gonna proliferate Xbox stuff on there. So you got PC, you got your Xbox, and now PlayStation launching their titles on there. It's pretty fucking bitchy, man. Some fucking Helldivers. Let's fucking go. Helldivers was huge, and like, I'm pretty sure it's the PC crowd that's like holding that game down right now. Although right now, PC crowd's dope, and you know, playing PC is good. You guys are eating well, and I think PlayStation ultimately is eating well too, because now we're almost in the same spot as you guys as PC players. Like, we are now getting Xbox games, and we've been getting PC games for a few years now. So it's like, oh shit, like, PC and PlayStation, it's like, if you're on console, more than likely you're on PlayStation, and if you're on fucking, yeah, it's like, you know, if you're on PC, you're getting everyone else's games, and if you're on PlayStation, you're also getting everyone else's games right now. Like, if you're like the hardcore, I need like high, because it's not just the 4K visuals and stuff. It's really, PC is really about the high frame rates, like pushing over 120. You know, it's like, that's the shit. Like, that is a draw for PC, I think. Is like, yeah, like get that super, super high frame rate with the monitors. But like, I'm happy with, 60 frames is fucking solid. So I'm happy with my 60 frame Samsung TV display, my TV. It's a TV, technically not a monitor. Yeah, I hear you on that, because like my wife is the same, my roommate, same dude who has got the computer, he's the same. They like mouse and key, but they're dabbling more with controllers. Like Jer now, he has like a DualSense that he hooks up to his PC for though is what's funny is the single player games, shooters and multiplayer stuff. He still plays mouse and keyboard. But I'm like, dude, because most PC, if you look at like say the Call of Duty pros and any streamers who, now there are a few streamers that still do play mouse and key, like Tim the Tapman, he's playing mouse and key. Dare I say, Dr. Disrespect plays mouse and key. But look at Z-Laner, he's a Call of Duty, he's a PC player. He's a professional for Optic Gaming in Call of Duty Warzone. He's like one of the best Warzone players there is, I think, personally. Dude, that dude, fucking, they all play, majority of all the streamers and pros play on PC, but they play on SCUF controllers with the back paddles. Because, dude, that shit, I've never played with one of those, but I can already tell, dude, that shit elevates your gaming skill like no other. Because, like, you get the back paddle, so your thumb is always on the stick, right? And you can jump, slide, reload without ever taking your thumb off of the aim stick. Like, that's next level, dude. And the only thing, those SCUF controllers super fucking expensive, but I definitely want to get one. If I had the funds, I'd totally try and get one. I must be on Endless, right? This thing, I must have completed the thing by now. Silver Trophy, Extra, 12 Crystal Cries, Trigger, A Starry Heavens with She Moon, Ida. Totally. Okay. Yeah, man. I mean, this Concord. Oh, it looks like my YouTube chat on my thing is messed up. Oh, perfect refresh. Hell, I emulate Android games on. You emulate mobile games? That's fucking hilarious. That's awesome. I prefer mouse. Yes, all those. I God of War Trilogy. I want now on my PC. Kids wrecked my PS3 3 times. Ouch! That's terrible. That sucks. I feel that.
We're making Lord of the Rings Gollum.
Oh my god. Yeah, so we're going to get back to the podcast here. But yeah, dude, the Concord news. Oh my god, and that's still the top conversation right now on the podcast. They call it on the timestamps, it's called Concord Exclusive Scoop. Major fucking blunder with Sony right now, man. I feel like Herman Hulst did this, like a huge negative on Herman Hulst, and that's like a black mark on his record, and they might be questioning his leadership right now. I don't know. I would be kind of, like, what the fuck, man? I mean, who knows how much of the cut was, but like Sony definitely put in at least $200 million, and then the cost of the team. So ever since I've only purchased one console, the Switch. Nice. Yeah. So my console story is very similar. I always usually dabbled with everything. But like I had a kick-ass Alienware PC laptop. But I wanted to upgrade it. So I bought a video card for it. I made sure it was compatible and everything. And I put in the new graphics card myself. I put it in and I turn it on and I just get black screen. So I essentially like lost that laptop. It's like, what the fuck, man? Just lost it. It was bitching too. It was like a $1,400 laptop, Alienware at the time. This was like 2010, 2011. And Man, so that got me off of PC gaming. And no, it wasn't the power supply. It was straight up just changing out the video card. And something, it probably had something to do with like drivers or something with the BIOS or whatever. But this is what I'm talking about. Way too much money on a very expensive piece of hardware. And I was like, I'm done with PC gaming. I still have a PC, but I don't use it to game with. It's more like a work machine, and it was my stream machine. That's what back in the day, I was streaming. Like if you look up my old videos, like my few guides that I have on there that are pretty hot, like my Alien Isolation stuff. But I have some Call of Duty like Blackout clips on there, like all that stuff, like with a face cam and everything. Like I was streaming from my place. That was PS4 gameplay. Through, I was capture carding it and streaming it through the PC, and I was doing OBS, and I had my microphone and everything. I was doing it like that, and I want to get back to that. But with these new consoles, I want to stream in 4K, and 4K capture cards are as much as a PS5, like digital, or I should say a PS4. But it's also, I have a all digital PS5, so I paid, dude, I lucked out with that. It was a digital edition, and I legit paid like with tax like $430. It was like $400 console. I paid as much for my PS5 as I did a PS4, and I've been all digital since PS4. And now to go back to that, so Xbox 360, Xbox lost me the whole Xbox One, of course, reveal and bungle. That was the shot heard around the world. Vibes. And so I'm gonna have to use Bat Robert here. I'll have to figure out another endless run. I had I think a total of 5 Xbox 360s. And I never had a PS3. I heard that they were it was bad and slow and very expensive. Now in the end, they got it correct, I guess, slim model and fixed some stuff, but it's still a nightmare to develop for, which is why we still don't have those games available. But I had so many fucking consoles, 360s. One of them was hacked, so there's that. But then 3 of them legit broke down, and I had an Elite. That was the one that lasted the best and longest. And I think, but then GTA 5 launched at the end of the generation, and the console, because I had it standing upright, the console scratched my disc. And also I was letting my neighbors at the time borrow my games, and they returned my game disc with fucking cereal and shit on it. It was dude, I'm what, dried cereal on the bottom side of the disc, where it would read, the information would read or whatever. What the fuck? So I never lent games out again, and the 360 scratched my GTA 5 disc, making it unplayable. So that was it for me. Yeah, bro. Oh, I have another story from my teens and childhood about another gaming collectible thing that I had. I'll tell you about that in a second. But the game scratched my disc, so that is why I went digital. I bought GTA 5 digitally on Xbox 360, and then when the new consoles were here and launched the PS4, shout out to PS4 launch night, that's when I got my first platinum. I bought a PlayStation Vita a month prior, and I in line to buy the PS4, I snagged my first platinum Uncharted Golden Abyss on Vita. And then that night, got my PS4 with my only PS4 game that I had on, not the only game I had on disc. I also had The Crew, but I had Assassin's Creed Black Flag launch title on disc. I played it on disc and then returned it. And once I was done with it, I didn't get the platinum for that. But once I was done with it, it was my last game I traded in the GameStop. And then every game since I bought digitally, including in recent time and years Assassin's Creed Black Flag because it was on sale for like $10. I was like, hell yeah, library, let's go. Because that was legit my first PS4 game. But yeah, so all digital since the entire PS4 generation, every single game digital. Same with PS5, all digital. And it's what's funny is like all the physical collectors always like talking like, man, why is physical going away? Da, 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 da. It's like, dude, you buy a modern PC, like my roommate, it does not come with a disc drive. PC gamers, I don't know why this isn't in the conversation of this, physical versus digital media, but dude, PC went digital so fucking long ago. Like World of Warcraft days. That's like 2005, 2006. Like when you buy World of Warcraft and like it didn't even come with discs. Like maybe the first like Warcraft original, but like the expansions, they came with fucking codes that you'd put into your account, and then that allowed you to download the expansion files. Like, dude, they went digital like fucking 20 years ago at this point. Almost 20 years PCs went like digital. Steam, you have your Steam library, like everything's just there. Yeah, well, without it, like, granted, like, if it's a work PC, because like my PC has a disk drive too, like you might need some disk drives. You know, you might need a Blu-ray thing, you might need to do something with like media, but like if you're buying a gaming PC, majority of them don't come with the disk drive these days. Oh, it's 420? Oh shit, my wife just yelled out 420. It's technically 422. You know what that means. Yeah, see, exactly. So you work IT, right? So like a friend of ours also, he's like an IT guy. I'm willing to bet he also has a disk drive in his computer. That's what I'm saying. Like working computers, if you work on it, you're gonna have disk drives. But like if you're like my roommate, who, and to be fair, his is also a working PC. But the kind of work he does, he doesn't need the disk drive because his shit is all like software related program stuff, like for like he's got a program for his table that like hooks up to a computer. You can send it to things that like it's like a cutter, like it cuts things out of like wood or like anything really. What's it called, like a C table or something? I think he calls it his C table or some shit. Like he has like a shop, right? And he's like a fabricator, so he like builds and makes a lot of things. So he has like programs where he like designs things, you know, and then like, you know, his table will like cut it out and make it up. So like, and he has a separate PC also for that, but he does things with the new computer as well. But the new computer is mostly for gaming. But then he does have another PC that's got like fucking, you know, he's got like two hard drives in it that are like partitioned. One's got Linux, one's got Windows, and it's like a cracked version of Windows. So he can run his cracked programs and stuff like that, you know, and everything like that. And that's got like the disk drives and all that. But his new gaming PC does no disk drive, and he doesn't care about it because it's like, dude, who's using again, unless you're like, it's your job, you're an IT dude, or you do something on the computer where like you need disks, like, yeah, they're still around, you can totally buy drives. But when we're talking just gaming and gaming PCs, like, I don't know, if you went to like a gaming tournament and they were playing on PC, I would say majority, if not all the PCs would have like no disk drive, because they just have like, because these days also, if you need to load something in, they're probably on like USB sticks and stuff, right? Like fucking just stick it in there and boom. Just like there was a Call of Duty event, right? I think it was before the Black Ops beta weekends. Tim the Tatman was at like the COD event in Washington with all the other streamers and pros that were there. And like he was having technical issues, and a Call of Duty dev just straight up came up over with a USB stick that had stuff loaded up on it, and they just like loaded up, like reinstalled or refreshed
It's because they were playing like a new build or whatever, so they were giving everyone like the same skins or like whatever like that, and they had all the stuff that they needed on like this USB stick. So like a dude just came up, stuck the USB stick in, took like 5 minutes or whatever, transferred files, reinstalled whatever they needed to do. It was all by USB stick. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, my brother does the same thing, build PCs by hand, and so does my roommate, Jeremy. The gaming PC I keep bringing up that he recently bought with the 4090 in it, he straight up said, like, that's the first legit PC he just bought pre-made. Like, because, yeah, same thing. Like, my computer, which is my working PC, the stream machine, totally built by me and my friend. I had his help putting it together, an old friend, and built by Fry's Electronics before our Fry's closed. Our nearby Fry's Electronics closed down like a couple years ago. But yeah, so it was around like 2014, 2015, 2016. I built this PC. It had to be around the PS4 launch because that's when I was like wanting to be a streamer via like capture card and look all professional, like all the PC streamers and stuff like that. I wanted to fit in. I want to fit in. Points to you if you understand that reference. Yeah, building PCs can be a fun project. It just requires money, man, and that is harder and harder to get these days. What it's defeating frozen enemies goosebumps, max health, recovery, growth, the health reaches critical low level. Need to do this Bat Robert thing. Reach 665 max health with Bat Robert. How do we do that? Smoke this bowl though. Yeah, I totally get I totally understand needing and having a drive. But if we're just talking, like, if you're on a budget and you're building a PC just for gaming, you're going to probably skip some dollars out. The disk drive is where you can, budget that out. Like if we're talking building a real budget PC and we need, we only have a certain amount of money, what can we cut? Disk drive would be one of those things. They're not like too crazy expensive, but I don't know. I'm not sure how much like a 4K Blu-ray player that can like burn, and like read and write. Like I'm not sure how much those are these days. I hear roughly around 50, but I don't know. Maybe there's like, maybe you could get like a budget one for like 30, 40, 50, but maybe like some bitchin' power level ones for like 80, 120, and things are getting more expensive too. Although ironically, I think electronics are going to stay relatively cheap as far as like everything else going up in price. I think that'd be really dirty if electronics went up in price because I don't know. I don't know. It's like people working in those industries are already well paid, and people already make a good money in like electronics and stuff like that. So it's like, and we're starting to open factories, right? Like stateside. So like, it could very much be a thing that like our PlayStation 6s and stuff are built here because of all the chip factories that are going in that even Sony has invested money in to build here. But they're not coming online, I think, for like a year or two, or maybe more. But word, and real quick, throw me out a tip what we do about this health. Recovers 30% health and gains 32 Oh, he gets max health when health reaches a critically low level. Oh, so we just got to get our ass kicked? It's like it really is like Batman. He has to get his butt kicked and then he fucking kicks it into high gear. Oh, no worries, dude. Hey. Yeah, you gotta take the important phone calls. I get it. I know, the wifey is priority. 100%. Same thing. I'm like, oh, she's calling. Gotta get it. Divide bloodline with victory sword. Okay. I figure you just get your ass kicked because once you reach critical health, like it says it goes up, right? So you just gotta like get hit a whole bunch. Let's just do library. All right, I'm gonna throw this podcast back on. Let's take a listen.
Understood.
I'm not sure if the audio's coming through well, but
it's not. It's just not possible to not know. And there's probably all sorts of reasons why, like, the studio.
Oh, I should limit. Okay.
Probably all sorts of protections against that, but like, it's never a surprise. So, like, when something like this gets so far along, it really must just be the case where it's just like, okay, well, this is just something that's championed from the higher ups that aren't really connected or aren't in the know or just are like very out of touch. Because that first trailer was not good, though. At all.
No, and that's what I want to know more about is because of this era or this feel of toxic positivity and like not really being able to go against the grain.
Wow, cool.
Many people
Money dump.
Vindicated on the inside, even though there are a lot of people that probably knew but didn't say anything. So it's like this very complicated thing of like whose fault is it really? Because there's certainly people that worked on it. I know, like that there are people that worked on it. Like this isn't happening. And what I was told specifically about, again, that Q1 2023 era when they're kind of going into alpha and really getting things together is like there was just nothing there. Like the gameplay was there.
And do we evolve the bats? It's the bat, right? The Batilier.
There's no monetization, like there's no game. And it's a mystery, like what was even, like what the money, like how you even.
Do we evolve the bat or no?
And the only reason, or not the only reason, but one of the reasons it cost so much to fix it
Totally.
and to get it going was because of how.
Totally understand what you're saying.
Like a contract studio, and you know that you have a big company over the barrel, like they need you. They need you bad.
I'm guessing we don't evolve the bat.
Yeah, it's like, our services plus, like, we're going to have to crunch and you're going to need it this time. Well, we'll take a little bit extra. And that kind of gets spread around, and before you know it, you're spending $400 million on a game that, I mean, it's a huge loss. Total loss. I guess what I'm saying. So hopefully we never have to talk about Concord again. But I guess we'll talk about it if it comes back or if it's decided. Because I'm kind of curious. I asked this person their thoughts since they're so intimately connected to the game. I'm like, do you think it'll come back or not? And not a lot of stuff I can say on the record or on the show. But my thought is that I don't, and I shared this with the person, I was like, Firewalk has a stench. It's what I was saying earlier about the sports team. You got to break these guys up, in my opinion. Keep some of them, send some of them to the other teams. It's just like some players, some components, but the team itself can't function, obviously. Yeah. So, no matter how good the talent is on paper, they're paper champs, as the old term goes. And they are responsible for the biggest loss in PlayStation history, though I would want to spread there's so much blame to spread around. The level of buy-in on this team is comical to me.
Yeah.
That no one was like, that there was a real belief. But this is what happens when you're not allowed to say anything.
Yep.
Suffering some sort of professional.
Dude, I went to film school. Like I said, dude, and a bitch in film school too. I've been to a few film schools actually. The first one not so good, but the one I went to, dude, holy shit! Like you do a film, man, and it's like the class is going to critique your film, like good or bad critique. Like you take the critique and Like, I had good critique. Like, I fucking, and dude, we were sweating too. Like, we were like, man, are fucking people gonna like this? And I was like, blew people away with my lighting, my cinematography, apparently. Cinematography. Like, lighting and the look of the film and stuff. Uh-oh, I'm not sure what I picked. Hang on, we're gonna restart. Oh yeah, okay, that's fine. Oof, this can be rough, huh? Oh, I suppose that's wrong. Huh? Well, shit. Alright, keep that on there.
All right, guys, this just broke right before we started recording. In fact, I woke up to some text messages from friends about it over on the PlayStation blog and on YouTube as well and other places, celebrating 30 years of PlayStation with a nostalgic look. So as you guys might recall, though PlayStation launched in the West, specifically in the United States, in September of 1995, PS1 actually came out in Japan December 3rd in 1994. And this is a holy sort of date in PlayStation history. We know that December 3rd, 2014 was some sort of holy date for Sony at the 20th anniversary. That's where the 20th anniversary PS4 comes from that I have in my closet, sealed in box. And for the 30th anniversary, we knew they were going to do something, and so they have. There's going to be a baseline PS5, a PS5 Pro, I think that is the Pro, yeah. Edge controller, a DualSense controller, and a Portal, all based around the gray scheme PS1 with the colorful red, blue, green, and yellow logo, the colored face buttons, and all the rest. Really, really sexy shit.
Hell yeah.
It's important to note.
I actually, fuck, dude.
The 30th
I actually want one of those, but it sucks that the PS5 Pro one is like, it's a bundle with like a DualSense Edge controller. And it's like, dude, I don't want the dual. I mean, I would take a DualSense Edge controller, but I'm not going to fork over like $900 to $1,000 for this fucking bundle. Like, I don't even know how much it is. Like, they're not saying the price, although they did say, Dude, the price for the just the regular PS5 Slim is just a cool $499. Like, oh shit, you get that and the controller that comes with the like just a normal PS5 package, and you can have like a retro looking PS5. Like, fuck, or with the anniversary edition colors. I do want the Pro one, but dude, I'm not gonna. Like, we saved up money for the Pro, but if it's like more than the $700 price tag, and I'm sure it is because it has a DualSense Edge controller in there, fuck, man. It's like, can I just get it without the DualSense Edge and like the dual charging station, and like, because it comes with two controllers, so like two controllers and a charging station, and it's like, great, all accessories to make the shit more expensive. Almost there. It's a beat 'em up, but we're Batman. This is how you're supposed to play this build. He's a brawler. We need the sound effects. Maybe a few crunches, for some bone breakage. A couple grunts here and there. Getting hit. I'm not sure if these sound effects are good, but I imagine it's happening right now. Oh, we did it. That's it, huh? Silver Trophy, Extra 21, Wandering the Jet Black. Reach 665 max health with Bat Robert. So he's Bat Bob. Have you ever stopped to think about that? He's Bat Bob. Bat Bobby. Their DLC. Cool. Right on. All right, well, the only unlocks left. Adventures, huh? Should I unblock stuff now? Oh, nice. Fuck yeah. Beat 'em up builds. That's funny. Turn the game into a beat 'em up. Oh. Oh.
unblinded Imelda. I've seen somebody playing this character, Brendan. Are you serious right now? Oh, that's retired Poe. But with that art and that chair, you fucking know who that is. I feel like that's like a... I know the chair doesn't have like wheels on it or whatever, but just the rocking chair and the fact that how he looks, Bloodborne. Nice. Yeah, no, I've seen some. I was watching a video with the dude playing with this, and I was like, who the fuck is that? I didn't realize it was Imelda. But, like, just fucking god powered out of her mind. Cool. Well, adventures it is. And then, like, well, I guess there's also the secrets. We can work on secrets for a little bit. Which one was the one that I had to type in? I think it was this one. Because apparently this one is bugged for consoles. Like, when the toasty thing comes up, like, it just doesn't work on console. So, like, I had to type in cast the spell to get this one. No, not that one. Which one is it? Not the good boy. Not that one. Not that one. You're too good. Not that one. Investigate bottom tower. Did that. Seen the cheese from Barry. Is it central? Got that. Follow the trail. Oh, here we go. The Red Reaper, this one. This is the one that didn't work. I guess it's bugged on console. Toasty. When the Toasty pops up in the corner of the screen, you're supposed to, I guess on computer, you press down and enter. But which I guess on PlayStation that would translate to down and X. But it didn't work. It doesn't work, and everything on the internet says to just cast the spell to unlock it. So that's what we did. So what's this? With the most adverse fate in Green Acres, run off the edge of the world. What do we do there? Do we pick a certain character? Do we have to do something specific? Let me know. Let me know, Dempsey. The drunk poet. Southwest part of that. Just anybody? Usually Red Reaper because he's fucking quick, huh? Yeah, Sigma's... Yeah. I like Sigma a lot. Yeah, she's dope as fuck. This guy's got speed, though, too. Whatever, it's cool. Like, look at... Dude, yeah, this guy flies, man. It's like later Gator. I could have probably done this on inverse, whatever. That's fine. Oh, really? Oh, so, like, the map keeps going. I thought you'd legit, like, die or something. I guess, yeah. Should have known the way this game is. The floor is just kind of the background. Yeah, for sure. We're not in inverted anyway, but yeah. These guys that start Evo just pwn right away, regular. Oh, I'm sure. A little phaser action. What the fuck? This must be it, huh? Or is it still... Is this still technically map, or are we off map right now? I feel like we're off map because of this fucking trail that he's got. Unless we just need to keep going. Ah, ah, ah. Ah. I mean, these are the tougher enemies, so that's somewhere here.
Anniversary Collection will be released November 21st. For the PS5 Pro console, there will only be 12,300 for the main. So this is exactly what they did with the PS4. I don't think it was PS4 Pro, but it was just a PS4 standard model, but it was the anniversary model. So it's almost impossible to get one of these. Like, it would be shocking to me if everyone that wanted one, or anywhere close to everyone that wanted one, got one. So don't be too upset about that. But you should be able to get, if you want, the standard PS5, if you'd like, 30th anniversary console. It doesn't seem like they're selling the plates, which is a little disappointing. I wonder if that comes later. The DualSense Edge looks really nice. I'm not going to get that. I will try to get the DualSense. The one that I'm looking at, though, guys, that Portal is so good looking. Like, look at that thing. Oh my god. Now, I already own a Portal. It would be such a flippant waste of money, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to resist.
I have to fight here?
So, Chris, where are you on this? Are you going to pick up any of this stuff?
Yeah, I'm a slut for this, man. I'm grabbing as much of this as I possibly can. This is PlayStation to me, and it always look. I like the black, the PS2, nice looking. I get it, right? But there's something about this gray.
Okay.
There's something about it. It's a very specific gray. Even the two-tone is very specific. Those like slightly darker gray analog sticks, the color face buttons. It's like it is PlayStation to me. I love this thing. I'm gonna do my best to get my hands on the Pro, but if not, I'm figuring some way, to get at least the controller. It's so good looking.
No, the controller's so sexy.
It's weird to me that this isn't just what it looks like.
Right, exactly.
I agree. I don't understand, but God bless. I'm so happy that they're doing this. I figured they would be. I always love this kind of thing because December 3rd is like the day before my birthday, so it's always like kind of like a nice, I don't know, something nice about it. But excited.
Dustin, where are you on this? Are you going to try to get the PS5 Pro console bundle? Which comes with all sorts of shit. There.
That's the thing, Colin, is that if you want this model of PS5 Pro in the anniversary colors, you must buy the bundle. There is no option to just buy the console.
Yeah, that's fucking
I did
sucks.
the math on this earlier, because if you buy the bundle, it includes the console, the DualSense wireless controller. I assume that's the anniversary one. It includes the DualSense Edge. It includes the charging station, and it also includes the vertical stand and collector's items. And you must buy all of that specifically for the Pro version. So, it's fine. PS5 Pro, $700. DualSense Edge, $200. The charging stand is $30. Then the console stand is $30. And then they have these collector's items, which is like a cable tie. They have a special USB-C cable that has a PS1 and connector.
That's super cool. That USB cable.
Yeah. So, if you want that PS5 Pro model, you must buy the bundle and expect it to be at least $1,000.
Yeah, I would say so. 1,000. That would probably what it's going to cost. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be more than that because it's a Portal as well, right?
No,
Or is that not?
the bundle? The Portal is totally separate.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you don't have to buy the Portal, but
Thank God.
it's very annoying for me. And they do this on purpose. As one of their core enthusiast customers, I already have a DualSense Edge. I've already wasted $200 on one for its minimal improvements and terrible battery life. So now, if I want the Pro version, I must buy another one. I already have the charging stand. I have to buy another one. I get it, especially because it's limited, unlike the standard PS5. But it's going to be so incredibly painful. I think that because it's going to be so expensive, it will be. I don't think it'll be easy to get, but it's not going to be insane. Maybe just because that price tag is going to be
It's
prohibitive for most, I would say. So prepare your wallet. Well, if you want that Pro version,
Your butthole.
your butthole, certainly. Get the lube.
I'm
Hit up
bracing,
Diddy.
man. I'm spread wide for this. This is all I want, really, out of PlayStation. I don't get it.
Well, this is the important thing. Well, I mean, there's a lot of important things, but these all go on pre-order the same day that Pro goes live on PlayStation Direct. So I hope Sony has, which is September 26th, I think. I have it in my calendar already for the Pro. I hope Sony's ready with this because
Yeah.
I don't trust them
It'd be a disaster.
completely, and it's going to be fucking crushed. And if I don't get one of these, I just want the console. Like that's the most. The Pro is like what I want. I think it's going to go quick. I would be shocked if the Pro Special Edition didn't go almost immediately, just because I don't take financial advice from me, obviously, but just buying this thing and putting it in your closet, if you don't really need it, I think would be very wise. Like, I know for a fact the PS4 Pro Special Edition is a major collector's item. That I have a sealed version of it is worth many times more than it was MSRP'd at.
Let's find out.
Yeah, how much is that worth?
Someone told me on a podcast recently it was like $1,500 or something on eBay. So it's like, do you want to buy it and put it away? It's kind of interesting idea. But I don't. So for this, I'm going to try to get that day, September 26th. I'm going to try to get the Pro. I want to try to get the controller, the base controller, if I can.
Do we have to use Red Death,
But it's such a waste of money. I already own the Portal.
or we just use her?
Yeah, I guess I could. Is it worth? Is there a good aftermarket for the Portal? Probably.
I don't know, maybe.
Or I could just give it to someone. Just give it to someone in my family or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I really,
I don't know.
it's just so good looking. It's so. The Portal is the most attractive of all the things to me. Like, there's something about that dark screen, obviously, and just the darkness. Instead of having those bright white controllers, there's nothing distracting about it. It's very subtle. It's so nice.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice.
It's subdued. I wouldn't be embarrassed to display this thing. Like my current PS5 is like behind my TV because that's the only place that it fits. But if it looked like this, man, I'd find a way. I'd figure something out. Finagle some wires, move some furniture around. I feel like it's so good. It's so good looking, man.
The Edge also on the touchpad has like all the sacred symbols on it, which is cool. But I'm actually glad that it's not on the controller. Like, it's so much cleaner without it, in my opinion. Like, just the gray touchpad is so nice. Dustin, were you gonna say something?
No, I mean,
Sorry, I thought you looked up. You looked up. Did you find it?
yeah, I looked up your console. It's about $1,500.
Yeah,
now.
that's nice. Nice little chunk of change. Now, to be fair, I didn't even pay for it. Sony sent that to me, so I don't have any investment in it. So it's just all free and clear money. Got to think about that too. But I just think about this hardware stuff where I'm like, this is very limited, dude. There are 62, 63 million PS5s, and 10,000 of them will be this. So that's something, right? And by the time all is said and done, it'll be more like 100 to 120, 130 million PS5s, and 10,000 of them will be that. So there is, something to that. But please, I want the controller. I just want it. All right. Oh, Murderer Kevin wrote in and said we'll be getting the 30th anniversary controller. Sorry, I forgot to read your comment. Yeah, I think we're... So, all right, so let's go around the horn one more time and figure this out. Dustin.
Right, yeah,
26.
definitely.
You go to PlayStation Direct and you're buying one.
I think it's so painful, but I think I will try to get the bundle. I mean, that's the only way to get the PS5 Pro. I'm going to buy one, but I think I will try to sell my current DualSense Edge and charger just to try to recoup some of the costs. But It's one of the things where if that bundle has an insane markup just for
I
being
don't really
limited,
need it with her, but whatever.
it's going to be tough.
Yeah, if it's above $1,000, I wouldn't do it at all. Like, if it's not really equivalent to the a la carte purchasing of all those items, I think that's kind of tough. Because, like, the part about it is that it's not expensive. That's not what's prohibitive. It's, like, just the timing that's prohibitive, and that's cool. I dig that, especially because they're doing it through their own retail outlet. All right, so you're going to go for the bundle, but if not, you're going to go for the Pro, standard Pro.
That's the thing, you can't. You mean the standard
Right.
anniversary?
No, right.
Okay.
To be clear, September
Yeah,
26th, the Pro itself is going.
Right.
So I would imagine most people that are going to, or I don't want to say most people are probably getting the controller, but many people are going to go and get the Pro itself. So that's what I'm wondering. So you're going to go for the bundle, and then if you can't get that, then you'll get the Pro, the standard Pro, and will you get a controller?
Probably. I really don't need one.
Especially you're buying a Pro, which is going to come with a controller. It's such a shame, really. You know.
Yeah, I have the DualShock 4 anniversary one, and it was my go-to. I still use it, so I think I would need to get that. Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on. Quick question. It's unfortunate. There's the Pro bundle, this 30th anniversary bundle. This is the digital edition PS5.
Right.
This is no disc drive. Right. So now you're gonna. So if you get that Pro, you're gonna have a mismatched disc drive.
No. It says it comes with.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's good that they thought about that at least.
It is. There's something actually that it's not cool, but it would look kind of cool actually mismatched. But you definitely want it to be clean. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Chris, where are you? So you sign in September 26th to PlayStation Direct. What are you going for?
I'm Black Friday trampling all the way up to this bundle, man.
Right.
Like,
So the bundle, you guys want that in your site. Okay.
I don't have a DualSense Edge. I don't have the what is it, the charging stand, and I don't have a Pro, so like it just seems like worth it to me.
Right.
You know, I also just need another PS5 for my office, so like this is I'm stoked for this. This is how I wish every PlayStation looked, quite frankly. Like I love the look of the gray. I wish they had committed to it, because every console just went like black or white or everything else. This gray is sexy, man. It's a good looking gray. I literally made a custom. I don't know if they do it anymore. I'm pretty sure they still do, but like on Xbox Design Lab, you can make your own controller. I made myself a gray, like a PS1 style Xbox controller, and it's so good looking. It sounds unholy. It's good looking, man.
No, I believe it. It doesn't sound like it belongs, but I can totally see it.
I know.
Okay, so you guys are both going to aggressively go after that limited edition. I'd be curious to see if either of you got one or both of you. I think we could actually maybe sort of read into the popularity of it based on who gets it. Like, if neither of you get one, then it's very popular. If one of you get one, okay. If both of you get one, then I think that it's somewhat reasonable to assume that you had a few-minute window maybe to get in there. I'm going to be signed in, ready to go. By the way, go to PlayStation Direct and log in. Like, get it all ready to go. So you have to log in with your PSN name. And you'll definitely want to do that in the days leading up to September 26th. I'm going to sign in. I'm going to get the PS5 Pro Standard Edition. And really look forward to that. And then I will definitely get a controller, a standard controller, because I don't really want the Edge. The standard. By the way, the Edge comes with that bag, and the bag is gray too, and that looks fucking sick.
Yeah, hard shell.
Yeah, the hard shell case.
Yeah.
And so yeah, PS5 Pro controller, and then dropping the Portal in there as well. I don't know. By the way, did you guys see the boxes?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Dude.
It's good, man.
So for people that go look, because we're obviously an audio podcast for most people. Some of you watch us on YouTube and we just don't edit it, but it's in the old style original PlayStation box, like with the same typeface, the same iconography. It's fucking sick. When I saw that, I was like, that is sick. Love it. So I'm a conspiracy theorist, Chris, in that. Because you're talking about, like, man, why didn't they just stay with the grayscale kind of stuff? I'm like, I think they make the console somewhat ugly so that they can sell you prettier ones later. Like, I don't know if that's I think it's a non-zero chance that there is some calculus in that. Like, make classic PlayStation console immediately, but we can just sell it to you later. You'll buy it. Like, whatever it looks like, you're going to buy it. So, because I think the PS5 is truly ugly. Like, I wish that they totally redesigned it for the PS5 Pro, and I'm a little bummed that they didn't. They seem to really like this form factor. Plus, as Moore's Law was explained to me, like, everything's fitting in a certain way. Like, you don't really want to fuck with that. You have to cut things again, and it makes things more expensive. but I look at the PS5 next to my Xbox Series X downstairs, and I'm like, man, dude, that's such a better looking machine. Like, it just is. It's just so much better looking.
Oh, really?
And nothing will be better than the PS2 or the PS4, I think. It's sick, too. PS4.
I like these console designs, honestly. It's just like the base PS5 is just so it's not even necessarily everything about it. It's really one aspect of it. Like, if it was just a solid white console that didn't have that form factor, I think I could be okay with it. If it was, clearly if it's this form factor and not white, it's good looking. So, like, I think it's really just, like, every bad choice compiled together. I think that's probably, like, true, though. I think they, at this point especially, I don't think it was necessarily the thought process with the PS2 to make, like, an uglier machine to sell you a nicer looking machine later. I don't even know. They made, like, a grayscale PS2, I could be wrong.
No, they made a lot of PS2s, but I don't know if they ever made a PS2 that looked like a PS1. I don't think people were really feeling that level of nostalgia at that period.
Right, no, it was too recent.
Right.
You want to distance yourself from, maybe not distant, maybe that's the wrong, that has like a bit of a nefarious connotation, but like you want to put some mileage between you and your last machine, just so people perceive a bigger, subconsciously. But I do think at this point, yeah, they know that they can profit off of this, and I am the problem. I fully acknowledge that. Like, it's good looking, man. Gray. I like gray consoles. I think consoles like look best when they're gray. There's something about it.
I like PS2's black console
I don't know,
look.
it's because most machines just don't do this anymore.
And that console sold the most.
Design consensus.
I know it's the 30th anniversary of like PlayStation, but like that should be the retro design. Is the PS2?
And I miss it.
Yeah, they stopped. I think the N64 in some sense was like the last console that looked like a console. After that, people started trying to make things that look like they fit in the entertainment system to try to heighten them out of your child's bedroom, out of the playroom, out of the basement. And I totally get that and appreciate that. And there is some masterclass industrial design behind some of the consoles. Like, first of all, I think the Dreamcast is like a really, really sick looking console. It's small. It's just this tight little package. It's so awesome. Obviously, we said the PS2, but I do think that the level of nostalgia we have for PS1 is lost on some people because they weren't there. And that just makes perfect sense. So, yeah, go ahead. Someone's at my door. Oh, okay, good. Sorry. No, it's all good. Chris got a doorbell ring, I guess, or a knock. So he's going off to that.
So, I didn't see this on the blog post, Colin. I don't know if you did. It doesn't say what time. It just says Thursday.
Yeah, I don't know. I noticed that as well. Also with the PS5 Pro announcement, my suspicion is that they will just have an update on social media feeds or something with the time.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I'm going to be. Is it like Japanese time? Because if it is, then that's like 12 hours earlier or whatever it is.
Right.
That would actually be on the 25th for us, I think. So, I think that's right. So, yeah, that's right. So, yeah, we have to figure that out, It makes me glad, though. I mean, it's serendipitous that I was kind of bummed out. Like, oh, I didn't get the Afterlock controller, and now it's like, oh, I'm glad I did, because I want this one way more than that. So, yeah. Everything all right, Chris?
Yeah, so this kid, there's this kid who lives in my building, and he has this like little, it's like a,
I don't know.
it's a drone, but it's not like a hybrid. It's like a
I don't think so.
drone, and it like landed in my balcony. And he was like, "Hey, sorry," and I was like, "Oh no worries." But this was on my couch, and I decided to bring it in. You said it.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
Right?
Yeah, that's
Something
nice.
about it, man. The gray and the colored buttons, good shit.
Do you think Phil made that himself in the factory? He was crying while they're thinking.
Said it.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
Right?
Yeah,
Something
that's
about
nice.
it, man. The gray and the colored buttons, good shit.
Do you think Phil made that himself in the factory and he was crying while he was making?
Yeah. He's on the production line.
Yeah.
Phil Spencer's in the trenches building.
That was his punishment after Redfall. He had to spend 2 weeks in the design lab production line.
Yeah. He was at Foxconn.
Right, nice.
Stupid. All right. A couple things about Bungie. And they've been coming up a lot lately, but they're the biggest PlayStation studio, basically, so they're going to be coming up a lot, I guess. I don't know if you guys saw this circulating, so I looked a little bit into this guy. Don McGowan is his name, and he's like an industry lawyer that worked, I guess, for a brief time, for a few years, at Bungie. and he was actually there for the purchase of the studio, so he probably made a nice amount of money there. But he worked as the chief legal officer of Pokemon Company before that. Pretty interesting considering what's going on with Pokemon Company and Nintendo Now and Pal World. Go get him, Miyamoto. And before that, he worked at Microsoft, and so he's been kind of bouncing around the industry as a legal counsel. And he wrote this like a small note on LinkedIn, and he's linking to a Kotaku article that is talking about the outlines for Bungie's changes to Destiny 2 that we discussed last week on the show that they discussed on Bungie.net. And so he said the following, quote, "Much though it pains me to say this, it appears that Sony's inflicting some discipline on my former colleagues may have forced them to fix the things that were wrong with their game. To be clear, I'm not talking about the layoffs, I'm talking about forcing them to get their heads out of their asses and focus on things like implementing a method of new player acquisition, not just doing fan service for fans in the Bungie C-suite, and running the game like a business. Good. I still have friends in that environment, and I like for them to keep their jobs. This is the future I thought the company should embrace after the Sony acquisition. A studio, not an independent company. But there were a lot of egos for whom it was important to pretend that nothing would change. I remember sitting there during the deal saying, do you think Sony describes them as them getting to pay $3.6 billion for the right to have no input into what Bungie does? That was exactly what a lot of people thought. I guess they've been given cause to understand that's not how things work. Good. The changes described in this article are the things you do to run a franchise, not to keep making the game you and your friends have mastered or to chase trends." What are your thoughts here on this one, Dustin?
Yeah, well, that's kind of, I think it was, last week, since it was my first week back, we were talking about Bungie in general. It's just that Destiny has become really great still for people that are into it. But we talked about when you have players dropping off and then you can continue to compile how hard it is to get back into a game, you simply just your audience shrinks. And when your audience shrinks, you have less people to buy your game. And so, yeah, you want to do right by your fans and do what you care about, but there also are business realities. And so it makes sense that something needs to change, particularly with how disastrous things were going financially for Bungie. So none of what he's saying is a surprise, but more just a confirmation of how higher-ups viewed the situation. So not really a great situation, but hopefully they can turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in this. I'm more focused in like this guy's comfort in speaking like this about it's like, wow, leave on bad terms much. Chris, anything here interesting for you about Don McGowan, the former legal counsel of Bungie, speaking quite candidly?
Yeah. I mean, I think from what I know about Bungie, they always had kind of this illusion of independence, and I say that not in any positive or negative way. They just they came into Microsoft and they acted as if they were an independent entity when they weren't, and that's part of what is appealing about them. They do have this weird kind of just even if they are owned by another entity, they seem to just kind of act of their own volition. That there is something interesting about it, but it is also somewhat immature. It is, on some level, you can't function like this forever. At some point, you gotta maybe grow up a little bit. And so, yeah, I don't think there's anything necessarily incorrect about what he's saying. I do think Bungie needs to be maybe stiffen their posture up a little bit, because they have been running a game, in my opinion, that's very, very great. But like Dustin said, it's just the audience capture has not been a priority. The onboarding has not been a priority, which for a game like this is kind of baffling. There's a lot of fan service to be had. It's great. And in some ways, Bungie's managed to put together something that, by all accounts, shouldn't really exist, which is a really, really satisfying game for people who have spent a long time in this ecosystem. Usually kind of difficult to do on the level that they've managed to do it. Because for players of Destiny, it's mega satisfying, but everybody else is just kind of left out on the wayside, and it's just not a smart way to run a business. I think, I think this is kind of a long time coming in some way. And the fact that they've managed to get away with it for so long, I think is kind of cool. But also, the end of the line, man.
Yeah, I'm more militant about this, I think, than you guys are, just in the sense that I think these guys really fucked Sony, and that doesn't matter from a dollars and cents perspective. We don't own stock in the company, remember. It just matters because it affects the brand we like.
Right.
We want to run well, give us the best possible games. These guys have sucked up so many resources and so much time, and it's just what a fucking stupid acquisition. And they should be worshipping the ground that Sony walks on for safety. Because Bungie would be deep trouble if they were out there on their own. They'd have to borrow money, they'd have to sell pieces of themselves, they'd have to lay off a lot of people in order to survive. Will Sony end up getting something valuable out of this? We'll see. But what a boondoggle. And as someone, Bungie obviously has amazing talent and a deep history of making great games, but I have no personal love for them as a player, and so to see them disrupt the ecosystem that I'm in so deeply is troubling, just because it was a total unforced error and just more bad management, bad decision making, in my opinion, on Sony's part. And now they're going to come in and fix things. We'll see. And speaking of that, there are rumors going on around about Marathon. So obviously, Marathon's an old Bungie game from the 90s. They're reviving it as an extraction shooter, a PvP extraction shooter, and it should be pretty interesting. I'm sure it'll do well and be good. I don't know. There's some concerning chatter about it. It's hard to read through the tea leaves about, because some people are like, oh, this game's really in trouble behind the scenes. Some people are like, oh, it's actually playtesting really well. And so I don't know. But there is a report going around from a website we don't really cite very often called The Game Post. And they write here, quote, multiple sources tell The Game Post that Bungie is considering a $40 launch price for Marathon, its upcoming PvP extraction shooter. It's been well over a year since Bungie announced its first non-Destiny game, Marathon. It's not their first non-Destiny game. Originally revealed in May 2023, this title is shaping up to be quite different from what players may have initially expected. According to several sources familiar with the project, Bungie appears to be targeting a $40 price tag.
That's cool.
For a pay-to-play premium model, rather than following the free-to-play model seen in many modern shooters. The game was
Like I said, man, you just gotta squat up. It's like a hangout with friends. That's all. That's when multiplayer is the best. That is a realization that I made. As a solo player, yeah, PvP sucks.
You guys think about this. I am. You guys know more about these games than I do, no doubt. And you're gonna play. I'm not gonna even play Marathon if it's PvP, but it's like I'm not.
That's what I'm saying. Just treat it like a hangout and like have a good time.
It can't be, because if Concord was the first thing that was $40, everyone's like, well, I mean, the data would be totally different at that point. It's like, yeah, obviously this bombed, and the price could be a huge part of it, but Helldivers 2 has seen zero discounts, and it's probably over 15, 16, 17 million copies sold. So I don't know how people are so flippant and so certain that you can't charge money for these games. I think it has to be the right experience, the right project, the right timing, and all the rest. So I don't like the dismissal. It's got to be free. It's like, well, dude, that's easy to say. But how do you make a project that's no doubt costing hundreds of millions of dollars?
Word.
If you're making it free, you have to have a monetization plan. So I'm not.
Well, I invite you to come check out the channel when we are streaming some PvP and hang out with us.
I think the $40 price tag is fine. I guess I'm surprised.
It's usually like Friday, Saturday nights, but it could be any time whenever Jared hits me up. And whenever he hits me up. And we're gonna be jamming Call of Duty, man. Yeah, come hang out with us. It's like I stream every day, no matter what I'm playing, so check it out. I have a Call of Duty Blackout video on my channel that I really like. Like, I did all my, it's me playing Blackout, and I also did the editing, and
found the free to use music, and I think I cut together a pretty good video. I like it, but my most popular videos on the channel are like I have like a Shadow of Mordor pro tips video and like a Alien Isolation tips video, as well as an Alien Isolation walkthrough by like chapters of the game. So like my top videos. And that shit's hard to do, man. It's not easy. Because I don't, a lot of people, when they do it, they say like making game videos can be easy. It's like, yeah, sure, but not the way I do it. Because I notice the way how people make their content videos, they often just grab footage of just whatever. They don't really show footage of what they're actually talking about. And I've always liked to do like doing my tip video, for example, like I went through the painstaking thing of like getting the exact footage of what exactly I'm talking about. So like when I'm talking about like certain attacks or move sets or like you do this and that, it's like that's what I was trying to capture, and sometimes that'd take me like an hour just to get the footage, not even counting the editing and stuff. You know, that's like not counting the editing, putting the shit together. Like, and I don't know, I like that shit. But then like, you know, my blackout, like my stream videos, those are just like clips of like, you know, highlights of playing Blackout. I want to see if I can. I'm wondering if I can link my own videos in the chat. Videos. Yeah, here. This is it. This was the first weekend of Blackout. Share. Copy the link. Throw up in chat. This should be the right video. I hope it is. I'm pretty sure it is. I can even double check on my phone real quick. Videos. It only has 16 views. Yeah, this is it. Hold on. All right, check this out. You don't have to check it out now or whatever, but it doesn't have very many views. It's got 16 views, but I'm proud of that video. That was when Black Ops 4 launched, and that was first weekend of Blackout highlights. Give you a little taste of what to expect in Black Ops 6, although, you know, I doubt Blackout's coming back with Black Ops 6, but might dabble with Warzone, but play a little PvP, but let me do the PvPing for you. All you have to do is come by and check it out. Let me handle the PvP for you, but just come hang out. I'll take the L's or the W's. Ah, nice. God, I can skip those chests now. It's very nice. I don't know what allowed me to do that, but yeah. cooking.
A lot in that space, but at the same time, you know, $40 for Helldivers was a very, very appealing price, and it was an experience that a lot of people were really into. I think Concord is more of a fluke than a rule. I think Concord was a game that nobody was really interested in a style that has been, you know, done to death, with an art design that was uninteresting by a studio that had no history. And all of those things kind of coalesce into just a feeling of just general apathy about, you know, a product. And paying $40 for something that you don't care about is a lot different than, you know, spending $40 on something that looks appealing and looks fun like Helldivers. And I feel like Bungie is one of those studios where it's like the pedigree of the name alone kind of guarantees on some level like a quality bar that will definitely be worth a $40 entry. Like, I mean, I could be wrong. Like, maybe this game's a fucking disaster, and I know that there's a lot of reporting behind the scenes that says, like, oh, well, this game's in a lot of trouble, but I think it's important to remember that, and granted, this is a different time than this, but, like, there was no game that was in more trouble probably than Halo 2 was. And that was, if you were getting, like, information from the trenches at the time of, like, during Halo 2's development, you'd be like, this game's fun. You know, it's a mess. This thing's going to be a disaster when it comes out. And then it comes out, it's one of the best things, one of the biggest things ever. I think that, you know, that could be possible. I don't want to assume too much, but I think they can justify a $40 price tag, just like the Helldivers did in a way that Concord couldn't. I'm not really that put off by that. Although I am curious, I guess my point of curiosity is, if Marathon is to be this big thing, to make as much money as they want to make, theoretically that would involve live service trappings like monetization. How will you balance monetization post-purchase if you have a $40 price tag versus free-to-play? Because theoretically the ceiling for free-to-play is kind of endless, where $40, it's a lower barrier to entry, but it's still a barrier on some level. So I guess I'm just curious how they're planning the trajectory out, if they want this to be huge as possible. Like, I'm surprised they're not doing free-to-play. But if they think that they have something that is compelling enough, then yeah, I think $40 is fair.
I think the thing about, I would love to, I know so little about this and I would love to know more about it, is like monetization design. And specifically the idea of forecasting different models for how things will go. And I think with a game like, I think you hit the nail on the head. With a game like Marathon, having a studio like Bungie attached to it gives it a pedigree where you know that you can just make X amount of money in every forecast, specifically because this is a Bungie game. Why let them in for free at all, right? There is something really special about that idea, because it's not something everyone can get away with, so you might want to leverage it in that sense. It's different than Helldivers, right? Where Helldivers, I think, would have made much more sense as a free-to-play game. They really lucked out by having the right product, which is what I was saying earlier about just having the right thing and the right price. It was all perfect. And the timing and everything, they really fucked it up. I mean, the more I read about Helldivers, the more I'm like, wow, they really did fuck this game up. And not Sony, Arrowhead really kind of botched it in some sense. It's still big, but it's not what it could be, and not what it, like, they had something with much more momentum. But I think if you look at it from Sony's perspective, forecasting it, you're like, yeah, all right, we let everyone in for free. X amount of people get pass, season passes or whatever they get, or battle passes and the microtransactions. Or we suspect that if we release a Bungie game for $40, we will just get 4 million people to buy it the first month, no matter what. And our forecasting just shows this. It's like, yeah, so that's X amount of money guaranteed. And you have to kind of weigh these things when a project is this expensive. It's not like some upstart team scraping by. These are some of the most expensive people in the industry working.
Did I wait too long to go there?
Again, Helldivers throws a wrench in the entire idea that you can't charge for games, like raw games. And I do understand it's PvP and it's different.
I think I took too long to get there, right?
Stop and think about it for a minute, and you'll realize that it doesn't have to be. We don't have to go to the lowest common denominator. Anyway, Dustin, I'm going on and on. What do you think about Marathon, the pricing rumors, $40?
Did I?
Where's your head at?
Yeah, I am pretty much in total agreement with what both of you guys have said. I don't think Concord is... I understand the comparison. right? It is a multiplayer game, $40 access, but right, that look at Helldivers. And I think the biggest difference, if you compare those two games, is that
Huh.
and this is what I said last week. You asked me about the check-in since I wasn't here during the Concord downfall. It's just Concord was not a desirable game on many levels. Even when people played it for free during the beta.
Oh, boss rush with just one weapon? Let's do that.
That game was DOA, I think, whether it was $40 or if it was free. Because it just simply wasn't very good on multiple fronts. And then you have a game like Helldivers.
That's
where
cool.
Maybe people had never heard of it or weren't sure of it. There was marketing behind it, but
Right.
it was insane. But really quickly after it came out, the word of mouth was
Yeah, I heard
insane.
about,
There was people, one of my buddies, Jason, he likes
The Astral Wolf let me know about that.
He texted me after a few days, like, what's up with this game Helldivers? I'm hearing about it. I'm like, yeah, it's awesome. And clearly that word of mouth had it skyrocket. And so if
No, yeah, that's fine. But
is a desirable, fun game, I'm certain there will be a free beta beforehand. People can check it out. Then, yeah, it can easily warrant a $40 price tag. And the other thing, too, is it'll be like Helldivers, most likely, that it will have additional monetization on top of it that hopefully, if Sony's smart, is non-intrusive. Much like Helldivers, where it's like, hey, we have these season passes. If you want them, go for it. If you don't, you can still play the game and get your $40 worth. I'm okay with that. So I would expect $40, some additional purchases if you want, and as long as like I said, as long as the game is fun, appealing, desirable, it'll be just fine.
Yeah, it's well said. I think, yeah, you have to. I would love to know how a publisher gets something like Helldivers 2 so right and Concord so wrong in the same calendar year. With presumably, I mean, the big organization, lots of different people working on different things. One's second party, one's first party. Although both were second party at the same time as well before Firewalk was purchased. I think you look at the data and you're like,
what do you mean then?
you know, like, what do we learn from this? You know, it's fascinating. I love that kind of shit.
What's limiting? I don't understand.
Four more pieces of news. We can go through these pretty quick.
In the character selection screen, limit
See, actually,
weapons.
This comes from a press release that was released, although people have been circulating.
Oh,
news about
that?
it. Absurd Ventures. So this is Dan Houser.
Oh, see, I've never even fucked with that.
And they're making like a bunch of different. They're making games, but they're making like that right now. They're doing actually, they sponsored the show a while ago, so I don't take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but they did like a radio drama style thing. They're doing like comic books. They want to get into film and TV, and they're doing games. Well, they have a lot of money to work with, and the press release here says Absurd Ventures opens new Absurd Marin Studio. So that's California, Northern California, with former Ascendant Studios team. Developers of the acclaimed Immortals of Avium joined Dan Houser's Absurd Ventures to work on a new original game IP. So it's not part of what they're doing now, but which is a Better Paradise. They're making like a universe called a Better Paradise. This is going to be a different sort of game. And this is relevant because, first of all, I love Ascendant Studios. I love what they did. They were over 100 strong. But after Immortals of Avium came out last year from EA Originals,
Yep.
and it didn't do well, they laid off about half of their team. And then after they did some contract work and I think tried to pitch a new game in the spring of this year, they furloughed everyone. So it's run by a guy named Brett Robbins. And so I'm happy that they survived. It seems like they've maybe gotten 20 or 25 of the people that were furloughed, so the other guys probably got jobs or didn't come back. But this, I think, is exceptional level of security. And it's really well deserved. I feel bad for Ascendant, and I think
Sold out?
It's just so good. And I'm sorry for them, but I'm glad that this is
Oh, right, because
some of them. Because
right, yeah.
you're going to be with Absurd Ventures and Dan Houser and the mind behind GTA and Red Dead and all these things, and they're in great shape. So congratulations to them. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to say about that, but I wanted to shout that out. The bigger thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about is X-Defiant, the Ubisoft shooter that was first announced all the way back in 2021, went to beta, closed beta, and then open beta back in 2023, and then released to everyone this year. They released a year one update, but there was something about it that I wanted to ask you guys about, and it's this. So it's written by, I don't know who wrote this letter. It's probably just from like community manager or whatever. and they discuss like everything that they're adding and season roadmaps and updates and all these different things. And so at the end they say, quote, all right, with that out of the way, I just want to quickly address the status of the game, i.e., is the game dying? No, the game is absolutely not dying. We know there are things we need to improve, like netcode and hit registration and adding more content to progression, but the game is doing well. We just want it to do better. And we do that by addressing the concerns of our community, which has always been the plan.
Yep.
Ubisoft is very much behind us and has allocated more resources to the team.
Yeah, I've done this once before, but just not
strange,
like
isn't it?
this.
Isn't that a weird thing to address in official communication? You would just ignore that stuff and let, from my perspective in a communications role, let that stuff just be, and then say like, well, it's obvious the game's not dying because we're updating it.
What switch do I hit? Should I hit the left or right switch, and what do they do?
Explicitly talking about, is the game dying? No, the game's not dying. Seems a little too close to home for me.
I mean, I feel one of two ways about this. I think on some level it's nice to have a level of it's candid without being as candid. It's like 50% candid, you know what I mean? It's like the game is clearly dying, and so we're going to talk about that, but we're going to deny it. It's kind of weird. I don't.
Ryan Reynolds here for
Red pressure plate with the skull symbol spawns the current wave's boss again.
It's unlimited.
2-round pressure plates spawn every 30-second mark until 9:30. The blue pressure plate and hourglass symbol fast forwards time to the start of the next minute. The red.
Oh, so like,
I don't mind them being a little bit more direct about it. I think it's fine, especially if they have this plan. I just, for me, like, I look at X Defiant and my eyes glaze over. You know what I mean? Like, I played it. I gave it a shot. I played it for a significant amount of time too. I played it for about maybe not. I played it for about 4 or 5 hours with some friends of mine. A friend of mine wanted to try it out with me, and I tried it, and it was just fine. Like, it's okay.
It's like some sort of Ubisoft crossover, right? The bad guys from the different games and shit.
Yeah, the idea is that, like, it's like a class kind of PvP shooter where, like, the different classes are sort of based on different IP. So there's, like, the simplified, like, there's an infiltrator kind of class. I don't know if that's the exact terminology, but there's, like, a spy class and a Splinter Cell. There's all these Splinter Cell coded characters with, like, Splinter Cell themed weapons and abilities and stuff. And then something else might be from the Division, and something else might be from, like,
It's an interesting idea.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea. I just don't think Ubisoft has the IP really to do this with. I think this is more definitely Microsoft now could make a killer. Like, I feel like Microsoft could make a killer version of whatever this is, but as it stands, like, the Division doesn't feel too different from Splinter Cell aesthetically or like visually. Like, there's no like real identity there that really, you know, helps you feel like this is. You could play this game, theoretically, without even really understanding that that's what's even happening. You know, you're just like, oh, this is like, you know, a level, and oh, these are classes. You know, it doesn't really feel like it's... It almost feels like it's disguised in some way. Like, this is supposed to be like a celebration of, like, Ubisoft IP and, like, worlds and characters and all that stuff. But we don't want to get too celebratory for some reason. And it's very strange. It feels somewhat half-hearted in that way. But it's fine. It's not my type of shooter. There's no real verticality to it. It's a little bit flat and bland, in my opinion. So I don't know. I personally don't see a future for this, but evidently they do.
That's where you want X Defiant and specifically the comm strategy. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, it made me think I had to look up the quote. The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
Twain.
Which is Mark Twain, of course. But it is an odd thing to say. It feels a little desperate in some ways because they had a great opportunity this year with this game. Modern Warfare 3, which I would say is arguably their biggest competitor, was an off year for a lot of Call of Duty fans. And so this was their chance to kind of swoop in and maybe do something. And as Chris was saying, the game is just overall pretty flat. I played a round or two and was not into it. And now they're going into what will be most likely the biggest Call of Duty launch ever, with it being on Game Pass, and so I don't think this game has much of a shot at this point, because they had the chance this year and they didn't make it. So I get that they want to instill some confidence in an audience that may be teetering on whether or not they want to continue to play and invest in this game, but it's Jover. It's Jover for XDefiant, I would say.
Fair enough. 2 more quick news items. I was curious if you guys are you guys into Skate at all? The series that was kind of like what your childhood, your teen years. That game came out, so I don't know if it resonated with you.
Yeah,
But, yeah, go.
I was always like Skate adjacent. Like I never got super. I was more of a Tony Hawk Pro Skater. That was like more of my Skate video game history. By the time Skate came around, I was just playing deeper things. Although the ragdoll in that game always like really fascinated me. I was always like, so there were all these like videos that would make the rounds on YouTube. Like even recently, I feel like I've seen Skate videos of like Jesus, like T-pose skating in the sky, and it's clearly in Skate, and it's like a really flexible game. So I'm really interested in this next thing.
Yeah, well, I was asking because I was a total Tony Hawk person myself, and I remember when we got Skate at the office at IGN, and I was like, this is too complicated for me.
I was bad at it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like this. There was a I don't know if people remember, like Thrasher released a Tony Hawk kind of rival when Tony Hawk was kind of first taking off. Like never saw Tony Hawk, and it was like it's calling hard, as I recall, if I'm thinking of the right game is. It was like hard. It was more difficult. It wasn't so arcadey. But what I realized about skating games was, no, I want it to be arcadey. I don't want to do like the actual. And I remember in Skate, I think you got to use the sticks in very sophisticated ways and stuff like that, which is makes sense. EA incorporated the sticks in really deep ways in their sports games, and really made them more dynamic in that way. And so I know that, and I think people really love Skate. Anyway, I was just trying to know if how you guys felt about it. Because Skate was 2007, and then they released that Wii spin-off in 2008. But then Skate 2 was 2009, and then Skate 3 2010, and then the series went away. And as I recall, early in COVID, it might have been 2020, if not 2021, they announced that Skate was coming back. And I remember the announcement was like the guys like talking over like a Zoom call thing.
Yeah.
And so this game's kind of been in development for a while since then. It's being made by a studio called Full Circle, which is a Canadian studio. And guys that worked on the Skate games are leading it, so it's promising. But the game's been in development for a while, and the game was properly announced in 2022, and then they kind of went dark. They had said here on their Skate social media feeds that they're incredibly stoked to announce that Skate will be launching, and by the way, they wrote Skate with a period after it. Like PR people. We'll be launching in early access in 2025. We'll share more details on what to expect in the coming months. Now, I went and looked into this because Skate, this new iteration of Skate is coming to PC, which is a big deal because the original Skate games, I don't believe, were on PC. And so people are excited about that. And so when I hear early access, I'm like, oh, so it's going to go on PC and you're going to be able to play it there. But no. Someone asked, into this tweet specifically, where do we sign up for the console playtest? And they linked to a website where you can sign up for registration. So if you guys go and search for the EA Skate website and then go to the Insider Playtest registration, you can actually sign up right now to play the game early. And it will enter early access, as they say here, in 2025, and then the game will probably presumably come out fully after that later in the year. I'm not going to play it. I'd be curious to know what Dagan thinks about it. Dagan, I don't think, was ever into Skate either, which is interesting. I think it kind of came out, though, when he wasn't playing games, really, in that kind of weird pocket. So I'm not even sure what his familiarity with it is, but I didn't know if you guys were interested in playing it in early access, and if you are, well, you can play it on console, too, apparently. So that's great. And looking forward to seeing what they do with that. They might have a hit on their hands, because Tony Hawk is kind of just MIA. He had said in an interview recently, we didn't report on the site, on the show, rather, but he had said that he is talking to Activision about some project, whether or not it's getting 3 and 4 back off the ground, which apparently was like Vicarious Vision's intention after the remake came out, or the remasters in 2020, 2021, or whether they're going to do something new entirely is up in the air. But skateboarding was, is in the Olympics and all these different things. It's like it's always a culturally relevant touchstone for people. And if anything, I feel like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, specifically when it came to PS1. I got it in 1999, I would say. That's when it came out. And I feel like it actually had like the reverse effect of making skating bigger in a community, in a society where skating was big, but not quite as big as it would become because of the video games. And you might be able to achieve some sort of reverse synergy by doing that again.
Yeah, it might be something. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was such a huge thing for me. If there's one thing I kind of regret about life, it's honestly like probably not trying my hand at skating, because I was so into it from like a cultural perspective, but I was always afraid I was gonna break my head open and end up in a fucking wheelchair. so I just never bothered to do it. But and skating has always been like this thing that I've just kind of looked at longingly from like the sidelines. I'm just like I remember trying to play the demo, I think, when it came to 360. If there was a demo, I know I played it in some free capacity. I didn't own it, and I was just so bad at it compared to Pro Skater. And I was just like, I don't know, maybe this is not for me. But I've always appreciated skate and that community. They've made some fun videos over the years.
Yeah, it's funny, man. Growing up with my brother, who's obviously was a huge skater, he's 50 and he still skates around from time to time. I did skate since I was a young kid, and I always wanted to be so much better at it than I was. I just wasn't very good at it. But even in college, I would just skate class and skate to my friends' houses and all that kind of stuff. And it was interesting, but I was not very. I could ollie up curbs and do that kind of stuff, but I was not crazy. Like Dagan was really great at it. You have to have a lot of boldness and bravery to do it at a higher level than just kind of rolling, what they would call rolling around, which is what I would like to do. So, okay, Skate Early Access 2025. The only other piece of news here I wanted to share is quick. Darksiders 2, which is the THQ published Vigil developed game.
I think I messed up. I have Endless on, I think. Right?
PS3 2015 in the so-called Definitive Edition. And this Definitive Edition is coming to PS5 on October 15th. It will come with 4K resolution, using enhanced lighting and shadows, feedback, loading times that have been drastically improved.
That's my bad.
And so on and so forth. It's only $30. So if you've never played it, you can look forward to that. Darksiders 2 incoming.
Or free upgrade, it says.
Or free upgrade. Oh, yeah, you already own it. That's true. Oh, yeah, I guess the Definitive Edition would be digital for most people, too, but for many people who use the PS4 version. So, yes. And, so that's available.
I hate that name.
Yeah, it's horrible. Horrible.
I hate it. It reminds me of, there was something else that did something. Oh, was it Red Faction? Nah.
No, Red Faction had one too, but it was remastered.
That's right, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I hate it. It makes my skin crawl.
It's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, that's worse, to be fair.
In my note, should I write Skate with a period after it? I'm not going to do it. Darksiders.
I like that, by the way. I like that little branding.
Oh, I do too. I just always, like I said, when Sony used to get mad at us for not writing Infamous, right? I'm like, we're not writing. We're not writing. That's a stop.
This is the Skate with a period after this, almost like the opposite of, I guess you could, some people like it, really the fair games with dollars.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's like, I don't want to write, I like that in branding in the logo, but I don't think it should be written like that. It should be written like fair games with this. And you know what I mean? It's the logo's cool. You don't have to write it like that. Let's not get carried away. Relax. Alright, we're back. It's time to talk about what we're playing. Quite an array of stuff here. I'm going to go real quick and I'll just get out of the way. So others can go. Astrobot Platinum did Platinum number 166. We did, as I said earlier in the show, Chris was on it, and Brad.
Damn, I caught up with Colin in trophies, Platinums. Passed him, and then now he's passed me again because I've slowed down.
Patreon.
It's 10, right? He's 10 trophies ahead, 10 plats ahead of me. But he's been platinum games since PS3. I only started with the Vita and PS4.
Really say about that, but before I move on, the DevMeister wrote in and said, "Hey, SS Crew, can't call us that. I'm loving Astrobot and it's awesome platforming fun. However, I was dismayed to find out there's a huge save glitch in the game, and I lost my entire progress in my save file corrupted due to an update on my PS5 while in rest mode. Apparently, you have to hard save regularly, or else this is a regular occurrence. My question is simple: why are no PlayStation podcasts or spoilercasts talking about the save glitch? I listen to all the major PS podcasts and never heard this mentioned once. Thanks and love the content." I haven't heard of this either. Did you guys ever save manually in Astrobot?
I always did when I was done playing.
Did you do
Yeah,
it?
I did.
I think it's just you hit start.
Oh, there's like a save game thing in there. I don't think I ever did that. Maybe am I crazy?
I think I did it like twice, but like
Well,
I
I don't know.
I didn't
I think I did
lose
it once or
progress
twice.
anytime I didn't do it, so I just didn't bother doing it.
Yeah, like I wanted to bring this up because I haven't heard about it, but there is, and yeah, I just googled it here because I did look yesterday too. Like there is, this was happening, but it seems like it was happening more around launch. Why are people not talking about it? I don't know. It's the first I heard about it is when you bring it up to the Devmeister, and I didn't experience this at all. But it's definitely not a regular occurrence for those. Like it might be a patch thing. I didn't play the game immediately, so I gave it a few days. I think it came out when we were in San Diego, so maybe something like that was fixed by that point. I don't know, but that sucks that happened. And I don't think I saved manually one single time the entire time. So just wanted to acknowledge that. All right, guys, I showed a lot of discipline this last week, like an insane amount of discipline, because I was done with Astrobot, and I was wondering like, what should I do? I was waiting for. I knew I was interested in Dead Rising. And Dead Rising came out actually last night, and I did play it for like a half an hour, but I really have nothing to say about it yet. It's Dead Rising, very nostalgic game. And I think that's going to be that way for a lot. It was an Xbox 360 centric game, obviously, but it reminds me of college. I remember playing Dead Rising and being like, wow, this does feel like a next generation game. There's so many zombies, and the territory's pretty wide open, there's a lot to do. So we'll talk about that when the time comes. But I was like, all right, I have a backlog of games. There were a series of games, I think I counted 5 this year, that I started it and didn't finish. And one of them was Banishers Ghost of Eden, which I was just like, I actually really liked parts of it, but I was just like, I don't really want to finish it. Another is Metro Exodus, which I tried to play for a second time, and I was like, I just don't like this game for some reason. I don't know why, because I love the other Metro games. But there were 3 others. Panzer Paladin from Tribute, the game Lords of Exile, which is a nice 8-bit style game from Squid Works, and then Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess from Capcom, kind of a AA mid-tier game. And these were all in my cross-media bar, and I was like, okay, I'm going to show a little bit of discipline, I'm going to exercise a little bit of discipline, I'm going to fucking start getting through these, because I envision in my head, what I often do when we go away for Christmas break is I like play through some of the stuff that I like didn't get to, and I'm like, why do I do that to myself? I can like enjoy something by not having to do that. So I sat down and played and beat Panzer Paladin. I started all these games over again, except for Kunitsugami, by the way. I started Panzer Paladin and the Lords of Exile over, because I both abandoned them midway through, or late towards the game. And I remember talking to Brad about Panzer Paladin a little bit, and being like, because it came to Switch years ago, and then it came to PS4 like a few months ago, just kind of randomly. And so I was like, all right, I'll finally buy this, and I like Tribute a lot, I like Mercenary Kings a lot, and so on. And I was like, it wasn't great. I wasn't like really that into it, but I went back and played it again, and I really actually quite liked it a lot. It's a 2D, 8 or 16-bit kind of era side scroller, where you and you choose the stages you go to, kind of like Mega Man, which is cool. But the map's more like Street Fighter, like where it's like a world map. So it's pretty cool. And you have this paladin, this Panzer Paladin, which is like a mech, and inside the mech is a small pilot. And the mech fights and jumps and dashes and does all the things that you would do in a 2D side-scroller, but it collects the weapons that enemies drop. Not like Mega Man, but literally just like it'll drop a sword, so you use the sword. It'll drop like a knife, you use the knife. It'll drop a mace, you use the mace. Whatever. And then if your mech takes enough damage, your pilot is ejected from the mech, and you fight as the pilot, but the pilot can barely take any damage, and she has kind of like a Castlevania whip. And fights.
There we go. Fucking finally. Find the only place where the flowers bloom in the bones.
That way, it's a pretty cool game, and I liked it a lot. So I beat that, and then I went back to Lords of Exile. Lords of Exile is much more based on Castlevania, and it's super good. I really, really liked it a lot. So I started that from the beginning and played it all the way through to the end. Really highly recommend Lords of Exile, and I recommend Panzer Paladin too if you're into old school 8-bit, especially NES style games. And then Kiritugami I hadn't played since mid-July, and I liked it, but as you guys might recall, I was like, it's getting a little repetitive. Like I want to walk away from this. I'm not really into this right now. And then I walked away from it for so long that I was like thinking about it. I booted it up. I'm like, I don't really remember how to play this game, but I overcame, and I kind of did remember what you're supposed to do and how the real-time strategy works and the combat works and all the rest. And so I started like busting my way through it. I think I was like 60% through the game when I kind of abandoned it, and now I'm like 85% through the game. So yeah, I just wanted to pat myself on the back this week to say I used my time wisely. Because often you'd be like, oh, I'll just play Vampire Survivor. Or I'm waiting for this game to come out, or I'll just download this other game, or I'll just buy this game I don't even really want. I I was like, I gotta get these games out of the way because I don't like not beating games. I want that to be it is a rare thing for me, but I want it to be very rare. So that brings the 5 unbeaten games down to 3, and I think I'll beat Kinutsugami at some time, which will bring it down to 2, and then I'll be very comfortable with that. So that's what I've been playing the last week. Chris, let's go to you. It says here you're playing Space Marine 2 and Mass Effect 3. Ooh, controversial.
Yeah. I'll start with Mass Effect 3 because I think I have a little bit less to say about it. Although, yeah, I don't know. Mass Effect 3, so I've been on a kick lately of Mass Effect. I started Mass Effect 1 with the intention of just kind of polishing off this franchise that I just never fully finished. I finished 2 and 3 back in the day, but I never finished 1. So I finished 1, and I was like, well, I'm already here. And I love Mass Effect 2, so let me go into Mass Effect 2, and then I platinumed Mass Effect 2, and then I was like, oh, well, I'm already here. So it's like, I figured I'd jump into Mass Effect 3, and yeah, so far I'm like 15 hours in to Mass Effect 3, and it's good, man. Like, it's actually strange, because I don't remember a lot of what I'm seeing. Like, I don't remember a lot of what I'm playing. This is a game that exists more in my memory than Mass Effect 2 did. I have like a more vivid memory of Mass Effect 2 in my head than 3. 3's kind of a little bit wishy-washy in my memory, so like playing through it again, so oh, this is cool, this is interesting. It plays a lot better, although that's like something that you could notice from each game going forward, is like they each play a little bit better than the last. Mass Effect 3 plays like really, really well. It's a really competent third-person shooter, and it just feels good to like move around. It feels good to run the Shepard. The powers feel a little bit more coherent and cohesive. The visuals of it look great, even still, which is pretty impressive to me. But yeah, I mean, I will say there are parts of it where when I went from Mass Effect 1 to Mass Effect 2, I did find myself missing the RPG element of, like, you know, you level up as you go instead of, like, at the end of a mission. And I missed that about 5 hours into Mass Effect 2, and then I kind of got used to it, and I was like, okay, I was like, all right with this is fine. I do miss it, but, like, it's fine. And what I'm finding in Mass Effect 3 is that there are a lot of things that I miss from Mass Effect 2 that I haven't quite gotten over yet. And a lot of it comes down to really simple, really nitpicky things. Like, Mass Effect 3 is great. No question about it. It's a lot deeper than I remember. I remember it being a lot more dumbed down from 2, and I don't think it really is. I think there's, like, a lot here. But specifically with UI, I feel like it is kind of like a massive step down. Like, there's very weird choices that they made. Specifically, this is such a nitpicky fucking thing, but I swear to God, it bothered me endlessly. It was like the map screen. In the Mass Effect games, if you pull up a map of, like, I don't know, the Citadel, it'll show the map, and it'll show, like, hey, it'll have like a makeshift arrow, and it'll say, like, Garrus, or, like, you know, the characters that you want to, you know. And in 3, for some reason, the map screen instead functions almost like a mall directory, where it'll show, like, the overworld, and then it'll be like 1, 2, 3, and then off on the side, there's like a list, and then it's like, oh, 1 is Presidium Commons, and then, oh, that character's there under the list. And it's like very strange. Like, why would you do that? And then the loadout screen is kind of awkward to navigate. Like, you get around it eventually, but it's I prefer lists. Like, just give me a list. Just give me just normal UI and just chill. And then also, like, the galaxy map feels a lot less purposeful, because in Mass Effect 2, you would go to different planets, you would scan for resources, and that had, like, a direct feedback loop into, like, what your final mission was, and, like, getting everybody prepared. But in Mass Effect 3, it feels like the star map is just kind of there because it was in the last one. There's not as much to do in it. It feels a little bit more aesthetic than it is consequential to the gameplay. But and just the little things like quest markers being a little bit more vague and strange, and not quite as descriptive as you would like them to be, especially as they were in 2 and 1. But again, it's all, like, really minor nitpicks at the end of the day, because it is so cool. It's really cool playing through these in a row like I've been doing, because there's a lot of things, like a lot of characters and conversations that you have with people that you influenced in the first game and the second game that I think I might not have remembered if I had spent, like, years between them. characters from DLC that show up, and it's like, oh, you made this choice in this DLC, and that comes to a head here, or like, oh, you made this choice in the first game, and that's going to impact this quest line. This quest line exists purely because you did that, and it's like, man, what a sophisticated web of like from game to game. Like it really is remarkably impressive, and I think I mentioned it even in the last time I talked about Mass Effect 2 on the show, where I'm just like, it's very clear to me why this kind of thing isn't attempted more often, because even just playing it, you feel like, man, what a headache this must have been to make sure everything worked. Like, the QA for this must have been astronomically infuriating. Like, oh, I made this choice in a game in 2007. Make sure that carries over to now. It's like, fuck. It's so cool.
Yeah,
It's super rewarding. And yeah, Mass Effect 3 is great. I think 2 still is, like, so far the standout of it. I think it's just, like, perfect from start to finish. And 3 has, like, some minor complaints, but the entire trilogy is really great so far. I think it's a must-play kind of trilogy for anybody. I think it's great sci-fi, great RPG, good shit.
definitely. It's peak sci-fi in games. Sure.
Yeah, it's up there. Like, I know very few that would challenge it. So yeah, I'm polishing that off. I started Space Marine 2 as well. I finished the first mission so far, and I love it. It sucks that I'm gonna have to put it down for like the next like week or so. It's gonna be in New York. I'm gonna have to figure out like what I'm gonna play in the meantime. But I'm playing Space Marine 2, and it's so good. It's so fucking cool. Like, this is, like, in the best way. It feels like we're getting back-to-back throwbacks in some way with Astrobot and then this, of just, like, remembering a time when games were just fucking fun and respectful of your time and not long-winded and didn't overstay their welcome. I can't say that last part for myself because I'm only, like, a mission in. But I know from reviews that it's not, like, a particularly long game, which I'm stoked about. It plays so well. It's got that Gears of War kind of feel to it. There's no cover system, really, but it's like that third-person, like, chunky, like, kill a bunch of things vibe. It's so cool. There's specifically, like, a mechanic in it that I really love, where if you, I guess, stun an enemy, like, a little reticle will pop up on them, and then you can press the trigger to do, like, this, like, side shot, and the camera... It's like a gun glory kill basically from like a distance. But like the way the camera pulls back and the way like it shifts around you and focuses on, and the sound dampens, and then it just like you hear the gunshot, and then it's wildly satisfying as a mechanic just to do over and over again. I'm only playing the campaign right now. I haven't really delved into PvP or PvE, although or like the dedicated PvE mode, which I heard is pretty cool. But yeah, I'm looking forward to spending more time with it, because this is definitely like, I don't know, it feels like we've heard for a long time that like, oh, it's impossible to, like, games like this don't work anymore. Like the whole like, hey, it's a short campaign with like a tacked on multiplayer and like just like kind of like a fun side, you know, horde mode type thing, like it's not what the market wants, and maybe that's true, I don't know, but like, it's so refreshing today to play something like this, because it really is, it's like, yeah, this is just fun, man. Like, I wish this was a trend that was a little bit more common. I understand that it got a little bit overwrought in the 360 and PS3, but like, I don't know, man, I'll take games that respect my time and are this tight and fun over a lot of the long-winded stuff that we're getting now, or even some of the underbaked stuff that we're getting now. And I will say Warhammer, I'm not familiar with Warhammer at all. Like, I don't know anything about it. I know that it's expensive because there's a lot of figurines and a lot of painting that goes on, which I'm actually like, I'm more interested in Warhammer figurines from the perspective of like painting them. That seems like a fun kind of,
Yeah, it does seem cool.
Yeah, but I have to say, this is a really cool fucking universe. I love good sci-fi and good fiction in general, like, really revolves around really cool sounding terminology. It really is that simple, I think. And hearing like, brother, machine spirit.
Yeah, pray to the
It's
machine
like-
spirit.
Yeah, dude, like
So
Pray to
good.
the Machine Spirit goes so hard, it's crazy. Like you've got, it's like For the Horde, or like, or like anything else like that, where it's just like a good line, good terminology, it just slaps. I think it's one of the reasons why like even Mass Effect works as well. It's just like the mass relays. It's like they're just simple words put together. Like Machine Spirit on its own is like whatever. Or like by themselves as words, or like whatever. They're like put together. It's just a Pillar of Autumn in Halo. It's just, what a badass fucking name, dude. It just sucks you in, and man, it's fun. It's just good old fashioned PS3 360 style fun. I really do think this is my favorite type of game, honestly. Just like from this era, late PS2, early PS3. Something about it, and I'm sure that has a lot to do with the fact that that's how I grew up. But I also feel like on some objective level, there's something objectively like superior about the way that these types of games are put together. Yeah, I love it. I love Space Marine 2 so far. I'm not gonna be able to play it for the next week, unfortunately, because the rig that I have at home definitely cannot handle this. But I'll try and figure out some way to get it.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, Space Marine 2 does look pretty cool. I'll think about playing it in the near future. I don't know where I'm at on that, but Dustin, where are you on, and what are you playing?
Well, I want to give a quick update about Holly's been playing tons of games. She beat Dragon Quest Builders 2.
Oh, wow.
I had no idea that game is it's like 60 hours or something. It's surprisingly big. But yeah, she beat that, and now, dude, she's hardcore. She's playing Crusader Kings 3.
Sorry, guys, I gotta walk my dog. I'll be right back.
was a PS Plus game. She's learning how to play, and I've just been watching. This game is in depth. Like, I'm watching her. I'm like, I have no idea what you're doing. Apparently, your wife has chlamydia. Now you have chlamydia. She dies, then you get a second wife. Because you had chlamydia, you give it to the second wife. Then the second wife dies. Then she's got a third wife. It's all about dynamics. It's all about chlamydia. You're trading your kids to as political, pawns, basically marrying them into their families.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting, very intimidating, but I'm glad she's having a good time. As for me, very deep on Vampire Survivors right now. I am still thinking about the platinum, just as something to work towards. It's getting really tough now because I've got eventually. This isn't like a big spoiler. You unlock like hard modes of each level, the inverse stages, and they are very, very tough.
I did one of those.
Not really.
I guess I'm playing that too, just here and there, and I did one of those, and it was everyone's health was plus 50% or something like that. It was pretty tough. I ended up dying. So usually, I'm pretty reliable. Can get 30 minutes, no problem. But that was
Yeah, and so I'm going through trying to unlock all the Arcana cards, stuff like that. Having a very nice time.
Tell me about that, because I want to get the platinum as well, but I'm not entirely sure. Like, I haven't even really been looking very deeply at the trophies. I'm just earning a shit ton of them.
Yeah.
And bring them up. So I need there you are. So I have in the basic game I have 25 of 41 trophies. So I'm missing defeat a total of 3,000 milk elementals. That's sexy.
Yeah.
Defeat a total of 3,000 dragon shrimps. Find and buy the glass vizard. Find the yellow sign. Obtain the infinite orb. Obtain the crimson shroud. I don't even really know what any of this shit means. Complete the collection 1.0. Defeat 100,000 enemies in a single run with Queen Sigma.
I think she's one of the last characters to unlock.
Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of playing it with no rhyme or reason. Like when there's an exclamation point next to one of the stages, I go to that stage or whatever, unless I'm working my way down the list. But anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just it's funny you're saying that because I don't really even know what I'm supposed to be doing, in order to get there.
Yeah. The issue I couldn't find, at least when I looked the other day, like PSN, like the main platinum sites that do the guides don't have one. So I am not totally sure.
Steam probably will have it.
Yeah, probably. But I know I've unlocked the Infinite Corridor, but I don't know how I did it. So some of these other ones, like what is it called? The Red Cloak or the Red Shroud or something? Crimson Shroud. That one you have to do by... do you have the red arrows unlocked on your map?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So, I don't know, I can't remember how you unlock them, but eventually every map will have these red arrows that you can pick up. And one of them gives you increased healing, and one of them increases enemy damage, amount of enemies on the screen. So you have to fully upgrade those ones and use the Laurel, and then the evolved form of the Laurel is the Crimson Shroud. So...
Oh, okay. I never even used the Laurel. In fact, I've never used it, really. So
I've only used it to get the Crimson Shroud. So...
Gotcha.
But apparently the Crimson Shroud is essential if you want to beat the Reaper at the end. Because
I know there's a trophy, I think, for lasting for 31 minutes, and I'm like, yeah, how?
The Crimson Shroud.
I've not done it, but... Yeah. So, having a lot of fun with that. The other two games, I checked out Plucky Squire because it's available on PlayStation Plus Extra. I still have it for an additional month. Now I'm going back to regular. So, I checked it out. I played probably an hour and a half, and I'm out. I think I'm out on this one, boys. It's very pretty. It's, the art direction, the way that they jump between storybook and 3D world. If you haven't seen any trailers, that's kind of the main shtick of this game. So there's 2D parts in this storybook. Throughout the story, there's stuff that happens. You can jump out of the storybook and go into the real world. It's very cool. It's just simply too easy. This would be a great game. It's a great kids game. And that's kind of the problem, is that it's not a great kids game like Astro Bot or a lot of Nintendo games where they're appealing to both kids and adults. When I play this game, at least for the hour and a half I did, I just felt like it was too simple, and I was getting bored. It's very cute. You like simple, breezy games. And I'm not playing on the easy. There's like an easy mode in addition to that. I'm playing on the normal mode. And I'm just not having a lot of fun with it. So I'm leaving it behind, but it's worth it. If you have extra, the concept is so unique, I would say it's worth checking out. It might appeal to you. This last game, I'd never heard of this until Jimmy told me about it. It's a game, it's on PC only, it's called Pilgrim. So this game is very much in line with, if you remember, it was last year, Lethal Company. So, in Pilgrim, you and your friends. So I was playing with a friend of the show, Brandon, Glorious Ginger. I was playing with Ben and Brad. You are pilgrims that you have a cart that's powered by crystals, and you need to get all the way to town. And so, in order to power your cart, these crystals, you gotta stop at different locations to go in and find crystals and other loot. But when you go to these weird, mysterious locations, like there's like crypts and stuff like that, there are monsters inside that will try to kill you. And it's essential in this game, much like Lethal Company, that you use in-game voice chat, because if somebody dies, you cannot talk to them anymore. You might not even know that they're dead or that a monster killed them. So it does some other interesting things with the voice chat that I will not spoil. But I am having a blast playing this game, in particular because I really liked Lethal Company, but eventually it just became annoying with how hard it was. There were certain monsters that if you saw them, you're fucked. Your run is over. You can't do anything. Whereas I think this game is a lot more peaceful in your ability to evade different monsters. So it's only $6, and they're calling it extra early access, so there's definitely some bugs in there, but having a really fun time.
I need to redo this because
these kinds of unique
I couldn't see the fucking screen.
horror games, this is one definitely to keep an eye on. Particularly, like I said, only PC, so you won't be able to play this on PlayStation. But it's a lot of fun little things in this game. It's very spooky, very scary, perfect for this time of year. Check it out.
Yeah, I'm on Steam and I'm reading the reviews, and it's funny because everyone says how buggy the game is and everyone's giving it a thumbs up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we definitely hit some bugs when we were playing. And the voice chat is kind of weird and stuttery at points, but you have to use it. So it's I like these types of unique co-op experiences. I feel like there really aren't very many of them. It reminds me of a lot of that Phasmophobia game, which I don't think that came to consoles either. And that's like a ghost hunting type game where you bring in like the different meters and stuff, and ghosts can mess with different players, use walkie-talkies, stuff like that. So it's I appreciate trying out something new, and it's disappointing because Lethal Company had so much promise, and it's still in early access, and it has not changed all that much since launch. So it sucks when you buy a game, it's promised that it's going to get better, and then it doesn't. Very well could happen with Pilgrim as well, but if you have some boys or girls that you play with online, check this one out. It's only $6.
Cool. Pilgrim. Nice. I like that name a lot. Okay. It's not Can't Kill Yourself, but it's close. All right, there are 3 big news items this week I wanted to get into, some interesting stuff to talk about. Like I said, Rumors State of Play next week, so I think we'll have many more things to talk about. But let's begin here on a topic I didn't think we'd have to talk about yet, number 1. We've spoken a lot about PlayStation 5 Pro as of late, and it makes sense as the long-rumored iterative console is indeed real. It will be launching in November, but let us not forget that a proper successor to PlayStation 5, presumably called PlayStation 6, won't be too far behind. And because of recent reporting from Newswire or Reuters, we have cause to discuss it in some detail. The well-sourced Reuters article revolves around a failed bid by once mighty and currently floundering technologies company Intel, which at one time completely dominated Western computer markets with its semiconductors, microprocessors, and so forth, but which has been steadily dethroned in recent times by rival AMD, which according to Reuters ended up beating out an upstart Intel to secure work on the PlayStation 6's custom innards. Likewise, it wanted to do its own manufacturing too, and was outbid in that regard by Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, Reuters explains that Intel has thus lost out on several $billion in potential contracts and explains why this matters from their perspective. Quote, typically, Sony consoles sell more than 100 million units across half a decade. For a chip designer, the console business delivers a lower profit than the gross margins of more than 50% of products like artificial intelligence chips, but nonetheless represents steady business that can profit from technology a company has already developed. Sony's business could have also helped boost Intel's contract manufacturing business, which now struggles to find big new clients, end quote. Sony apparently made the decision to go with AMD over Intel in 2022, with Sony considering AMD's bid more competitive. But AMD may have won out for another reason, even more logical than the original continuity. Quote, Reuters explains, quote, console chip designs typically try to ensure compatibility with earlier versions of the system to allow users to run older games on the new hardware. Moving from AMD, which made the PlayStation 5 chip, to Intel would have risked backwards compatibility, which was a subject of discussion between Intel and Sony engineers and executives. Ensuring backwards compatibility with prior versions of the PlayStation would have been costly and taken engineering resources, end quote. And it seems Intel really did lose out, with Reuters reporting that, quote, Sony's console business could have pumped roughly $30 billion into Intel over the course of the contract, end quote. It's unclear when PlayStation 6 will even be released, but it's safe to assume we won't see it until 2027 at the absolute earliest, or more likely 2028 or even 2029. Austin, how do you feel that we're talking about PlayStation 6? Does it make you feel okay?
Man, we're dying, as we remark often on this show.
I feel like I'm just perpetually dying, yes.
But yeah, it's crazy, and honestly, the fact that they had a conversation with Intel for a Switch is concerning to me. Just in this, what you wrote it, the backwards compatibility thing. I would say it's eyebrow raising from the fact that in this hypothetical situation where they did switch, the amount of engineering work to make it backwards compatibility would be high. And then I wonder, even in that case, if it would be fully backwards compatible. So obviously they said no, and that was a huge factor of that. But I would hate to see a situation where Intel made a more compelling offer, and then something could be lost with backwards compatibility in the future, which obviously it didn't happen, but it is concerning that I would say that backwards compatibility forever is not certain.
Yeah, it's so funny. I'm on the total opposite end of it, where you know way more about tech than I do, so I really do defer to you on these things. But it's what I was saying about the Super Switch, where, and rumors say that it will be backwards compatible, but it's like, yes, it has to be. It has to be. Like, you can't. I just don't think you can do that, and I just feel like it would be impossible for PlayStation 6 to not play PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 games. Like, there's just, that would be insanity. You know, especially considering how this generation has gone, where they know more than ever that people don't want to move over and that they're relying on older games. Oh my god, no, that would be a death sentence for the console. I just know those days, in my opinion, are dead, like straight up. People are going to have expectations, and I think Sony fans have been somewhat patient with the PS3 situation. Like, not only should we have backwards compatibility with PS3 working, we should be able to access that store. That's like a big part of it. It's like, why can't we access all of it? And my hope is that they figure that out. So it's interesting to hear your thoughts on that, because I look at that and I'm like, yeah, that seems to be a non-starter. I'm not so, from a commerce perspective, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I would assume that them fielding bids is just in the normal course of business, because someone might come to you with something great, you know. So you want to hear everyone out. They're going to grovel to you anyway. The one thing I like that they brought up that I never considered, and why I quoted it from the Reuters article, is that AMD, the likes of AMD and Intel, don't actually really want this business from a margin standpoint. They want it from a reliability standpoint. Like, we know we're going to sell lots of PlayStations. We're not making that much money on it, but it's like low risk. And that's kind of interesting. So they really do want to bid on this sort of stuff. The other thing, and this has nothing to do with Sony, but in reading more about the Reuters article and then researching a little bit, is that Intel is trying to do something, I guess, that AMD doesn't, and that they go into this in the story, which is like to control the entire vertical. So they want to design it, and they want to manufacture it. And this is not something PlayStation does. And so you see here that they went with Taiwan manufacturing with an AMD design, but Intel wanted to do the whole thing, and apparently Intel had started this thing called the Foundry or something like that, where they want to control like the whole kit and caboodle, but they're having a hard time courting they're having an easier time courting customers for Intel designs than they are for Intel manufacturing, and they were hoping that Sony would be like the push over of the Jenga tower that they needed to get this thing going. So yeah, interesting stuff. Chris, PlayStation 6. How does it make you feel? Just hearing that term, does it make you want to die? Yeah.
Yeah, this is something that I mean, PS5 used to be something that I would joke about. You know, like as like a hypothetical, like, yeah, you're gonna play that on your PS5. That sounded so stupid at the time, but yeah, now we're already pushing past it. Well, I get it. Time passes. I think honestly, I think the pandemic really just fucked time, perceptively. Like it doesn't feel like it's been 4 years at all. It really feels like last year I got my PS5. I know that that's not real, but it feels that way. It feels like very minimal amounts of time has passed. And so, even though a lot's happened, and so it's weird to be talking about this. It's even weirder to hear that there was even a fucking conversation about backwards compatibility, and like that's not even.
It's good news that they balked, right? And said like, no, we can't. Even
no, yeah,
you know,
I really can't imagine. It really would be a death sentence, especially you have to assume that they know as well that this is kind of a big reason why they're in a powerful position as compared to Xbox. Not necessarily that Xbox doesn't do backwards compatibility well; they do.
Yeah, they were pioneers of it, really. You know.
Yeah. But their jump from PS4 to PS5 and just the existing buy-in into that ecosystem was a massive reason why a lot of people stayed. And if you look, we're in a position where Xbox is not strong. Xbox might be fucking gone as a machine. But in a hypothetical world where the PS6 comes out and there's no backwards compatibility, that's a reopening of the war chest, in my opinion. You got to fight again, because there's a really if you can say okay, well, let's say Xbox for some reason comes out and they're like, we have backwards compatibility. That's it. That's immediate. That's like a massive win.
You mean you hit your hand?
And so I don't imagine that Sony would ever even open themselves up to something like that, if they're smart.
I guess I didn't think about it from this perspective, but in listening to you talk, I was thinking it makes sense in hindsight why Microsoft was so aggressive about backwards compatibility, because they realized that, we knew obviously inherently that the PS4 catalog compelled people to PS5, and that Microsoft had realized that they had kind of lost at this point, that they had lost the wrong generation. But they had kind of tried to go back and undo it to give people access to the 360 generation specifically, which they thought would give them an example, give them that buy-in that people had to be like, oh yeah, well I do have buy-in in that generation, I did miss this generation, but there is that stuff. I don't think it worked out, but you can totally see why they were so urgent about it, which, makes a lot of sense in hindsight. Lee Foodfly wrote in on Patreon, says, hey team, we had a great talk last week about the economics of the PS5 Pro, and I won't fight you on that. Inflation is very real. You all recall how the PS3 generation went particularly long, though, and a major reason for that was the economic crisis that had impacted the world at the time. My question to you is, with the current economic climate likely lasting a couple of years at least, do you see an extension of this current console generation? We see PS6 pushed back to 2030. Keep beating your boars' heads. Oh, poor boar's head. You're struggling, aren't you? It's specifically and ironically the Virginia plant that has, I don't know if you guys have seen, it's basically been condemned at this point. So,
wow. What are you doing over there, man?
I don't know. It's so Mike and I were saying, we still haven't gone back to cold cuts. It's been safe for a while because they just import them from the other factories or whatever, but it's I'm like, yeah, there's part of it's good news because we know, we're never going to get anything from that place. So basically, it's definitely done. So, it's kind of good news. We'll get it from the cleaner stuff, but I feel bad for the brand. It's such a good brand. I don't know if you come back with it. I think they will. Yeah. We'll see. About the topic at hand, though. I actually think the economy is in a really weird place. Like, it seems fairly obvious to me that the economy is never properly reflected in official data, and the official data, specifically from the United States government, I don't know if this is true in other places around the world, is always revised downward every time. Like, it's never right, and it's always revised in the wrong direction. So it's like, oh, we employed this many people. Oh, wait, never mind, it was fewer people. It's never more people. The interest rates are never lower, or inflation's never better. It's always, like, in the wrong direction. So there's something totally untenable at the core of all this. And I also think sovereign debt is going to become a really big deal, specifically in the United States, but in places like Japan, it's already been a huge deal. We owe so much money. The economy is going to be fucked based on a lot of these things, but I think in like from an ecosystem level, so like video games specifically, I actually think a lot of what Sony decides to do with PS6 will depend on what Microsoft does with Xbox, because it seems fairly clear to me Switch is kind of on its own thing. Actually, the leaks of the Switch were pretty compelling. I think those leaks are real. That looked like they were kind of off the manufacturing plan. Pictures that you guys have seen, obviously, right, of the Switch. And it seems like it's going to be like somewhat powerful, like almost like more powerful than the Series S, less powerful than the PS5. And so Sony's going to have no threat from Nintendo on a power differential, so they could like keep the status quo from that perspective. Microsoft, on the other hand, is going to be eager to restart. And we already know this from rumors that they're gonna do a Dreamcast style move, or what they did with the original with Xbox 360, where they were going. And we're gonna start this generation early. And the last time they did that, it worked really well for them, actually. But I don't know if people will be interested. If they are, then I think Sony will have a light under their ass, a fire under their ass to get this thing going. It's already going and whatever, but their plans to be solidified for X date and all the rest. But I think if this new Xbox comes and goes and no one really cares about it, there's no pressure. And in some cases, it's like, why not just, especially with the Pro model, why not just kind of hang out for a while? I would love a 10-year generation with a modular model that makes it more tenable, while people really get going on PS5 and buy into it. There is some danger in letting people buy into it too deeply to where they'll never want to move on. And I think they're already experiencing that in some way with PS4. I've said in the past, not only Sony's own data. Remember, it was only, I guess, 3 quarters ago now that more people per month were playing PS5 than PS4. That's a pretty damning indictment on PS5's permeability, though it's selling well. It can be selling so much better, and it is starting to flag a little bit behind PS4, I think, in terms of time-adjusted global numbers. So I think the urgency is going to be not only about the economy and people's money, but I think also about what the competition does. Because they, again, from the power differential, they have nothing to worry about with Nintendo. In fact, these two consoles, I think, will be able to share games. Not first-party games, although I think that might happen with Sony sending some games over there, but third-party games. Those are the two machines that might have parity with each other, ironically, and be more relevant. And so they might be happy to keep the status quo. They're making a nice amount of money on PS5. One of the things that Tom said to me about PS5 Pro on Sacred Symbols Plus that I thought was interesting. He said a lot of interesting things, but one of them was they're definitely charging a lot of money for it. Like, they don't need to charge this much money for it. They could sell it for even cheaper, but they want to actually extract margin. If that's true and that's becoming more important, then the best way to extract margin is on older and older hardware that becomes cheaper and cheaper to manufacture but still sells. And Nintendo is ground zero for this. So if they can do it, so can Sony. I'll be interested to see what happens. Where are you guys on this? Dustin, when do you expect we'll see PlayStation 6? I mean, my gut tells me 2028. That would be a long generation, though. That would be longer than even the PS3 generation, which was itself very long, and the PS4 generation, which was, somewhat equivalent. So, but I just feel like these machines are existing in a different space now. People don't see it as eager to move on, and there's almost no reason to move on. That's why I think that's the most compelling argument against PS5 Pro. Is like, well, I don't need this. So anyway, what are your thoughts here on PS6?
I think you're right that 2028 was the first thing that I thought, but I think it has to do partially with the point of where we're at with graphics technology, and that we are really at the point where we're getting diminishing returns on new consoles. I mean, PS4 to PS5, obviously there is, when taken advantage of properly, a big difference, but it's nowhere near the difference between PS1 to PS2, PS2 to PS3. So I think that when we start to see this happening, then yeah, it makes sense that people are less inclined to upgrade unless it is what they can squeeze out a bigger jump And right now, I mean, with different upscaling technologies, AI stuff, I'm really curious to see where all the different technical aspects go in the next few years. And another factor to consider in their PS6 launch window, whatever they want to do with it, is if they are going to use some kind of handheld alongside it. As I saw on Twitter a few minutes ago.
Oh, hey, Dempsey, what's up? Sorry, I didn't see these comments.
Apparently someone named
Lasagna baking. Baking as we speak. The Ring of Rings. That's what we're doing. I wish Blade did 100%. No shit, yeah.
It says someone from NeoGAF that has reliability.
Yeah,
Says there's
I mean,
two chips in development. One
Same
of them
with the graphics thing. Like,
they
I like games looking good, but
so
as long as the performance is there, that's what's in a game,
be a Series S
in an interactive medium. You think performance would be, you know,
be a big factor
key.
too, as we see the rise of portables really taking off, and what that means for how PlayStation 6 games are developed. If they're standard, that it's required that they're able to run on this handheld, something like that. I think we're going to start to see potentially a different landscape on what people expect out of their devices moving forward.
Yeah, the handheld is compelling. I was asking Tom about that on Sacred Symbols Plus as well. You guys know I've long had this idea of a portable PS4 Pro, and he was like, really, you're at the point where it's like, just make it for a PS5. It's not that extraordinary, especially if they think they can sell. If they sell $200 portals, they sell $200 DualSense Edge controllers. They're going to sell out of $700 PS5 Pros. So you have a customer base that will buy an expensive handheld that actually plays the games that you're playing right now, which is, God, dude, that would make me so happy if there was a portable, an actual portable, just straight up PS5. Or whatever the fuck's a lot.
Interesting.
Yeah. But what would that cost? $1,000, something like that? You know, maybe a little less. So I always just think that.
I don't know, I like old school stuff, but I'm not married to it. Like, I like the progression of the games industry. Always have.
Yeah, there might have even been a model that was $399 that just had those sort of...
Like, I think the shit that's going to be done with the Unreal Engine 5 is going to be crazy. Like, games are going to look fucking wildly real here pretty soon. It's like all the way over there, isn't it? Chests all over the place. Yeah. Oh, what? Whatever. Interesting. Yeah, Civilization's cool. Neverwinter Nights. All right, so you're like the MMO and old school games and Civ game. Yeah, yeah, it's cool. Pretty much. I mean, a lot of classic PC games right there. Don't we have? Greatest Shuvli, it does good damage. Yeah, Greatest Shuvli is cool. Let's get it right now. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but it fucking matters at this point.
We're moving through space at a ludicrous speed, baby. Dude, we've gone like fucking nuclear. I can't see. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. What's this question mark about? Ah! Oh boy, I'm starting to lose frames.
Oh.
$1,000. I don't know. It's fun to think about because I think they are really going there, and it shows the complete unpredictability of the industry about how many things just are left for dead or left for a niche, and then it's like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. They're back.
What are we doing? The handheld is the ultimate example of this. Chris, where are you on this particular question here of PS6's release date?
Yeah, I don't know. I think a long generation would be nice. I feel like there's a potential for maybe the PS5 Pro to maybe extend it a little bit, but like my gut says, I'm very much with you where my brain just kind of does the math on these things where I figure like, okay, well, it's been 4 years since the PS5, we get the Pro, figure another 4 years, you know? It's like my base reasoning. And so I think 2028 would be the year that we would see it. As far as like the handheld stuff, like if it had any functionality where it's like, I really do think like streaming needs to be like a core implementation of this thing. Like you need to be able to like, it would be cool to run your games natively for sure, but if you have a PS5 already, it would be so cool to stream from it. So that's what I've been doing for a lot of my Mass Effect playthrough on PS5. I've just been streaming it to the Steam Deck as I'm like in bed, and it's great. And it's such a great functionality. Like if you had something like the Portal that could play games natively outside, like on trips, but then also like in the home, that could just stream elegantly from one machine to the other. It's like that's very compelling to me. I love this shit. Like the Steam Deck completely transformed my opinion on handheld machines. I went from being like kind of apathetic about it. Like the PSP was really my favorite. Like the PSP really like spoke to me in a lot of ways. It felt futuristic at the time. It felt like, how are we playing games that feel like they're kind of on parity with like modern hardware? Like, how are we doing this right now? This feels insane. I think the Vita and the 3DS and all these things were cool, but they were a little bit underwhelming compared to like that first leap from Game Boy Advance SP to PSP is crazy. It's a wild jump, handheld wise, and I haven't felt that until the Steam Deck, and it's a new world out here now with like ROG. With the what is it? The ROG.
ROG Ally.
ROG Ally, and you're hearing rumors about other stuff. It's like it's kind of cool that we're in this space. This is not a space that I would have predicted would even exist, even just a handful of years ago. So keep it coming, man.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's funny too. It's all about handhelds. Used to come from forever. It came even with Switch. Really, they come with a concession. It's like you're not getting the maximum power. You're not getting the best fidelity. Like we were making fun of, there were Game Boy games coming out right before GameCube came out. You were playing a portable NES, like a hindered NES, for all of that time. And now people's expectations are parity. And that's an interesting look for handhelds, in my opinion. They're always going to be more expensive when they're truncated and made smaller and all of the rest, but we're getting to a point where it's not unimaginable, where we were playing Game Boy Advance while we were playing GameCube. We were playing DS while we were playing Wii. PSP while we were playing PS2 and 3. And now we're going to be playing things that will send back and forth truly. And maybe the only thing that really got there was PS3 and Vita, because those did talk to each other very intimately, but not quite to the extent that I think we're going to see. All right. You guys ready for this one? Number 2. For a couple of years now, a rumor has percolated that Horizon Zero Dawn would in some way be natively released on PlayStation 5, whether as a re-release, a remaster, or perhaps even a dreaded remake, the latter of which seems insane since the game just came to PlayStation 4 in 2017. However, those rumors began to die down in recent months, particularly because Sony announced LEGO Horizon Adventure, a retelling of Zero Dawn's story, which some people assumed was maybe a crossed wire when talking about Zero Dawn's return. Well, thanks to an ESRB rating leak, we now know the truth, and that's that Horizon Zero Dawn is indeed being re-released on PlayStation 5 in the form of Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, which the ESRB, the United States Games Rating Board, has rated teen for teen. It's been rated for launch on both PS5 and PC, not a huge surprise, since the original Zero Dawn launched on PC back in 2020 to a strong commercial response. Other than its existence, we know nothing else about Zero Dawn Remastered, though it's likely we won't have to wait very long. Word is a PlayStation State of Play is right around the corner where this is likely to be revealed. Perhaps even for a launch this year, though that would be aggressive. as LEGO Horizon Adventures is slated for launch before the end of the year on PS5, PC, and Nintendo Switch alike. And these titles are in addition to at least 3 more Horizon games known to be in the works. A third game in the core trilogy, a multiplayer game being led by Horizon Team home studio Guerrilla, and an MMO being handled by South Korean titan NCSoft. Remember, too, that we were slated to get a Horizon show on Netflix that has since been canceled, though its cancellation purportedly has to do with writer and producer Steve Blackman, who has been accused of, quote, toxic bullying, manipulative, and retaliatory behavior, end quote, by those who have worked with him. In other words, the show is likely to reemerge somewhere else at some other time, so expect a lot more Horizon in your near, mid, and long-term future. Horizon Zero Dawn, an open-world third-person action RPG set in a far-future United States territory recovering from calamity, and set amongst mysterious robot dinosaurs that roam the land, was launched on PlayStation 4 in 2017 and came from Sony-owned Team Guerrilla, once known only for its Killzone FPS franchise. While Killzone proved to be a steady commercial and critical project, Horizon has gone far above and beyond, and the series has sold more cumulative copies than every Killzone game combined across PS2, PS3, PS4, PSP, and Vita. It was followed by the release of a sequel, Horizon Forbidden West, which came to PS5 and PS4 in 2022. Both games received expansions as well. Dustin, it's happening. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, on top of this too, there's a couple things that have broken while we were recording. I'll post a link here, but there's now rumors circulating as well that Days Gone is also getting a remaster. Some people on Twitter are doubling down on. So here's what I imagine this is that it will be along the lines of Last of Us Part 2, where I would expect that if you already own it, there'll be a $10 upgrade. You can get the remastered version. And maybe that's fair, maybe it's not. We'll have to see what the extent of what they do to the remaster itself. But yeah, Sony definitely wants to continually remind you about Horizon. That Horizon exists, and it's very important to them. And I personally don't really see the point in this, just in that the PS4 version on PS5 already runs at 60 FPS, but that didn't stop them with Last of Us. It sounds like it won't stop them with Days Gone, a game that's a PS4 game that also runs at 60 FPS on PS5 with a patch, but apparently they see the market for it. I mean, if with The Last of Us Part 2 that went well, people bought that and a $10 upgrade, maybe they're also getting ready for a different related Horizon announcement, and so they want to prep people in that way. But it sounds like, on a side note too, this state of play, I would imagine it's either getting announced tomorrow or today if you're listening to this on Friday, or Monday, and it's happening on Wednesday. Because they're going to remind everybody about the PS5 Pro pre-orders.
Right.
Tune in tomorrow at this time to pre-order.
Right. That's when they'll probably share the times.
Yeah.
Asking that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
This Tribe Not Included wrote in and said, "Greetings, gentlemen. I'm so excited that Horizon Zero Dawn is getting the PS5 remaster so badly needed. While it is a great game, everyone knows Horizon looks pretty rough by modern standards and could use a fresh coat of graphical paint. I can't wait to experience this game at 60 frames on PS5 for the very first time. Have you guys heard anything about a Horizon Forbidden West remaster? That game is about due for an update as well. I'm sure Sony will charge full price for it, but it'll be worth it for that glorious graphical overhaul. Well, I'd rather get back to playing The Last of Us Part 1, not to be confused with The Last of Us Remastered, not to be confused with the original The Last of Us on PlayStation 3 powers and players." Very funny.
Yeah, that's funny writing.
Funny. Chris, Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster. I think that my personal take is that it's like the anger and like the reactions are so predictable and so off base. I think the only thing that people can point at, and it's reasonable enough, is to say like, yeah, all right, so more remasters, more re-releases, but still nothing new from PlayStation Studios. Fair enough. But I don't think this in and of itself is that offensive. Like, I don't mind it.
I mean, you want to talk new? We just had Spider-Man 2, Astro Bot, Song Chord.
But in the meantime, I have no interest in playing it. But what are your thoughts on this, Chris?
Yeah, but if it's a $10 upgrade, fine, I guess. I guess for me, I'm a little disappointed because I felt like a sigh of relief when that Lego game was announced. And I was like, oh, okay, that's what this is. Okay, cool. But now it feels like I don't know if this is explicitly true,
Uh-oh.
but for me, just looking in, it does kind of feel like the PS5 is a machine that constantly looks at you and says, hey, remember the PS4? Do you remember that? Wasn't that cool? Have this again. And it's like, it's fine, like, I get it. Like, I love, a boost to games from the previous genre. I think that's cool. But I think the frustration comes with the stuff that they're not touching. It's like, okay, we got Horizon Zero Dawn, which by all intents and purposes didn't really need anything done to it, but Bloodborne is just still sitting there.
Oh
And
my
I
god,
understand that that's
Bloodborne.
beyond them. That's probably like a multifaceted situation, licensing other developers, and I get it, right? However, it doesn't change the fact that it like from the outside looking in, people are going to be like, wow. How have we not gotten Bloodborne when we get Horizon Zero Dawn when Horizon Zero Dawn runs perfectly fucking fine? Like, it's crazy. It really is kind of a wild thing to see, and I can't blame people for looking at this and being like, yo, what are we doing? Why are we ignoring the things that need this kind of treatment at the expense of things that do? Don't.
It is peculiar. Titans 1 Fan 93 wrote in. Said, hello CDC, hope all is well. I wanted to comment on the Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. I, like Colin, thought LEGO Horizon was the reported Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. In preparation for the LEGO game this summer, I replayed both Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West for the first time since launch. Horizon Zero Dawn looked and ran perfectly on the PS5 at 60 frames. Is this time, money, and resources Sony could use on other projects? Horizon is one of my favorite IPs Sony has, but I find it really unnecessary to make a remaster for this game when it's already great. I love Horizon, but Sony is really going all out with the IP. Best wishes. I mean, I agree that it's just peculiar. First of all, I think you're right, Chris, in that like we dodged a bullet in some sense that this wasn't not only that LEGO Horizon we thought was maybe the thing, but that there was talk that this was like a remake. And it's like, oh no, because
That's great.
then I think about it through like a more logical lens. It's like, okay, no one had a problem with the PS5 ports of Uncharted 4 and The Lost Legacy, which are basically the same age as Horizon, but released way earlier in the life cycle of the PS5. But I also think that those things came at a different time, different expectations. I think people thought we were going to be in different places now. I continue to believe that one of the major problems is that Sony simply doesn't announce games very early anymore, and I think that that's wise, and so we're going to have less time to market and to talk about games. Remember, Astrobot was announced at the end of May and released in the beginning of September. It's still really fast turnaround, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that, and so these little interstitials are going to stand out more, and it is frustrating. As always, I encourage people to speak with their wallets. Like, just don't buy it, don't support it, and show them that we want something else. In fact, like, Days Gone, in some sense, is the more interesting game to me out of the two, just because it's like, what is there like anything left unsaid about this game? Could it have run better? I'd be curious about that. But yeah, of course, when they refuse to touch Bloodborne, which is obviously the one everyone wants, it gets weird. That's why I've said for a long time, I just feel like there's so much more to that.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Like, I just feel like it's so much deeper than I think we're giving it credit for from a semantic reason. And for people that don't know what I'm talking about, like, it's entirely possible they're working on a new project, obviously, but it's also entirely possible that to get From Software to make Bloodborne, they made concessions where Sony's literally not allowed to work on the game without them. Doesn't mean that Sony doesn't own it. Sony owns the IP and leverage that and all that, but the game itself, From might have first right of refusal or something on it. I have no idea, because it does seem conspicuous 9 years later. We're getting an Until Dawn. Until Dawn came out the same year Bloodborne came out. And we're getting a full-up Until Dawn remake, so I don't know. But I get it, amongst Until Dawn, it is getting a little old. So I don't blame people from that perspective. I do blame people from the perspective of, if you can just remove yourself from the specificity of first-party games, that there's a lot that has come to PlayStation this year that I think has made it actually a really good year on PlayStation.
Yeah.
But it could be so much stronger if Sony itself participated. which they really haven't been. I mean, that's what's so remarkable about this year. You know, go ahead, Chris.
Well, no, I was gonna say that I think is the problem is that they feel like they're not even participants in their own machine.
And I get it. You know, I really do. I get it. Like, I understand people's consternation. I just think that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater at the same time in some ways, the way we talk about it.
I
Like,
agree.
let's not ignore the second-party games like Helldivers. Let's not ignore how much fun I thought Grand Blue Fantasy was, which can only be played. You know, these are all console exclusives. Grand Blue Fantasy, Rise of the Ronin, Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, you know, Astrobot. We're going to get Until Dawn, another of these remakes. We got The Last of Us Part 2 earlier this year also, which is another one of these kind of remaster situation. We're also going to get Silent Hill, you know.
No games to play on PlayStation. Nothing to play.
I'm so by simply the
Ridiculous.
dissonance between reality and a specific argument about first-party output, which is a different thing entirely. And again, would make the situation so much stronger. That's why I think I'm surprised by how strong things actually are on a roster level for PlayStation 5 from just games generally. And then I think Sony understands that its first party is lacking, which is...
Huh?
Something smells like burning.
Well, it's either downstairs or... What to tell you? Nothing.
Could be burnt hair on the fan.
I don't smell anything. I smell like maybe a little bit of burned cooking. Yeah, right. He's got to do a car.
I gotta walk my dog.
Oh my god. Oh, man. Oh. I literally can't see anything.
Hey, we did it. Rose de Infernus joins the survivors. Oh. See, I think they brought me here the other time, but the coffin wasn't here. So I think that bugged out.
Understands that its first party is lacking, which is why I think it has been so aggressive in securing third-party timed exclusives and more second-party projects. So it's not, and as we know from my Concord reporting, they really thought that game was going to envelop the second half of the year. You know, so they bet wrong, but they bet nonetheless. We'll see what goes on with this Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. Again, obviously going to be at this State of Play, I assume. The Days Gone stuff. So someone, an industry connection of mine, texted me that this morning that Days Gone was the other game that was being rumored, and I said, "Man, John Garvin's gonna have a fucking meltdown." Yeah, when he sees that, not gonna like that. They're gonna be making more money on this game. All right. This is the biggest news of the week for me, but I put it number 3 because I want to be more objective. I don't think this is the biggest feature of it. This is a huge surprise, and I think indicates things to come, which I think is very exciting. Number 3, in an unexpected but totally amazing piece of news, Japanese publisher Bandai Namco has revealed that it's porting classic second-party PlayStation Vita exclusive Freedom Wars to console. They'll be arriving on both PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 very early next year on January 10th, 2025. Important to note, the game is also coming to PC and the Switch. We're going by way of a press release from the publisher, along with a brief trailer that Bandai Namco has gone out of the way to even record live-action portions for. The major question for PlayStation fans here, of course, is how this is even possible. After all, Freedom Wars is a Sony-owned IP, and while it wasn't created by a fully owned first-party team, it was shepherded by now defunct Japan studio in a production role, so here's what likely happened. The team that made Freedom Wars is a well-known Osaka-based Japanese team called DIMS, and DIMS was actually at one time funded by a large group of Japanese publishers, including Sony itself, though its current ownership structure remains to be seen. What's true here, though, is that DIMS has, for the last decade particularly, been working heavily with Bandai Namco, particularly on licensed anime fare for franchises like Dragon Ball, Saint Seiya, My Hero Academia, Sword Art Online, and so on. So this long-running relationship between DIMS, the Freedom Wars developer, and Bandai Namco, its new licensed publisher, has been long established. Through these connections, and because it's Freedom Wars' 10th anniversary, it's likely that the project was spooled up. Though it's important to know that this one-time Vita exclusive will be packing a ton of upgrades and updates not seen in the Vita version. This includes 4K resolution, upgraded textures, 60-frame performance, difficulty settings, and so on. A bigger mystery here is that this is the beginning of Sony being willing to license its games to other publishers, something we haven't seen much of in recent generations. Back in the day, Sony would opt not to localize or externally publish all sorts of games it owns the rights to. Demon's Souls on PS3 is probably the most recent notable example, as it was published in the West by Atlas. For it to outright license a first or second party game for global release on all platforms, except Xbox, is somewhat unprecedented. The only similar project in recent years I can think of is FanDivision 2020X, a re-release of the PlayStation 2 Japan studio developed launch game from 2000, which was handled entirely by external forces, including on PS5 and PSVR 2. A smaller example may be the awarded Wipeout game in development for mobile phones in recent years, a well-developed management title called Wipeout Rush that never saw the light of day. Could this be the sign of more games to come? We shall see. Freedom Wars, launched in the fall of 2014 on Vita, was perhaps the very last major game PlayStation would ever publish on a platform, after a run of games that saw Vita receive the likes of Uncharted, Resistance, and Killzone. It's a Monster Hunter-like game set in a futuristic city called the Panopticon, where prisoners are given insane, often million-year sentences for trivial reasons. In order to whittle down their prison sentence, the imprisoned can complete tasks on behalf of the Orwellian government, which sits at the center of the game's story. It was one of the biggest games ever released on Vita in Japan, and went on to sell more than 1 million copies globally. Alright, let's get into a few things to talk about here. The lemur says, "Hello, Sacred Sigmas. With the imminent return of Freedom Wars, the question must be asked. Will Chris and Dustin jump in? Will Colin be left equally glued in the world? As usual, have an anxiety-inducing day full of mundane challenges." So, The original Freedom Wars had actually ad hoc multiplayer, which is irrelevant now, and it had online too, but I used to play it with my old roommate Greg, and that was probably one of the last games I played online, actually. I'm happy to play it by myself, though. It doesn't really matter. I am curious, though, if you guys have played this game or are interested in playing it now. Chris, Freedom Wars 2014. Did you play it on Vita, and are you interested in playing this new one on January 10th?
Yeah, I mean, so I have no experience with this at all. I don't know anything about it. All I know about it is I saw, I watched your Hot Pepper. Oh yeah. That's all I know about it. I don't know the game. Even in that video, there's like snippets of gameplay, but it's in a small corner. It's on my phone, so I didn't really get a sense of what it even is. I know that this is. Like, a friend of mine texted me about this because he loved it. Apparently, like, out of nowhere, he was like, did you hear about Freedom Wars? I was like, what? You know about it? What? You care about this? I was like, yeah. And I was like, alright, so that kind of has my interest a little bit. It's very rare for me to get, like, a message from, like, just a not-industry friend about this kind of thing. So that alone kind of has me curious. But yeah, I mean, it seems cool from what I've read about it, from what I've heard about it. I kind of like that I don't know anything about it, though, like, as far as, like visually, like, I very rarely have an opportunity to visit games as blindly as I can with this, so I think I'm gonna probably keep myself blind as long as possible. But I'm in for it, especially January. January feels like a really good time for a game like this.
I agree. Really early January should be fun, surprising too. We'll get to that in a second, though. Dustin, what's your history with Freedom Wars? It seems like a game you probably played.
Yeah, I still own the physical cart of Freedom Wars. I remember playing it, but not getting into it, but I don't really remember why. So I'm looking at gameplay now. I think you can see that IGN put out the first preview, so you can see some footage of this remaster if you want. It looks like something I'd be much more into now, though, now that I have a history with Monster Hunter in particular. And now that I have people that would play this with me, because when I had a Vita, I think I knew one other person that had a Vita, and I don't know if we were going to be getting together to play it. So this sounds like one particularly Brent and I, I'm sure, we'll jump into and have a good time with.
Very well. I'm excited for this. I don't know if you remember, Dustin. You probably don't, but there was actually a really cool mascot character in this game that I think is I actually have a shirt from Japan with Percy Brava on it, but it's too big. But I can't wear it. So yeah, shout out to Freedom Wars. I'm so excited for this. Kurt Ferguson wrote in. He has the real question here, though. And there are a couple of questions, but I think this is the big one. Hey, CDC. This question is for Colin. I remember playing Freedom Wars on the Vita because you and Greg talked about it on Beyond. It came as quite a surprise to me when I saw that they're remastering the game for modern systems. Any plans to revisit this old Vita game? And were you surprised that Sony relinquished the IP and allowed Bandai Namco to publish the game? This is the interesting part, in my opinion. This is unavoidably interesting. As I said earlier, I can think of really two examples. So, Sony would often fund games and not publish them, or have Crash and Spyro were great examples of the relationship between PlayStation and Universal at the time, with the studios and all the money that was being shared. But Sony never owned the means of production, and they realized, I think, over time that they can make a lot of second and third party relationships, and they did. So PS1 and PS2 and into PS3 are full of games that they publish, and they kind of publish them in certain territories. There are even games on PlayStation 2 that were only published in the UK, only published in India, and all of the rest that Sony owns randomly. And they would often license these games out to be published on other territories. And this isn't exclusive to Sony. A great example of this is Mega Man 6 on NES was released, and I've said this before, it was released so late in the NES's life cycle that Capcom refused to publish it itself in the West. They didn't think they could make any money. Nintendo published the game. So companies step in to do this shit for each other all the time. One hand washes the other. We can make a little bit of money together. I know you don't want to put the money into localize. It's a little bit risky. Let us do it for you. We'll share the money. We'll see what happens. And so this was very common. And you can find a lot of this in the PS1, PS2, and PS3 era. But this is really, and again, Demon's Souls being the last notable example of a game where they're like, we're not going to publish this in the West. And made a huge mistake, obviously, hence Bloodborne. So I look at this and I'm like, yeah, it's not unusual from that perspective, but it is unusual from that perspective when you look at it through just the timeline and where we are about paying on the IP, publishing globally, being a global apparatus, and understanding what time it is. And if Sony is willing to work with external publishers and trust, and obviously it has a very close relationship with Bandai Namco over many years, it's like, what else can be extracted? If obviously, so again, it's important. Dimps, the studio that made Freedom Wars, has a really close relationship with Bandai Namco. This lubricated, obviously, all the wheels to get going, but it just gets my mind going. Like, dude, if this is really a possibility, this is crazy. And it's a second-party game, so I'm not saying, like, going and getting the first-party stuff, but actually a lot of the weird shit is in the second-party. What if, and again, this is crazy, but it's like, what if the remnants of Ready at Dawn wanted to port the Order? And be like, let us, like, fund a sequel. Would they be willing to do it? I just think of those kinds of things. So I think that this is an interesting sign of potential. Maybe it's the only example of this really happening outside of Fan Division, a Wipeout management game, and all the rest, but I don't know, man. I can't help but look at this and be like, this is good news. And it makes me wonder what a Tecmo Koei or a Square Enix or any of these other close companies can do. So wanted to throw that out there. The other question that I think is relevant to kind of ponder on it comes from Rabjeet B. It's a hello, fellow sinners, long time, first time. I must say, waking up to the news that Freedom Wars is getting a 4K remaster was one of the best surprises I have ever had. I love the original Vita version and cannot wait for the remaster. My question is regarding the Freedom Wars IP, as the director mentioned regarding the future of the series depends on the remaster's performance. Let's say a possible high-budget Freedom Wars sequel was greenlit. Could it be Sony's ticket on the hunting game genre and help diversify their catalog? I can't help but wonder if, with the success of Monster Hunter World and what looks to be a stellar follow-up in Wilds, Sony is missing out on a possible winner. What do you all think of the possibility of a Monster Hunter contender in Freedom Wars? What do you make of this, Dustin? I don't think there is competing with Monster Hunter. It's important to note that Vita had a lot of Monster Hunter competition. You know, Soul Sacrifice, God Eater, like that kind of stuff. The games were good, but nothing replicated Monster Hunter, which at that time had migrated to 3DS and off of PSP, and that was considered a huge deal, and maybe one of the things that ended up killing Vita. I don't know that making, like, even a really competent competitor like Freedom Wars was really matters in some sense. You gotta just make a tight and interesting game for the market and see what goes from there. What I'm interested in is the behind-the-scenes language between Bandai Namco and Sony. Is Sony, if Freedom Wars does really well, right, is Sony allowed to be like, all right, we'll take it back and we'll publish the sequel? Or is Bandai Namco basically in the fine print being like, should you want to continue with Freedom Wars, we will publish it. You will obviously own the license and we will license it from you. So there's a lot of interesting what-ifs about this, but it's hard for me to believe, I guess, Dustin, that Freedom Wars will do well enough to garner a sequel, but that would be pretty sick.
Yeah, well, I think it could do well enough to get a sequel, but I don't know if Sony is interested, or would be, even if this does really well. I think that Sony, as we've talked about many times on the show, is just more interested in making a lot of money on bigger games than small rips here and there on smaller games. And I understand the Monster Hunter comparison, I mean, particularly in gameplay, but I don't know, when I see Freedom Wars, it looks too weeby for modern Sony to want to get back into that. I think that a game like Stellar Blade is probably to the max of what they're going to do as far as a very anime-looking game at this point. But I don't know, maybe not. But I'm curious, Colin, you brought up like what other games could be extracted. Is this the path to Tomba 3?
Well,
I mean, they let them remaster 1 and 2. So I was looking just like at other games that they've like this giant list of every published game that Sony has ever done.
Well, Uggy, look, Astro Twat wrote in. The Freedom Wars returns. The beloved AAA Vita title comes back in 2025. There's lots of talk of games that need to be remastered, but there are Vita classics that might never get the chance. What PS Vita games would you migrate over to modern platforms? I don't know, man. I mean, you don't have to dig very far to find the big ones. Like, it would be really nice to have Killzone Mercenary, which I thought was fucking superb, by the way, on console. The whole setup of it is awesome. Like, the idea of you're a mercenary, you're doing it for money, you're gaining money, you're upgrading yourself with it was perfect for the Vita, but I think it would do really well on console. Golden Abyss is really probably the most tragic a Stranded game simply because it's a core Uncharted game, and it's as if it doesn't exist because it's on the Vita. There are games that can be left alone forever, like Resistance Burning Skies is like trash, you know. But I think, and if you want to go deeper than that, you can definitely go deeper than that too. But even some of those games are migrating over too. I don't know, man. It's exciting to think about the potential and the possibility of them being open to licensing their stuff. It's unusual, but maybe Fantavision was really the kind of canary in the coal mine, not this in some sense.
This list is so interesting. There's games on here that I did not know that Sony published, like Rule of Rose. They published in Japan. Then it was Atlas published in the US. One of the most expensive PS2 games.
It's interesting that they
Market.
the whole licensing thing is so fun because it offloads all, like I said, all of the risk, but gives you a ceiling of really how well you can do. Like, imagine if Spider-Man 2 came out the way it did, but Marvel actually made it themselves, as opposed to licensing it. Like, their ceiling is just so high, but they made a lot of free money in the process. So you can't really be too... So Sony might be looking at this and be like, we can really make a little bit of money just licensing this stuff out. Plus, we're going to be selling it on PSN. So, we're going to be double dipping. So let me ask you this. Not an Xbox deal. Petty? Or funny?
I don't know. I think it's my knowledge of this game is so minimal. Like, would the Xbox audience even care about this kind of thing?
That's what I think.
I just don't. I don't think the Xbox audience even really gravitates towards weeby anime stuff at all. Really, like I'm sure like it's there on some level, but I wouldn't even be surprised if nobody on the Xbox side even noticed that this was not coming.
Yeah, I noticed just from a business perspective, I guess, because I read it with a level of pettiness. Though I read it with reasonable pettiness, I would put, if I were PlayStation, I'd be like, we're not putting anything on Xbox.
Yeah.
But it is funny, like the silent weirdness about this is that this is another Switch game that was a PlayStation exclusive. And Cedric S wrote it about this and said, hey everyone, first off, welcome back to Dustin, and a big stand down. Secondly, it seems like the next PlayStation game coming to Switch has been revealed, Freedom Wars, and it's a hidden gem at that. Who saw that one coming? No one, I must say. What do you think would be the next Sony title to grace a Nintendo console? Would it be Horizon Zero Dawn on the Switch 2? The Gravity Rush series would absolutely kill. Maybe even Knack, baby. Thanks. And insert Slitterhead pun here. That's another fall game. Slitterhead. That one coming soon.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Switch is... I really do believe that it's not so much this Switch, but the Super Switch, or whatever the hell it's going to be called. I really do believe is going to start seeding old PlayStation games. Do you think it's weird, Dustin, that Freedom Wars is coming to Switch? It is coming by way of Bandai Namco. The way I imagine the thing going is being like, we want to do this game, okay, publish it for us. We really want to publish it on more platforms. Okay, you can publish it everywhere, but not on Xbox. I really do think that that's kind of like what happens. Like, we want to make the most amount of money, we want to spread it around, but give us this one concession. What do you have to say?
I think that the only way for them to have this game be really successful is to release it on Switch, just because you mentioned the sales in Japan and the Vita version being super high. That's where Japanese players mostly are now, is on Switch above all. So a Switch version, I mean, it's a good seller, but it's still, I would say, a niche IP overall. So it has to be on Switch, I think, in order to ensure sales success. The Xbox thing, like I said when Chris was bringing it up, I think they just look at what the possibility of their investment on making an Xbox port would be, and what other games like this have sold on Xbox, and they're just like, yeah, it's not worth it. But I don't know, it's possible that Sony said no to that too, but I think it just comes down to the money of it.
Yeah, it's I would love to know what PlayStation's internal stance is on Xbox. If that, because they're willing to put their games in other places now, obviously. Now, nothing first party, and really nothing second party, because Freedom Wars is now being published by a third party, and a game like LEGO Horizon is a license, basically. So, How close are they going to get with these? How intimate is it going to become? I think we're only seeing the beginning of this. I think the true meltdown is if the PlayStation game comes to Xbox, other than MLB The Show. But I just feel like a viable strategy for Sony is to simply say, like, we don't need to do this. Like, why help them at all? You know? And like you're saying, for minimal sales. Like, Freedom Wars coming to Xbox is a bigger boon with PR than it would be for sales. What are you going to make on hundreds of thousands of dollars probably on Xbox? So, yeah, not worth it. Okay. Freedom Wars Remastered. Looking forward to being all up inside you on January 10th, 2025. Deep inside the Monopoly. There's something very attractive to me, by the way, about having like a ridiculous, absurd prison sentence and slowly whittling it down. It reminds me of Tales of Exilia 2, where you had a debt that was like an extraordinary amount, and you would just whittle it down. And you didn't even need to whittle it all the way down to win, but there was a way to do it. And it's the same thing in Freedom Wars. I beat Freedom Wars on Vita, but I didn't get my prison sentence down all the way. You can actually do it, so it's kind of cool if you want to spend the time to do that. Alright, that's all for the news. Let's get the listener inquiries and wrap this son of a bitch up. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon. Patreon.com/lastnamemedia. I put up a thread in the newsfeed each and every week for Sacred Symbols. Other threads go up in the newsfeed from the other podcast hosts as well for their shows. Put your inquiries in there. We comb through them. You've heard them throughout the show, and you'll hear 6 more now. Beginning with Pac-Man's creepy uncle. This is Grieving Sacrilegious Symbols. I would like to push back on Mr. Raygun's fondness of the 7th generation. While I do agree the library is impressive and game pacing was better back then, let us not forget the many sins we owed to that generation. Cheat codes were replaced with microtransactions, paid DLC became the norm, developers began relying on patches to fix their games. Digital storefronts instantly allowed for shovelware like the countless Minecraft clones we saw on 360. Long-running series like Resident Evil and Final Fantasy gave us their weakest entries. Cutscenes and quick-time events gained much more prominence. Yearly slop like Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty became extremely popular. Colors besides brown didn't exist. I love the 7th generation too, but it introduced a lot of things that became problems in the years that followed. It was simultaneously great and also the beginning of the end. What do you think of that, Chris?
I think it's kind of, the rebuttal is almost kind of written in the question, where it says, what was it exactly? It introduced a lot of things that became problems in the years that followed. I think about when I would buy a game on the 360 or when I would buy a game on the PS3. Granted, I bought fewer games on PS3 because I didn't own a PS3 until like 2012 or whatever. I never came home with a game that did not work. Just straight up. Like, I never came home with a game that didn't function. The Xbox One and PS4, however, like, that is, I believe, like, the early PS4, Xbox One is where I believe that stuff really, like, Master Chief Collection and just, like, all of these other, like, there's probably a bunch of other ones that yeah, Assassin's Creed Unity, famously, was, like, completely fucked. It was, like, people's faces weren't spawning in. Like, I really think the unfinished release was really like an Xbox One, PS4 kind of thing, because I really, games didn't run particularly well during the 360 PS3 generation, but like that was just kind of like par for the course. It really was like Call of Duty was like the only 60 frames per second experience that existed, really, like of any consequence back then. So it's like, if you consider running poorly not finished, I would probably agree today, but like back then I don't know if I would really consider that. Yeah, I don't deny that there's probably like a lot of things that were unfortunately handled later on as a result of things that were introduced that generation. But that's the change of fact that generation, as it was, even with those issues, was just so fucking cool. Even, like, you talk about, you know, all the Minecraft clones that we saw on 360. It's like, yeah, those were funny. Like, Fortress Craft, I remember specifically, was like such a, because you just had, it was just Minecraft, but you could use your Xbox 360 avatar in it, and it was just so lame. However, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like that's more... Is it not a way bigger problem today than it was back then? Like, even, like, I feel like back then it was such a minor... I don't even think I thought about it once. In fact, I actually think that generation handled it a lot better because there was a separate tab for, like, indie, as far as I remember. Like, and specifically indie that was just kind of by unproven studios. There was like a separate, not marketplace, but specifically like a separate, like, window.
Yeah, wasn't
for
it? Was
So
that X and A or whatever?
Yeah, it was X and A. And so, like, even if there was a lot of slop, you weren't really seeing it on the store because the store was curated and, like, prioritized. And it would show you, even when there was, like, an indie game that was a darling, like Limbo, Explosion Man, they would highlight it, as they should. I actually feel like the 360 generation, as far as, like, all the slop that was put on, was probably, like, the best way to handle slop, quite frankly, which is making a separate tab for it. So, yeah, slop tab. You know, if you want to play
shit.
Yeah, I want shit. Now it's just like, dude, even on the PS5 today, it is frustrating looking at the PlayStation Store for like, when I tried to look for Marvel vs. Capcom, I was like, I didn't feel like typing it in because I just don't like typing on controller. It's just kind of annoying. So I was like, it just came out. I'm gonna go to new releases. And the first, like, 250 fucking options on new releases are games that aren't even out yet. It's stuff that's, like, just announced. And it's like, what are you doing? What? Why is this happening? So, like, I don't know, man. I think there are problems with that generation for sure. I just don't... I really do feel like, even with, like... Well, first of all, I didn't care about Final Fantasy, and Resident Evil, definitely back then, I didn't really care that much about. But you bring up COD, and it's like, that was... The 360 PS3 generation was literally the golden years of Call of Duty. Like, it was, like, literally the best period of time. It was Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 2, World at War, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2. That's, like, that was the peak of it. And then, like, with the Xbox One and PS4, you got, Ghosts, which was, like, the worst one. You know, like, and then Advanced Warfare, which was contentious, and all to say, like, Call of Duty World War II didn't do, like, I don't know, man. I think, I get it, but stand down.
You want to add it, Dustin? It wasn't addressed to you, but...
Yeah, well, the only thing I would add is that, yeah, in any console you can pick out all these bad things, but when I think about the 7th generation, I just think about how many things that it ushered us in that became standard for the future. I remember getting my Xbox 360 and like, wow, wireless controllers, amazing. Party chat, where you can be in a party with your friends that you're not playing the same game. The store, you know, and of course there's negative things, but it's like, dude, just consider all of these advancements that happened specifically for that generation that are now standard.
Yeah.
To consoles overall. So, I don't know, you can nitpick anything. And only pick out the bad things. And it's not to say those bad things you said aren't bad, but
yeah,
sometimes you have to take the bad with the good.
Yeah, I just feel like that leap is crazy, and it is really, particularly on the 360 side, because the PS3 was also like kind of like a leap, but I also feel like 360 was this happy marriage between like the advancements of the future and the comforts of the past, because even just for the simple reason that you didn't have to install games when you got them. You know what I mean? Like, you had all the benefits of HD gaming and like wireless connectivity and like, you know, a great marketplace and incredible demo availability and all this stuff. And when you got home with a new game, you could play it immediately. Like, that's why I feel like that, like, the 360 of that generation was just like such a peak experience. It's just such an unusual marriage. And like, we don't get demos anymore, really. You know, there's a lot of stuff that was great about that generation that we don't have anymore. And so, yeah, and I maintain this. I make this argument a lot, but the relationship between the player and the console shifted forever with that machine, and has remained in that way since. I really feel like the PS5 has more. The Xbox 360 has more in common with the PS5 from a player relationship standpoint than the Xbox 360 does to the original Xbox, which was the console that literally preceded it. And I think that that's insane and worth noting.
Fair enough. Thank you for writing in, Pac-Man's creepy uncle. Stay away from the kids.
Stay away.
Power Man, grandfather of Power Man 5000, wrote in. So the low, there are scared symbols. I don't know if you meant that word. With the porting of PlayStation games to PC. By the way, my mustache is like itching the shit out of me lately. My nose. I'm always fucking playing with it. With the porting of PlayStation games coming to PC, does anyone else find it odd that only games with PS5 versions are getting PC releases, Well, I'm sure that's for a multitude of reasons, i.e. Nix's only has so much bandwidth to do ports and new releases are the focus. It feels like a missed opportunity to further expand the PC initiative by dipping into the back catalog a little bit. Which pre-PS5 era first-party game would you like to see get a PC port? For me, I think Shadow of the Colossus remake on PS4 would be perfect for PC, given the game's legendary reputation. Keep up the good podcasting as always. So, I understand what you're saying, but it's not quite right. We know that Days Gone is likely getting a PS5 version, but Days Gone was ported to PC, and that's only a PS4 game. So was Predator Hunting Grounds, which is getting a PS5 version as a second-party game later this year, but was a PS4 game when it came to PC. Horizon Zero Dawn is a PS4 game that's about to get a PS5 version. Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, the original Helldivers. So, yeah, you're a little off base on your... but in recent years, this is certainly true. And I agree with you. It would be interesting. Like, isn't the Uncharted trilogy not on?
No.
Like, that would be, I think, where you would go for sure. Is with those three games, particularly if they do announce this Cassie Drake Uncharted game, which I believe is in development, in all my heart and soul. That would be a nice way to kind of promote it. So I think it would start maybe with the Blue Point Uncharted trilogy, and that would be a fun one. And even something like the Ratchet and Clank collection or something would be cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Where are you on this, Dustin? What would you like to see from let's say, the PS4 before era coming to PC?
I was trying to think, because for me it's mainly just a matter of there's certain games that are stuck on PS4, so it doesn't matter to me if they come to PC or PS5. One game, The Last Guardian, I love that game, and it runs terribly. It runs better on PS5 if you play on that, but it's stuck over there. Maybe, I don't know, did you mention Infamous? Like Infamous Second
No,
Son?
I didn't mention it.
That might be interesting. Doing anything with Infamous, I mean, might be kind of worthwhile. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm looking at like other games
If they
here.
were to ever bring back Killzone, specifically Killzone, but the Resistance games too, and they had online functionality, you would want to probably cross-release those on PC to populate them. So yeah, there's a few, but I don't know where you get this idea that they only the PC releases have PS5 games, because I'm just looking at the list again and think it's like Helldivers, Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, Zero Dawn, Predator, Hunting Ground, Days Gone, and God of War. All don't have PS5 versions.
Yeah.
So, but everything after that that's released, because this is sequential, so then it's Spider-Man, which was ported to PS5, it was a PS4 game. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, which was a PS4 game that was ported to PS5. Oh no, that was just PC. No, I'm sorry, that was PS5. Those are ports of PC games, but that version's PS5, PC only, I think. And then Sackboy, Miles, Returnal, The Last of Us Part 1. So that would be another one. The Last of Us Part 2 would be good. Ratchet, Rift Apart, Helldivers 2, Forbidden West, Ghost of Tsushima. And then upcoming ones are Untold Dawn and Horizon Adventures. So some possibilities. Anything come to mind for you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, well, the first thing, like he mentioned, Shadow of the Colossus. It's one of my top 2 games ever. So like that's like an obvious one. I would love to play that on a overpowered rig. That would be really fun. But I think about like weirder things. Like I don't know if I could be wrong. Like smaller, like local ricos. Go like I don't know in some capacity. Like I want weirder stuff. Like from like the deep back, like way back catalog. Kind of thrown in there. I think Infamous is obvious. Like it's really strange to me that Infamous is treated the way it is, because I feel like it's really good. I don't know what the impetus is on just like keeping it. But
I think it ironically is looked at as competition for Spider-Man and what Insomniac's doing with Marvel.
That's so wild. But I mean, that makes sense, I guess. But like it's frustrating.
Yeah, kind of.
Especially,
it makes sense. Yeah, not really.
Yeah. If I'm being kind, it makes sense. I think. That's another example, though, of what I'm talking about when the frustration comes up about like seeing Horizon Zero Dawn get a remake, and it's just like, dude, Infamous Second Son, or even just the old Infamous games, like what the hell? Like it's crazy that Infamous 1 and 2 are just stranded on PS3. I will never stop being annoyed at this.
Yeah, it is.
How much stuff is just stranded there? Oh, you can play it. You can stream it. Fuck you.
It's the more obscure PS3 stuff that I know will never get migrated over that bothers me the most. Like the early, like Heavenly Sword, we brought up, I think, in a recent episode we were recording about.
Yeah.
And,
Blair.
Layer is one. I mean, from that era, I wouldn't want that. But like folklore and so on. It's just that's kind of what's annoying. Even like Motor Storm, you know, yeah.
I would love more. I really loved Motor Storm, actually. Like, I'm a little sad about it.
Yeah, R.I.P. in peace. Evolution.
R.I.P. in peace.
Stephen Hawking, but as a giant hawk, not a cripple, wrote in. Said, "Hey, gentlemen. Famously, a Costco executive once suggested raising the price of their $1.50 hot dog meal because of how much they were losing on it. The CEO, John Costco himself, responded, is that his name? I don't think it is. If you raise the fucking hot dog, I will kill you. That is a famous line. What suggestion would have PlayStation leadership threatening to kill their employees? Feel free to theorize about other gaming companies too if you would like. Have a, if you don't release 5 Verizon games in 3 years, I will kill you kind of day. Thank you, Stephen Hawking. But as a giant hawk, not a cripple. Appreciate you writing in. Dustin, what comes to mind for you? Like, if Sony, let's look at it from our perspective, because he's asking this kind of loosely. If some Sony executive is like, we're going to change this, what would have you say to them if you change them? I'm going to fucking kill them?
This is tough. The first thing I thought of wasn't Sony, and it wasn't actually something that happened. I'll go back to the Sony one, but Chris, I was thinking, I wish that someone at 343 had said, if you take out split screen, I will fucking kill you.
Yeah.
But no one said that. No one thought, hey, split screen is something core to the identity of Halo. Maybe we should keep that. No, they didn't do that.
Right.
As far as Sony, imagine someone would hopefully say something like, if you don't make this backwards compatible, I will fucking kill you. You know? Or someone should have said, if you don't include the stand, I will fucking kill you. But no, it's probably the opposite. They're like, don't include the stand. Make them pay $30 for a small piece of metal. So, I'm trying to think, though, of other Sony examples. So, if you have any, go for it.
I'm trying to... I don't know. I'm so fixated on this quote because I just love it. I love that this is like just an understood factual conversation.
Yeah, like something that actually happened. It is. It's awesome. It's awesome history.
Yeah, it's good shit. You don't really. I think. Is the premise like what we wish someone had said, or what we think?
No, like so. I'll give you an example. If some Sony executive was like, "We're gonna get rid of trophies,"
oh, right.
I would be like, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." You know, if you get rid of trophies. That's sort of thing. That's kind of what came to mind for me.
Yeah, we're gonna make another depressing game.
Like, I'll fucking kill you. We're gonna make another game about a dad.
Yeah.
Sad.
We're gonna make more dad games. Astrobot's crippled son.
We're gonna make the most blatant representations of the midlife crises of our various creative directors. Which is basically what it's turned into, and that's fine. That's okay. I
Do
get
you
it.
think Herman said, if you don't spend another $200 million on Concord,
Yeah.
I will kill you?
Yeah. You need
If
to
you
spend.
kill Concord in the crib, I will kill you. This is too good. Don't you see Star Child and how much appeal he has? Are you joking? What about what's her name?
That'd be awesome if he said that in a meeting. What about what's
Yeah,
your
like what about? You're really gonna let what's her name die?
Thank you for any. Heroic Effort wrote in and said, "Dear Sacred Clan, after years of being just a listener, I finally put my hand in my pants and unfurled my wallet so that I may speak with you, consensually and with eye contact. I want to respond to your discussion about the lack of disk drive for PS5 Pro and the reality of digital and physical sales. I don't disagree with the data or the reality thereof. However, the conversation was painted with, frankly, a poor and defeatist attitude. I hope that those in the console space will learn from the mistakes of all digital media like PC gaming, film, music, etc. Rather than lecturing blind acceptance of digital and further eroding media ownership, shouldn't we be encouraging people to buy more physical games and preserve that option?
No.
Or am I just a fan yelling at clouds?
Yes, you're an old man yelling at
I'll pass
clouds.
the mic back to you, gentlemen. This is also a topic.
Jesus. The market has spoken. Digital is the fucking way to go.
Well, what do you think about the defeatism? This is an interesting angle. Do you think that even if you're not a physical games owner, that you have some sort of stake in ensuring that people can continue to access those physical games?
Here's my stance on it. No. Because look, if we're in a situation where we can't access our digital library, then life itself is in a, like, the internet goes down because of EMP or some shit, like, great, cool. We have, at that point in life, we have larger things to worry about than fucking our game library. Like, your consoles probably won't even fucking work at that point. Like, no.
To me, I simply just look at it as funny that, like, people
God,
are
man.
PS4s in 30 years and played these games. Like,
You want to buy physical, fine, but stop fucking
I just, the console's gonna have to work.
preaching like, you should be buying physical, man.
And
Like,
that's not
fuck
obviously ideal.
off.
Yeah, you could do it, but we're not talking about the NES anymore. It's
No
just
more
believe that it's-
gassing up the car, getting in, going to a fucking midnight release, waiting in fucking line. Like,
to me, I just,
dude,
I
no.
guess I have too much belief in corporations that they'll exist forever.
In my house, I fucking pre-order. I don't have to fucking go or leave anywhere, and the game is here.
Disappears or game library, Sony's done.
And earlier than midnight,
Like that's just,
most of the time.
it's over.
Like, majority of the time.
And it just seems it seems unthinkable to me that's gonna happen. We'd have to have like an EMP.
Yeah. That's
Wipe it all.
That's what I just said.
But I understand. So,
Wait a
but I don't
second,
wanna talk
hang
about-
on.
we've talked about it so much for those other. If Sony disappears our game library, Sony's done.
Yeah.
Like that's just
Yeah.
it's over.
Yes.
And it
Like-
just seems it seems unthinkable to me that's gonna happen. We'd have to have like an EMP.
Yep.
yeah. That's
Wipe it all away. It's hard. So, but I understand. So, but I want to talk about. We've talked about it so much for those other perspectives. I just want to know if you think you talk about it however you want. But the specific question here from a heroic effort revolved around like a united front, I guess.
Finally.
And I don't feel like I feel that particular energy. I'm wondering if you feel like I should.
It's tough. I understand. Obviously, I'm the only physical guy here on the show, and I can understand the defeatist feeling. But I think one thing we didn't bring up last week was it's weird because Sony does, obviously, they're releasing a PS5 Pro without a disc drive, and it's clear they want to push you towards digital. But at the same time, there was that report, or I don't know if it was from Insomniac, that particularly their first-party games still sell very well on disc. In fact, I think it was like half for some of them. So
Oh, come
it
on.
is clearly an important market still for them. But in terms of the overall market changing, the one thing, this actually is something I realized while I was gone, and this doesn't sound like it's going to relate, but it does. I was thinking about DoorDash. When everything happened to Holly and I, we got lots of DoorDash money sent to us. Very much appreciated, because they know that you don't, when you're going through something horrible, the last thing you want to think about is cooking and stuff like that. So we got lots of DoorDash. So I ordered DoorDash a bunch of different times, and I was thinking about it in general. I was like, man, I'm trying to think about it, and DoorDash should be successful. You are paying more money, significantly more money, for food that is going to be significantly degraded by the time you get it. So why is it successful? Because convenience is king.
Yep.
Almost universally, convenience is king. So we take some of that logic. It would make sense that despite not being able to resell your game, despite having less rights to it, and of course, some of that doesn't matter to certain people, and I get it. It would make sense that the convenience of digital would win out for most people. You could just look at how much convenience is important in other areas of our lives, and how people are willing to pay premium or less for food.
Why? Dude, what
I
is
guess
with this
I'm
game?
going to continue to buy physical
I select
because
a fucking
like
menu and it backs
having
out.
the different rights that it provides to me, the ability to lend my friends, and I hope it sticks around forever. I would love to always have that option, but I'm not just going to like stick my head in the sand and ignore the reality of the way the market's going. At the same time, I hope that people continue to buy it, not that they're eventually forced to only have a physical game world, but just to continue to have an option so consumers can have choice That's the most important thing to me. But again, at the same time, I see the way the wind is blowing.
I think it'll become kind of like fairly, because I have no doubt that like physical games will like continue to exist. I think in perpetuity. Like it reminds me a little bit of like albums and you know, see, like they still put out. I literally have the most recent Rise Against album on vinyl on my wall. Literally, like they still make vinyls of music, even though we stream. You know, even though we stream most of our I stream most of my music through Spotify. You know, personally, like if I really like an album and I like the art or whatever, I'll buy the CD or I'll buy it. But they still make CDs as well. So I just think you're going to find them in fewer places. They probably will print or they will probably manufacture fewer of them. But I actually think they might result in some kind of almost more subtle, more boutique kind of version of what we're used to now. Like I think at some point games will primarily be digital, everywhere. But you can still have that option to get that physical copy if you want. And that's one that, like, I hope that stays around forever. I love physical games. I like them. I just at this point, I move around so much that, like, my priority is convenience above anything else. I go home and I see, like, my physical games, and it's nice. I even thought about, like, hypothetically, even as, like, almost like a Warhammer-esque hobby of, like, making my own kind of physical, like, buying blank cases and, like, making my own fucking cases for the digital games that I own, just as like a hobby thing. So I like the idea of owning all this stuff, but you can't ignore the fact that, like, yeah, this is going to go the way every other media source has gone, and you know, you'll still find VHSs if you look hard enough.
Boom.
You'll still find DVDs and CDs and albums. It's just not the primary way that people.
What the fuck? Three-headed neck dragon?
I think it's important to note too. He had said this in another context of another conversation, I think, Chris, which was big. Sony's going to continue to sell discs as long as people feel like they need them, but they don't want to sell games on disc. They definitely don't want to do that. So, from a countervailing sort of like, you don't want the corporation wants, you want to be on the other end of the fence from them. It's like, yeah, you kind of want to like needle them a little bit because they definitely don't want to do this, you know. And they realize they see like enough telemetry.
Dude, why does YouTube suck? I guess it's my tablet, not YouTube.
Going all the way through to PS6, I think, and maybe even beyond that.
Or can it?
If you're still
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey guys, the PS5 Pro discourse being
Arcanus the Wolf.
Are we going to see another situation where the discourse is out of line with reality? People complain about
Ignores walls. Wow.
People complain about the price of the Portal. It was sold out forever. They talk about the price. They talk track the talk track around the prices and saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." Saw someone suggest a $660 price point with a disc drive and 3 years of PS Plus Premium as being fair. Why do some of these people expect to get everything for free? Why do you guys think this type of discourse only?
You start with.
Where's the collective outrage about the price of literally everything else going up? That's that last sentence that I think is really important. But I want to also say, David Buddy, that, and Sweet 8-Ball Jacket, by the way, that people are complaining about the prices of everything.
Yeah.
That's why the presidential election being close is such an indictment on the people running, because an economy this bad should be cause for like a complete reversal of everything we've been doing. But people hate these people so much that like it's still competitive. The economy is not in good shape. As I said,
Wow.
Everything's revised downward. They did lower interest rates by 0.5 point, I think. The Fed did, which is good. That hopefully might ease some tensions, but people are complaining.
Poe recalls a simpler time when surviving the madness of the forest and hoarding masses of garlic was all that mattered.
And in entertainment mediums, like, you're definitely seeing it. People go to movies, fewer movies than they used to, although they still go to see the big ones. And I know as a sports fan, people are fucking crazy about how much tickets cost to go to these games now. And a lot of people just refuse to go, and it's a lot of money. So it does suck, but people are complaining. But I agree with you. Capitalism will work this out one way or the other. And what you're asking is, like, are we going to have another one of these situations where the discourse is out of line with reality? Yes. Definitely. You're definitely, like, I would be really shocked if the PS5 Pro on PlayStation Direct was easy, like, just easy to get for days. That would be surprising to me. I would love for that to be the case because it means either that they, first of all, it's like kind of less stressful for me as a person, as an individual, which is nice. But it means that it's like, yeah, people are upset. There is a misreading of the market and they're going to have to adjust. But gaming is a freemium hobby. It has always been this way. And I think that's what's important. Again, the conversation about are wages keeping up with demand, are you doing as well as we were doing 4 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago? Like, those are all different questions that are deeply important, but wider questions as well. But in gaming, you've always paid a premium for it. Like, I think it's so funny. People were paying like $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 for like Macintoshes in 1983. Like, not in adjusted money. Like, that's how much money they were paying. And the Lisa, which was a bomb, came out at $10,000 because they realized even you can't go that high. You can go kind of high. And I think that that's what they've kind of achieved. When you think about how PS3 still sold, what, like 20, 30, not 30, but like 15 or 20 million units at like the highest price point before getting cut. In 2006, 2007, people were willing to pay $600 for a PS3 then. You don't think that there's a lot of people that are going to pay $700 for a PS5 Pro 18 years later? I think people are kind of like misreading this one. But it's all about, as I said before, your own economic situation and your own need and your own want. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I feel like I could be misremembering this, but I remember paying like $600 for like an Xbox 360 Elite or something. Like I remember the Xbox 360 Elite being like mega expensive. I think that was the black one. That was the black one after they figured out the
Red Ring of Death.
Was it the Slim? The one that came out.
No,
it was
the
one in like 2000.
360 Elite. That was like my main one in the end. Because all my other ones kept fucking dying.
$480. That's the first thing Google tells me. So
yeah, maybe. That's really like, well, it was definitely like 5 or 6. You know what I mean?
That's a lot. You're talking about that's 15 years ago. I mean, that's 360. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is that, because I think people, and I get why people kind of feel this way. It's like, why are you defending their choices? And like, it's not so much that. That's what my intention is. It's like just reality. That's all it is. Like, we can't.
Okay.
And the cost of doing business is what it is in all aspects of life, but not here. That you're paying $500 for a baseline console, and the more powerful one will be $700. It's not that you don't have to have. That in no way affects you or your life if you don't want it. And that's kind of what I'm saying. It's not to say like that to make people feel like they're wrong or they're lesser than or whatever. That's not it at all. It's just like, dude, it's video games and it's gonna cost money. It's always cost money. I know people are so tired of hearing about it. That's why I try not to bring up more than I already do. It's like, dude, you have no idea what you're paying for it 20 or 30 years ago. You have to be out of your mind to think that you don't have it good right now. I just feel that way. Nothing's going to remove that from me because I was there. And I know how much we were paying for this shit. And it was fucking nuts. Nuts. I was making $6 an hour at a deli, paying $50 for PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games. 20 years ago, 22 years ago, we're paying $70 and 60. You just paid $60 for Astrobot. You don't see the value in that all the time. You don't see it. Really, you don't see that. You know, and that's kind of the point I'm making. It's not about like the actual economic reality of the moment. It's not about your economic reality or your wants or needs. It's just about the holistic situation. That it's like, yeah, this is exactly kind of where I would expect us to be at this point. People melting down about a $600 PS3 18 years ago made a lot of sense. But it was a PS3. You could get a one with a smaller hard drive, which were difficult to find, for $500. And people were flipping out about that. And then they lowered it to $400, and then finally they got to the $300 price point a few years later. And those complaints are more salient considering the level of inflation, how much things actually cost around you. You know, I see these. They make me feel like shit, frankly. It makes me wonder what my parents think frankly, because they're in their mid-70s. It's like, here's a McDonald's drive-through window, menu from 1985. And it's like, you have got to be kidding me. You know, and you just realize like everything is so fucked. And then technologies in some way are the ones that are the most unfucked when you consider
Yep.
how much housing is, and your car, and
Yep.
your clothes, and certainly your food.
That's exactly what I was talking about
The
earlier.
dollar menu, the $5 footlong. Like, these are relics of a different era. Yet you're paying $500 for a PS5, and they ask you to pay $600 for a PS3. That's all I'm saying. That's just an examination of reality, not necessarily how I feel about it. Certainly not a reflection of how a lot of you feel about it. But it's worth saying that it just is what it is. It's not about people wanting things for free or anything like that. I just think people have lost kind of sight of the plot a little bit, and I don't know. I don't know how better. I feel like I'm very reasonable when I communicate it, but then I see things like I rant and stuff. So I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think just the only point that I was thinking is that the odd thing to me is that the outcry about the price, when it's specifically the Pro console, and you touched on this somewhat, Colin, but like with the PS3, if you were a PlayStation gamer, you came up with PS1, PS2, and now you're ready to move on to the next thing, and suddenly you are priced out of that ecosystem or that community, whatever you want to call it, then yeah, that really sucks. That it's like, man, that's where I was, in that I had a PS2 growing up, and then when the PS3 got announced, it was like, no fucking way am I at that was 2006, as a sixth grader, going to be able to afford that. It's not happening. I'm out of PlayStation. So I could understand that feeling, but this isn't the PlayStation 6. It is the premium, bespoke, whatever, PS5. Not the bespoke, but the, what's the word I'm looking for? Enthusiast. It's the enthusiast premium PS5. You're not locked out of the PS5 ecosystem. In fact, they just released the refurbished ones that are even cheaper, where you can go get a used one. Or even the price point of a new PS5 is $499. So
Yeah.
you're not being locked out of anything, but with the PS5 Pro.
I mean, in some ways,
It's
the
optional.
PS5. In some ways, the base PS5 is now like kind of like the Series S of this point in the generation. In some sense, it's like the new entry point, or like the cheap entry point into the ecosystem.
I think people have to just take their anger out at the economy in some way. PS1, 1995, $300. PS2, $2,000, $300. PS3, 2006, $600. PS4, 2013, $400. PS5, 2020, $500. It's non-linear and actually growing in value, in some sense. I don't know. All right, the holy hand grenade of Antioch. The holy hand grenade. ACDD. Been thinking about becoming. That's wrong. It's CCD. Fuck. Been thinking about becoming a subscriber for a little bit. Now he's gonna leave. But the last podcast made me do it, and most because I would not assuage, and most because I would hope not to assuage people's fears about the pricing of the PS6. I truly believe that the price of the PS6 will not be anywhere near the price of the Pro. The whole point of a base console is to get people into the ecosystem to make money off of them from software. That's why consoles at the beginning of a generation are almost always sold at a loss. I don't see any reason why Sony would change the strategy, because I'm sure what they can make from the sales of 1 million consoles sold at a tiny profit pales in comparison to what they make off of 1 million sales of a modest budget first-party game. Maybe I'm blind and Sony is reaching their PS3 arrogance era again, but I honestly don't think they would alienate such a large portion of their audience. This is a major hang-up for me, because it doesn't make sense to me that the PS6 could be cheaper than the PS5 Pro. And I was talking to, on Sacred Symbols Plus about this with Tom, and he had said that, yeah, no, it's possible if technologies become cheaper, but with the level of inflation we're seeing still, because people forget, it's like, inflation's down. It's like, no, dummy, inflation is cumulative. It doesn't go down. It stops growing so much. The pricing, the loss of value is permanent. That's why inflation being high is horrifying, and the longer it goes, it's horrifying, and you can get it back to 1%, which is where it really should be, and you're still fucked with all of the increases. Ask people in
Inflation is caused by one thing and one thing only: greed. Inflation is made up just like money is.
I can't imagine the PS6 being any less than $700 in my mind. Like, how could that be? But maybe I'm wrong. Where are you on this, Dustin? Do you feel like with the adjustment, so we're looking at 2028, we said 27 at the earliest, 28, maybe even later. That would be really pushing it for them, but maybe they will do that. So in a few years, the technological situation which began chip design in 2022, things are going to get cheaper. They're going to buy things at huge scale. But that would be crazy. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Am I wrong on this?
I think that it's really tough because to gauge with where inflation is going, that's a big factor of it. That, you know, we've seen just the price of the PS5 from 2020 to now, inflation, it should be $100 more than it is. And that's just within the last 4 years. So you could see that happening continually. Hopefully not, for everyone's sake, that isn't the case. But I think there is a good point about the fact that if it is true, the PS5 Pro, that they are making more
Fucking
money
die on
on
me,
it
Bo.
than they need to for profit, that they could sacrifice some of that for PlayStation 6, as the holy hand grenade of Antioch brings up. It's that they could sacrifice some of that in order and make money off, you know, they're making money so many ways now. PlayStation Plus, all the different purchases, games they're releasing. So that's definitely a factor to consider. I would imagine it would have to be at least 600, and most likely 7.
The unholy $600 level. It's just an unholy. No, like it's a number that has such bad mojo in PlayStation. Yeah, it's so funny that they would charge it. That's what I thought the Pro was going to cost. And it's like, what if they that up were like, we can't charge $600 for something? Sorry, we had to charge $700 for it. It's too dangerous. Where are you on this, Chris? This question of the PS6 price?
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of hard for me to imagine it being lower. I think.
Come on, man.
Right now, economically, is like it'd be one thing if this was like just like a domestic downturn, but like this is a universal. This is not just like. It's funny. I mean, it's like the U.S. experiencing inflation. It's like the world. It's not domestic at all. This is like a universal problem, and for a universal problem to be solved exponentially in fewer than 4 years without some really major shakeups, like I don't know. I don't necessarily see that as being particularly plausible, you know, because it's not just something. It's not like somebody could just go in and I'm the president now. I'm going to sign it now. No more inflation, guys. It's not how. It's not how anything works.
It's like Smiling Friends.
It is literally smiling. Yeah, when he was like, "I'm going to be the money president. Everybody gets $1 billion." Yeah, like it's like, I mean, I think it is possible. It's just not particularly plausible. The way that I see it. So I would expect maybe at the very least parity. Like maybe like, okay, yeah, it will cost $700, and maybe the Pro will go down like.
A wave of monsters awakens Poe, reminding him that modern life still stinks. Perhaps a loyal four-legged friend can show him the way.
I don't know, maybe, like, I could see that, maybe, especially as the silicone and all that stuff, like, fluctuates in price. Like, there's definitely going to be a large demand for AI-oriented technology, and obviously, like, we're seeing with, like, PSSR, that's going to be, like, a major implementation, not only for the PS5 Pro, but, like, obviously, I would imagine some evolved version of that will be implemented in the PS6 in some way. And so, maybe by then we will have. There's definitely going to be a large demand for AI-oriented technology and silicon and chips that use that functionality. That it will be more prioritization to make them, thus bringing the cost. Like, it's very possible that happens. It's just it's going to take a lot of adjustments, and I don't know if those adjustments could be really made in the span of when we're looking for between now and the PS6. Yeah, it's like my layman kind of perspective on the.
Yeah, well, same for me. Who the fuck really knows? It just, yeah, it seems. I don't know.
Adventure
we have a few years to go.
Merchants. Anything
It's
you buy
funny,
from
if
Adventure
we-
Merchants unlocked for the entire
PS1
adventure.
generation was 5 years. PS2 was 6 years. PS3 was 7 years. PS4 was 7 years. You're more than halfway through the generation, really, which is strange. I feel like it's gonna be. Maybe it's just hopium and wishful thinking, but I feel like it's gonna be. Or hopium, I guess I should say, is the proper nomenclature for this. Is that it's really back filled with like shit ton of killer first party games that have been developed for a long time. I can see that, but God, we can use some evidence, huh? We'll see. It would be nice. We'll see. All right. Well, that's it. That's it. All right. That's all I have for this episode of Sacred Symbols and PlayStation Podcast. It was a good episode. Like I said, the Jets are playing their arch rival the Patriots, for Thursday Night Football. It's in a couple hours or a few hours from now. I haven't been trying to think about it too much, but it's going to be a big game. A lot of tension in this household because that's Mike's team. So I have a few things to get through today. Hopefully, good things. And so either happy or sad, I don't know.
Come on, man. Get off of my fucking screen.
Let's go say goodbye to everyone, Chris. Goodbye to you. Well,
Yeah, well, I'm flying out tonight, so I'm just gonna get my apartment in order, do some cleaning, do last-minute dishes, throw out garbage, make sure it's not annoying to come back.
yeah, it's always good to come back to and just slide right into a clean apartment a little bit.
Yeah, it's because I definitely left in a hurry. It just it looks like a fucking tornado hit the place when I come back. And it's just so you want relief when you come back from a trip like that. So I'm just gonna do that. I forgot to mention I finally built a stand for my CRT that I've had just sitting on the floor in the corner of my living room for ages, and I just haven't used it because it's so comfortable to use. But now it's finally got a place, coming together, feels good. But now there's an empty space above that wall. I think what I'm gonna try and do, try and get a PlayStation, an old PS1 Neon Sonic. That would be cool. I love Neon.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, I would encourage people to keep their plates clean for when they come back, and also unpack immediately. That's another thing I do, right? I just unpack.
Jake! Anna said you might not be back tonight.
I'll say goodbye to you. Be well. What's on your
Yeah, I thought she probably thought you were staying home.
Weekend. Good news, bad news. Good news, going to a retro gaming convention.
Did I show you that video about the wombat?
The wombat. I'm not sure.
They defend themselves. They're giant.
Oh, I know about wombats.
Right. So I just found it hilarious. It's like they're folks work. They're the right.
Right. Yeah.
And then it could be that we had all the adult comics.
Right.
And we had a line called the Wombat Book.
Oh, really?
And yeah, there's good theory why it was built on. I know.
Hilarious.
The animation just had the wombat wood floor together.
Right. That's fun. Oh, right. Yeah, I gotta grab some stuff on the car eventually too. I think it takes money. I think they even have a change machine in there. I think. Why is it sold out? Oh shit. Who should I go to? Oh, there's a part down there. Let's go grab that. All for garlic. Let's toast. Let's toast everything. Uh-oh. Phone's about to die.
news. It's in Ohio. It's the Cleveland Gaming Classic. So if anyone's there and sees me, say hi. Looking for some overpriced retro games, and that's that's the place to do it.
Yep.
So I'm excited to get out a little bit. We've been to Pittsburgh a few times when I was gone, but it'd be nice to just be out and hang out with the boys. Yeah, grilling burgers tonight. That's the highlight for me.
Love that. Love burgers. Love grilling. Yeah, my friends will be well. We'll speak with you today. Chris, safe travels to you. Some safe travels to you, actually. You'll be voyaging to Ohio as well. Be safe.
Thank you. I'm going to need it.
Yeah. But, thank you all out there for your love, fans and support Holdings, Sacred Symbols, Last Stand Media, patreon.com/Last Stand Media for early ad-free access, the ability to submit questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to our show, access to Sacred Symbols Plus once every week and twice every other week, and so on and so forth. LastStandMedia.store for merch, t-shirts, stickers, and so on. Appreciate you. Couldn't do it without you. See you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media.
That's it, it's over, huh?
Last Stand LLC,
Alright.
and is proudly recorded in USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman.
Damn, where is this thing?
Executive producer Rebecca Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.
This poor old bastard.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Uh-oh.
we are back. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Good to see you. Thank you.
See Laner.
YouTube playing random videos for me. Threw up Z. Z Laner, Optic Gaming, Call of Duty God, Warzone God, more like. Dude is a fucking animal. Don't die, Poe. We just got here. Damn, that was close. Yeah! Mm. Some damage there, though. Ah! Motherfuckers. No, why does it keep... I hate that, dude. Come on.
What, I can't move? Oh, no. For real? Well, I'm dead. That's weird. Like, why can't he move? Come on now.
Doing this shit. Do this shit. So just goes, hey, you've been here since what, right? Yeah. She's like, you can go. I'm like, that's what all the ladies say.
Oh. She is not doing much, man. Jesus.
Just hear what happened with Epoch Times.
Mm-mm. I
Well,
don't think so.
basically, it's a Chinese adult that made a news publishing, and that's all they have ever been from the beginning. I knew this. But
Oh, I think I heard.
12 or 13.
Wasn't this like a week or two ago?
Their CFO got caught embezzling a shit ton of illegal money. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I heard a little bit about that.
And so at this point, why the Epoch is still online or in business here at home is good. Believe me, Hong Kong is going to be good.
Clear.
I told Anna we're on to parents. There's only supposed to be half an hour of overlap, but she got there at 1:30 instead of 3:30.
Hmm.
And at first it was but since she was in the early, she two girls with us from social media videos. So most of the time she was in the time for dinosaur outfits.
Yeah.
So that was better.
Yeah.
That was okay.
What's up with her again? Remind me.
We just kind of like 2 years ago we dated from like October until the end of February.
Is it bad blood?
I would say bad.
Just to know too much about each other, kind of thing.
Yeah, not anymore. I guess, yeah. We it was February, that was the last February of the adult store. And I had that meeting with the owner coming up. So I really wanted to make sure the sales numbers were good and I'm fresh delivered shit out of them so that I could sell that money associated.
Right.
It was going to be busy anyway, so I said, hey, you might not see a lot in February, but here's the week. And she was kind of walk. In the beginning, it was supposed to be more like sneaky links or fun buddies, I guess, but we did all the things that good
Yeah.
do. It's not just fucking we go and we eat and we talk and we go to shows.
Yeah, you're growing closer.
Right? And then at the end of February, I get that feeling and I get that call and she's like, yeah, it's not working. You know, if you didn't see me, you have more money, blah blah blah, and I'm ready to and taking up money or something. You know, but she railroaded the conversation back. And last year,
So that's a shame.
you know,
I can. She works with you at the Halloween store right now?
yeah, every week. I've done with her
Every year?
for 11 seasons. She was the one I gave my application to.
Bitch, you're worried about money. You're fucking working at the Halloween store. Like, no offense to anyone working there, but like, come on, man.
That was like, I was very open and honest with her. And I didn't get a lot of that. She never even introduced me to her friends or parents. Right? And so last year, we talked, and I told her, you know, how I felt. And she didn't explain a lot. I was very confident. She was like, you know, we'll tell you one with her last year. And so I thought, okay, well, if you say you're sorry, then we'll too. And so we agreed again.
Guys, I am hungry, so I'm going to take a break and start getting some food. I'll be right back. All right. Get some money. Where are we going? All right, here. That's not what I meant to do. No, I keep. Man. It's not the stage. I want the next stage. There we go. I like that. She got a little pentagram action. You can buy Fire Wand. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna go. Right now. Don't need that. Yep. Yep. Whoa. Right. Oh, little bastard.
Gun, you know what it's called? Mahog gun.
Oh my god. Wood gun, that's funny. You need to see those skins that Jer has on Fortnite. So fucking funny.
He's got these skins where everything is wood, like even the vehicles. It's so funny. Like there was a season where they had like planes, and even the plane was like all made of wood, and so it was fucking so funny.
Like, dude, that's great.
Mm-hmm. Season. Mm. That's Prozac.
Perfect level.
Nice. Ooh, I like that.
These type of blue. And then the same on the first level. If you can get a weapon type that does water, that time you press the button, you get to secret room. You have 2 extra keys for weirdness.
Nice. Fuck yeah. Love secrets.
It's like the Amalek series. The big movie boss at the end.
We're getting closer. Thanks, Jake. Tasty. Ooh, gross. Gross. Keep putting all vampires into the coffin. They always say that. The Mario. That's why we were here. Yeah. Well. Posting bug. They need to fix that shit.
anymore, and my movement speed increased.
And your what?
And my movement speed.
Oh, I love that movie.
Ooh, but I did lose the ability to dodge roll.
Ah. That's weird. Do you think it would make the dog roll faster?
Yeah, but the name of the company is Dodge Roll, so. Nikki, what are you doing in here? Oh.
Yeah. Again? Yeah, that's why she's never been looking for
She could get nerve. Double check.
Good job, honey. Good job. You got pepperoni left. Yeah. He's right here.
He's right here. He's right there.
Yeah. Well, that's just how it starts. Yeah, so that's like the first objective. So you start with only Poe, and you have very limited weapon selection. You have to like start unlocking a bunch of stuff. And so yeah, the first bit of progress is survive 10 minutes in an old mad forest. It's like that's the first thing you gotta try and do. It's like, oh, okay. I failed like the first couple tries.
Do you think that's why, hey, the vampires that chose their victims poorly, right? And they eat a lot of garbage. It's
Yeah.
not tasty. That's why they go bleh.
Right? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we'll just go around the horn. All around. I'll buy everything from her. Yeah, there it is. You buy everything here too, really? Alright. Defeat a Jiva tree in Rotten Orchard. Oh, who should we take him next? Yes. Dude, every time. Fuck.
Oh, yes. Okay. You're gonna love this one. You're gonna play this game. Break all the targets and win. The bigger the more targets I shoot, the more I win. Alright. So, I guess when you come, hey. Up. I can fly with this jetpack.
Oh, you love the jetpack.
And he doesn't consider that cheating.
So with the jetpack, you're off the ground.
Yep.
So ground level. No, there are some that.
They're all bend down. It's just the fall damage or the trap on the ground like fire, poison, or whatever.
Right.
That's
Okay. Gotcha.
But
Yeah.
when you're not, you dodge roll right, and you're like immune to all damage. So, that's what you can do.
Oh, wait a second. This map comes with Blood Rose? Oh, wait, you can't get to it yet? Well, then let's not use this character. Pentagram action. Pretty toasty.
Pretty toasty.
Pretty toasty, but it's cherry. She's a bird. Oh, there's 3 of these guys now. Two.
I feel like the weather kind of changed between the last 2 years where it's Christmas tree, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the years to say, oh, you're not on fire. I wish you would be.
There you go. Oh no. What's that? Oh, no, that's cool. I need this drink anyway.
Hotel 60 being sold to an Indian hotel company.
Oh, great. Well, could be worse. India's actually all right, I guess.
No,
India's not all right?
they're going to take the money and reinvest in America.
Oh.
It's just like a corporation, but it's just having the same name. It's just governments.
Well, later, Motel 6. People don't really like Motel 6, but it's...
It's what they can afford.
Yeah, there are straight up people that live there. And... what's going to happen is, so if that's the case, then they're just buying the brand name. So the properties is going to probably, with the sale, they're going to liquidate the properties, and probably another motel is going to take the buildings and stuff. It's so, like, you know, rebrand it, so it'll be like La Quinta's now or something like that. But probably not La Quinta, but you know what I mean. Like,
The vast majority.
yeah, or because there's so many Motel 6s.
They just leave it as is. You can get rid of all that remodeling money for what?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like like the buildings and everything is there. You just have to bring in, like whatever you need, like fresh mattresses, fresh resources, like fresh mattresses, fresh sheets, like all that stuff, and slap your branding on it. Like the building and all that stuff's going to be there. Like the space and the property will be available. So yeah, all that stuff's going to get liquidated and sold off, and some company's going to use it. Now, that's going to be the scary thing. Is it going to be an American company, or is it going to be like fucking China jumping in and be like, oh, we can fucking do a motel chain? Viking lands. I need a big payday. Oh.
Relax. How tall are you? Please don't give you a poster.
Right, yeah. Oh, finally some turkeys, but that's gonna look at that help there. All right, I'll level up the bird. Jeez. And stop annoying me about the bird.
How high on 7-figure Avenger paycheck and steps into the wrong market?
Oh, no.
And,
Oh no. I need it. Oh yeah, I needed that. Huge. Oh, I need that big time. Oh, wow. What do we do? Wicked season? Oh my god, that's gonna fucking kill me. I mean, I have that. But... Fuck. Oh, Disco Gold might be good. Oh, beginning. I thought we were getting very much money bags, but just in case. Here's a silver chest. Wow. We got it. Okay, we need another silver chest. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't realize that was Floral. Fuck. Whatever. Oh shit, he's here. Okay. Reach level 50 in Garlic Paradise. Bless him. Skip on me. Reroll. Start buying some rerolls. Okay. Oh, just reach 50. Defeat 3,000 Molisani in retirement? What does that mean? Alright. We'll reach level 50 in Garlic Paradise.
Imagine you should get a whole bunch of temporary tattoos of Spider-Man for LA Comic Con. And when we give them to people, you just kind of, you know, as these are walking off, just go, Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
Oh. Oh, come back, Mr. Blue.
It's crazy.
Come on. What?
raging back and forth, but I got on top of 15-12. He was a weak little kobold at first. But then I gave you the rapid ground, thanks to Chris, I took him everything and took him for 2 seconds sometimes, and I gave him a raging fire, which made him completely good. And then when he attacked, I sacrificed the artifact he got down and physically power because he couldn't strike. I was done with this.
Damn.
And then I was like,
God, that's not what I wanted. Every time, dude. Pretty good. That's also pretty good, but we have mana. Let's get that.
Using a lot of haste. So the previous guy was like, I'm really and then all the dragons with haste wrong too.
Oh, nice. No. Kill that fucking guy. You gotta be joking.
Shit. Should have just come here instead of fucking around on the maps. Planet Bazaar, that's funny. It's a shop. There it is. At last, Poe can retire and simply stand still forever as he has always dreamed, but will a perfectly sedentary lifestyle be enough for our malodorous hero? health does this guy have? Alright, hold on. Alright. Bronze Trophy Extra, A Garlic Paradise. Complete once the adventure, A Garlic Paradise. You completed the adventure and earned 35,000 base gold coins. You can now ascend the adventure. New skins unlocked. Would it unlock? Oh. Interesting.
A world of light and dark.
It's funny, they keep using the same art over and over. They just change the character. The heroes looking back like that. Same pose.
Maybe we should have got some decent playability and some decent collectability.
What does?
Duskmorn, which is basically like
I think I've heard of
the
this.
fantasy aspect of it. Of when it originated was there was a trilogy before that was like a fantasy. This one's playing on two, and so the first one was very light and airy and like, you know, and then the second half was like when night falls and things get really fucked up. Like that was Marvel, the Kithkin and the hobbits, they were very like beneficial and allied, kind of like they helped each other out, they went overpowered and shit. But at nighttime, they all got hyper xenophobic and like glossy-eyed and like just like hive mind mentality, kind of. And like, and another one was like the one I used for my red green, the Rashina Meandra. It's just this giant that rambles on incoherently about a sunlit world filled with sunshine and happiness and cooperation, and nobody fucking believes it.
Right. I played Morrowind a lot. I did not like Diablo 2 original. I did not understand that or what you were supposed to do.
Oh, I guess it was the same name, different universes.
Sorry. Oh, really?
Magic the Gathering. Yeah.
Oh, because there's a famously before. It was the game before. It was the Elder Scrolls before Oblivion. Elder Scrolls Morrowind, and then it went Oblivion, and then Skyrim. So when you were saying Morrowind, I was picturing it.
This of Magic the Gathering sense. Morrowind.
Morrowind.
Morrowind. Morningside.
Morrowind.
Evermore. Eventide.
Mm.
If we could only go back to the time, with the money and the prices back then,
Yeah.
I'd totally do some child labor. I'd shit all the boxes that I could and just fucking save them. I'd open them down.
Yeah. So, dude, it pisses me off because my dad's a collector himself. He collects sports memorabilia, baseball cards, all this shit, right? But I was only ever allowed to have two consoles at the same time. And if I wanted the new console, I'd have to sell the old console, like garage sale or whatever we do, right? The rule is like only two consoles at a time. Sell one and its games to like make room for the new console. It's like, as a gamer, I wanted to save all of that shit. Even throughout time, even fucking having to leave scot-free. It's like, well, like, sell what we can of what we can for a little bit of money. It's like, I still have very little physical collection left. I did keep some stuff, like my original Final Fantasy VII PlayStation discs. Got my game guides down there. So there's like some physical stuff, but like to have these days, have like all the consoles with the whole physical collection game that I had.
Yeah.
My Nintendo collection, my Super Nintendo collection, my PlayStation fucking collection, my Nintendo 64 collection. Holy shit, I had some shit.
But, oh my god, you think about storing all. I'm just thinking about, like, Fusion's apartment. Yeah.
Well, no, like most collectors like that, like they have like a nice entertainment center where it's like all fucking set up. Like that's how it'd be. It'd be like over there probably if I had it. It'd be just like a wall of fucking retro. Like, because the PS2, like the PS2 could fit on all my PS2 games could fit on 2 rows of like DVDs, so that doesn't take up much room. And then I can have the carts all set up in a way like same thing. I'd probably have like 2 rows, stack those, so that's like a row of Super Nintendo cartridges, a row of Super Nintendo cartridges, and then like double stacked, so it's like 4 rows, 2 each stacked on each other, right? It's like
Which one's the size of DVD, right?
well, no, that's why I'm saying Super Nintendo cartridges were like this big or whatever, right? So like they're short. They are long, about the length of maybe like a DVD case or VHS, or like shorter than a VHS, I guess, but like they're kind of like that. But you fucking stack, and I did, like I would stack. They had cases on the bottom of the carts, so like you can kind of put them away nicely, and like you don't have to worry about dust getting in there and stuff. And so like I had them stacked. I was like, but I also had them in a way where like I could see the names and pull a game out.
Yeah.
But I could also like double stack them. If we're like collecting them and not needing to look at the names, it's like you could put a whole nother row on top and then a whole nother row on top, and that's how that would be. It'd be like fucking, or I don't know. I don't know how I'd set up Super Nintendo games. Nintendo games, cartridge, those things were fat like VHS, skinny but long. But Neo Geo cartridges were huge. I never owned that console though. That was like my brother's. We had it in the house, but it was my brother's. I played before it released here. I played a Japanese Super Nintendo, the Super Famicom. The model and cartridges were different than America's version. Word, broski. Alrighty, have a good night. Saw you live at the church. A piece shattered by a monstrous attack, backed into a corner, and Velda must call upon her family's power to survive. Well, I'd like to know that. Fast work. Thank you, Melba. But the vampire's in another coffin. They always say that. Is it Poe? No, it's Dominia. Dominia! I use Dominia very much, but I probably should, because I actually like the Bible. I don't use the Bible too much, but the Bible is actually kind of dope. Oh no, the blue guy. We gotta get the blue guy. Oh shit. Fire one. There's the blue guy. Yes. Get blue guy, get the blue guy. I can see it. That hurt the beginning. Get crazy. Oh. Oh shit, he's fast now. Oh no. Got one thing done. Damn. That's fucked. Candles. In a Bible. Just pick them up. Need them all. I don't think we. Oh, that's good to know that's right there. Speed, man. Oh, I don't know why I chose that, but so we have much options here.
go. Get healthy. Get healthy. So poker chip action. Some kills for this thing. Doesn't work out properly. I don't like Fox, but whatever. Saving that one. It's really good. Try. So let's watch that. There we go. Nice. Another good thing. Oh, shit. Cherry bomb. Yes. Try for 10 minutes and deplore. Certainly did. Find the empty tomb and evolve the magic wand. Dempsey. Oh, hey, I missed Wesley's comment. I missed King Smurf just about the King Mission Switch, man. It's addicting. Sorry, guys, I missed those chats. Dempsey, you're here now, though. What's up, man? I just finished Garlic in Paradise adventure mode and now doing the next one on the second objective. Shit, there's two of those guys now. Shit. Get him! That might help me a little, actually. Fuck. Oh, Wesley, what's up, man? Sorry I missed your comment over there. Yeah, I'm doing good, bro. Nice. Been prepping for everybody's stream on Wednesday. We're going to be talking about how we would stay busy. Oh, nice. Cool. Fuck yeah. Let's go. So I figured out a bunch of castings. I made a bunch of AI pixel actors portraying the characters. So it's kind of fun. Oh, cool. Right on. Good shit. Oh, I shouldn't have gotten that. I needed another thing. Hopefully I get another fucking thing soon. Hopefully another blue guy comes in. Nice scum. Probably pick Fire Wand, but we'll be back. Big clock. Shit, there's two of them. When did I get Bible? Not that I don't mind. I like Bible. When did I pick it up? I don't even remember. This is getting rocky. Bibles. Ouch. I did the wrong thing anyway. Oh wow, cheap. Bible is really good. It's got some stuff. Just don't buy it to unlock it. Shit. Oh, what? That was like a wild miss. Kill the bastard! What the fuck? Oh my god, that's a wall of enemies. This is not good. This is not a good run. You better start clearing some shit out, Bibles.
yeah. Well, dude.
Dude, some Sydney Sweeney's Captain Marvel. I mean, I love me some Sydney Sweeney. Keanu Reeves as Punisher? I don't know. I'm honestly a John Bernthal fan, and when I heard he was cast as Punisher, I was really excited and sad that all the Netflix Marvel stuff was short-lived. I know it's coming. They're kind of like trying to bring it back though, but man, that shit was good. They shouldn't have killed it with Netflix, but fuck them. Netflix's shit was good. Daredevil, Punisher. I'm not big on the Marvel stuff though anyway. I was never into the MCU. Yeah, new castings. Yeah, I don't know because I don't really know the climate of new actors, sadly. Like, getting a few. Here's my take on casting on like a lot of stuff, especially if you're rebooting stuff. If you're rebooting stuff, you're rebooting it to be fresh. So, kind of like bored. I don't even want to get into that movie, but like. So, like, having a few hot names would be cool, like Sydney Sweeney or whatever, but I don't know, like, especially like Marvel stuff, like, give some, young actors a shot who, are like the up and comers, or it's like find talent for these roles. Like Hugh Jackman was like a known actor, but he wasn't like huge widely known, and then he was the one that got originally cast in X-Men, stepped into the shoes of Wolverines, and they had a couple of big names in there. They had like Famke Jensen and shit, like all these actors, they're career actors, so they've like always been around, but then they get their break or their shot, and like Hugh Jackman's shot was Wolverine, and like that launched like him into like the stardom, it's like go like that. Like, I don't know, I feel like Sydney Sweeney's already taken off, like she's already a fucking star, so like I feel like is a big name to attach, so it's like, yeah, like Sydney Sweeney would be. It's probably get her soon. If you were to like, hypothetically, you'd want to get her soon before she gets more expensive. So like now would be a good time for that kind of thing. Because like as the years go on, she's only going to get more and more expensive. Like I went to film school. I know my shit. I love my shit. I love film and like the industry and stuff. I've always wanted to be in it, be a part of it. I've always wanted to make movies, kind of like the dream. And then, I don't know, I still want to make movies, but, I
also went to film school for the love of video games and story, so it's like, I don't know, maybe I should fucking somehow try making a game. Like, I would love to be in the games industry, like making fucking game AAA titles and story and shit like that, but I'm like, maybe I should just focus on my own shit, just try and get my movie going, because then if shit that I want to happen happens, then like I could have franchises that I could have devs building me games for me, kind of a thing. So fucking license out my IP, fucking kind of sit in the creative position and just help like build the game, kind of like the creator of Cyberpunk, how he like works with CD Projekt Red in the studio. He was like a part of the development team because it was like his world, his universe. It's like that kind of shit. It's like, I'd be down for that. Like I mean, similar to kind of also George R.R. Martin working with From Software, but you know, it's like that's a little different than what I'm talking about because it's not actually his game, but you know. Or his universe, even for that matter. He just helped create the universe, though. Just fucking badass. Histories of Elden Ring. You should. I've always been influenced also by, like, not just the movies, like the books before the movies, but like Lord of the Rings, and Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings was fucking phenomenal. The Matrix blew my mind. Saw that in theater. It's like, fuck, dude, like these movies are so good. Like, I've always wanted to make something like that. What's my fucking thing done? Hawktua is Captain Marvel. I mean, dude, I actually have like somebody AI generated the fucking Hawktua chick as like a Marvel hero or whatever. I have that image saved or whatever. It's like, dude, I fucking love that image actually, though, because it's like, yeah, she might actually like look good as a superhero. No, but Sydney Sweeney would still be dope as fuck. But, a casting competitor could be Hawktua, but you could probably cast her in another role as well. Like, you know, they had a big name fill Black Widow's shoes, you know, Scarlett Johansson. It's like, yeah, like maybe Hawktua girl fits in Black Widow. Like, I don't know. Like, or maybe she's, you know, fucking see who has the better audition her. You know, actors often go in for other roles and then get casted in different roles. I mean, you know, sometimes it works out, you get the role you want, but like, famously, Bruce Willis wanted to play John Travolta's role in Pulp Fiction, and Quentin Tarantino was like, no, he was like sold on it, and Tarantino was just like, just do me a favor, go home, read the script, but this time when you read the script, imagine yourself as Butch. And he did him that favor, and he did it, and then he called Tarantino the next day and was like, I'm in. You know, and like, yeah. Fuck, are you kidding me? You get some, like, you know, actors that are like making the rounds. You hit like a, you know, small casting agency, or maybe even a bigger casting agency, but maybe with someone who's representing smaller actors, and it's like, I don't know, that's the kind of shit I like to think about. Or
you know, like, so when we were in film school, we went to like we went to like Ventura Community College, we went to Santa Barbara, UC Santa Barbara, and we hit up like the theater departments and like talked to all the actors, and we're like, hey, we're film students, we're just starting out, and we gave our like contact information essentially to like acting classes, and like that's how we'd find actors or short films. And anything we were doing school project where we needed like actors, and we always paid them for their time, like if we could, like, you know, but it was more so like trade off, like kind of like, oh, you act in the project and we'll pay for your gas to get to set, and of course you can have a copy of the short film for your reel and all that stuff, you know. But like, yeah, when everyone was first starting out, it's all cool. But like nowadays, being in your 40s and out of film school, it's like, yeah, you kind of fucking need to have money to fucking do anything, make anything. And George R. R. Martin makes me mad. The guy had one of the most followed worlds ever built and completely pooped the bed with Game of Thrones, and now he won't. In the song, yeah, I know, it's kind of nuts. Story from Cobra Kai. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Peyton List, yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, see, sometimes, yeah, you do that, but like our film school had us thinking on like the next level because our all our professors were Hollywood, like everybody. Um, like I can name drop several professors. You'll be like, who the fuck are these people? But like you could look them up in their careers and shit, and it's like, no, that like one of my professors, Cecily, she wanted me to drop out of film school and go act like immediately. And I was like, I kind of worked, took a long time to fucking get here, and I never finished film school anyway, which sucks, but couldn't pay for it in the end. I had like 2 months left, and the VA dropped my payments. Couldn't pay for school anymore. It's like two quarters, one semester away from graduating. It's just like fuck. And then the school closed down like 2015, so can't go back and finish. Just school's gone. But I learned everything I needed to from the school anyway. It's badass, just sucks. I fucking need money to fucking do shit, and hire people, and fucking actors and all that. Fucking production is no joke. It's like if I come up with 100 fucking grand somewhere, I can make a kick-ass fucking movie. Which I'm always workshopping movies with my friends. Like, I have an idea that I need to start wrestling with my friend Stina. I met in film school. It's like a picture, like a horror movie idea that I had. It's like we gotta try and get working on that. I mean, I get it though. It's like that's why people go with like big name actors at the same time, because like often I watch shit and there's like, you know, I'm like, who the fuck is this? And it's like I don't care. It's like for some reason, just some people I don't fucking care for. It's interesting. Man, this level is trash right now. I'm gonna have to call it quits soon. It's late. I know I've streamed like later, but I haven't been meaning to stream that late, so I gotta get in the habit of getting off a little earlier than usual. I'm trying to at least complete this fucking level. I know they're probably do this like way quicker, but heal up already. Damn, ouch. This is not good. Oh, this is a bust. You need a fucking... Oh, this is starting to anger me. Fuck, man. He really... I gotta walk my dog.
Dude, what the fuck? I don't understand. Dude, this fucking level up needs to fuck off. Please. I don't understand why it won't level up. These level up gems are doing nothing. Dog doing. She's really fucking frustrating me, man. Okay, come on. Wow. Come on. I don't understand why nothing is dying. Like, why won't these guys die? Great, well, it's fucking dead back here. Perfect, come on, let's go. Good. Fuck, I need that sponge. Fucking finally. Still gonna die. Wow. Because that guy just ran into me.
Oh no. Straight suicidal, that sucks. I mean, I don't know, it's a cool game, so it's kind of cool, but like, yeah, progress, ouch. It's a lot of progress. That'd kind of make me really mad too. But be cool, smoke a bowl, if you're into that sort of thing. Take a shot, fucking, or just, you know, fucking meditate now. Whatever it is you do. And just have fun being refreshed. But yeah, that I feel that, dude. That's a major pain. That hurt. That does hurt. Yeah, it's like you know how to play, so you can like get through that shit pretty quick. Like you'll make up that 150 hours like way quicker. Like you'll get back to your 150 hour spot in like, you know, a third of the time or something like that. If you just focus on your objectives, you know, like just fucking, you're solid. Yeah, for sure. You know, take a breather, do something else. That's infuriating. I too would like drop it and like do some other shit, like check out another game or fucking just chill for a sec. Like, Yeah. All smoke to that. Fuck, dude. Smoke them, let's go. Speaking of smoking, let's just get it over with right now. Right, yeah. Damn. Dempsey. Oh my god, dude. That's funny. Oh shit. Yep, the Viking send off. Oh my god, that's funny, dude. Fucking torched later. I live on the coast too, so it's funny as like you could do that. I mean, you'd probably get in trouble if somebody saw you, but it'd be funny as hell. Oh, right. I'm broke. Did I pick the wrong? Guys. Oh, the fucking eyeball. Oh, there's the little guy there. Fucking flipping or something? It's a much better run. I think those upgrades I put on just help. Oh, nice. Right, right. Just need them to send me a little blue guy my way. I should have leveled up with, YouTube, bro. Yeah, man. Cheers. Have a good one. Take a breather. Relax. Take a little vacation. You know, in your mind, take a little vacation. Chill. Kick back. Watch a show or a movie. I'll tell you what, though, if you haven't seen it already, the new episode of The Penguin, or not new episode, but the new show of The Penguin episode of that's pretty good. And yeah, totally. What Dempsey says, Skull. Have a good night, man. No, I keep dropping the lighter. These fuckers. Get you. Hold you. He did me dirty right now. Forget this guy. Oh. Excellent. Sucker. Damn. Ooh, that's getting close. Oh shit. Come on. Come on. That's dirty. Should be spending money, but fuck it. Ooh, the wrong. Yeah, boy. Okay, now we really need to kill one of those guys. Where is he? Where is he? They're coming after me quick, dude. Fucking machine gun. A little something about that. Oh, double kill! Okay, now we're gonna be cooking. Oh, that's dirty again. 3 chests for the fucking cabbage. Some health back. Oh no. Oh no.
This is bad. This is very bad. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Keep it going. Oh no! Come on, come on, come on. Ah. Shit. We need help, we need help. That's not right, actually help right now. Shit. Oh my god. Fucking Medusas. Oh. They're everywhere. Level up, please. Please, for the love of God, level up. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, that's so lucky. Oh! I'm getting ripped on these chests, though. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Oh shit. Yes. Oh. Yes. should have got the bracelet there. Oh, this will help me out. Okay, now we're coasting. Wait, go ahead, past it. Oh, it's all sold out. Damn it! Sold out because I'm full. So it's okay. Alright. Oh shit.